बिठाओ यार सबको फटाफट।
Ese sí, ese.
बाथरूम क्रॉस करके फिर आगे लगना उसका।
ये वाली हटवाना पड़ेगा, यही भर दें बहुत है। ठीक है, फ्री सीटिंग कर दिया मैंने, सारे वो हटा दिए।
Yes.
Kareens and Al. Okay.
James.
Mrs. Kareens and Al James. Okay. Thank you.
Requesting all our distinguished delegates to please find their seats, settle in. The ISA Secretariat has volunteers and ushers on the floor should you need any assistance. Delighted as always to help you. Don Sanchez.
How are you? How are you?
More free seating.
Yes. How many seats are there? Two or three? One, two.
वीडियो चलो हाँ बड़े अच्छी खासी वीडियो
थोड़ा फोकस वहाँ होगा, फोकस होंगे।
इधर हम वहाँ से भी हटवा दें चिप्स पहले ही बोला था क्या बोला था तुम प्राइवेट आ कहाँ रहा है कोई सब इधर तो बैठे कम से कम तो टेबल है उसमें तो बैठे वो हटवा दें पर ये लोगों को तुम्हें इधर लाना पड़ेगा। तुम्हें इन जो बैठे हैं उनको पीछे इधर लाना पड़ेगा।
अभी पूरा मूव मत करना, जो बैठा है उसको बैठने दो। आगे से लोगों को बोलो कि वहाँ से यहाँ बैठा है, आगे नए लोगों को यहाँ बैठा दो, वहाँ के मूव मत करना। बोल दो ना अशर
को है इधर इधर टेबल पे बैठो।
ये देखो वही सी सभी
सर लाइन अप कर रहे हैं
3 मिनट बाकी है सर। बिजनेस चला दे यार, नहीं बड़े स्क्रीन पे यार। नॉर्मल ब्रांड फिल्म लगाओ अपनी, वॉइस कुछ तो दो।
People who are living in the highest altitude, the difficulty is reaching power by transmission line or grid system, due to which storage is becoming a big problem.
मेरा नाम है ठिल्ली, हम 15 साल से खेती का काम करते हैं। बारिश नहीं आने से तो कीड़ा लग जाता है, तो पूरा खराब हो जाता है। आस्ते आस्ते तोड़ के, तो आस्ते आस्ते रखना पड़ेगा। तो ढक्कन अच्छा करके लगाओ, उसके गैस बाहर नहीं जाना है, तो ऐसे करके रखने से खराब नहीं होगा।
My name is Sujan Pradhan. I'm currently working as Chief Post Production Officer on the National Post Office Center here. Climate change has hugely impacted our farmers, their productions and everything. If you can store for longer period, we can maintain the quality, it will be safe to consume. Anything excess production, when they cannot store it, we get their produce, do some trial here, adding a preservative, juice, pickles, jam.
My name is Indra Bahadur Gali. I was appointed in the Office of Agriculture Machinery Center. So I started operating, browsing internet, at what temperature you should keep your apples free of disease, free of molds. And farmers were encouraged to use, saying that when you keep the apples for longer duration and sell it after 5 or 6 months time.
अभी हम लोग दे रहे हैं 1000 करके, तो हमको लॉस है अभी। अब रखने की जगह नहीं है ना, खराब हो जाएगा। अभी एक ही बार में देने से हम लोग को खराब होने के टेंशन भी नहीं होगा।
Problem with during summertime, we have lots of vegetable fruits coming up, but then if we don't have a storage, then the problem would be during the winter time from where to get it. Solar Alliance has come in the right time. So this has become a good support to our food security also.
With few farmers, they started storing their apple and they could see the difference, like they could see how long it can be stored. And whenever there is off-season, then...
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly rise and join me in extending a warm welcome to Her Excellency Karen Zanel James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy of Grenada, and the chair of this 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, His Excellency Mr. Diego Pardo Lorenzo, Minister for Energy, Republic of Chile, and the gracious host of this meeting, His Excellency Mr. Juan Angulo, Ambassador of the Republic of Chile to the Republic of India, Her Excellency Mrs. Abhilasha Joshi, Ambassador of the Republic of India to Chile and representative of the Presidency of the ISA Assembly, and Mr. Ashish Khanna, Honorable Director General of the International Solar Alliance. You may all please be seated. Muy buenos días. Mari Mari Ulamien. Namaste and good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean. This gathering marks not just a continuation of dialogue, but a reaffirmation of our shared resolve to harness the boundless energy of the sun for the prosperity of our peoples and the protection of our planet. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, we extend our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Chile, our gracious host, for your exemplary leadership, your warmth, and the spirit of solidarity that Santiago so beautifully embodies. To commence today's proceedings, may I now invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to deliver the welcome address.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, heads of delegations from ISA member countries, our esteemed vice president from the region, ambassadors, high commissioners, honorary councils, distinguished delegates. A very good morning and a very warm welcome. It is a privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and Caribbean in this vibrant city of Santiago. I extend a deep appreciation to the government of Republic of Chile for their warm hospitality and unwavering support to the International Solar Alliance. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Mr. Diego Pardo Lorenzo, Energy Minister, Republic of Chile, Her Excellency Mrs. Karin Zenel James, Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, Grenada, and Chair of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for LAC region, His Excellency Mr. Juan Angulo, Ambassador of Chile to India, and Her Excellency Mrs. Abhilasha Joshi, Ambassador of India to Chile. Your participation is an affirmation of a shared ambition to advance solar energy and sustainable development across the LAC region. The International Solar Alliance now counts 23 full members in the LAC region, with the recent additions of Chile, Panama, and Paraguay, reflecting growing regional interest. With 3 other countries as signatories, we are reaching now 26 countries, and what is remarkable, there has been a 50% increase in membership of ISA countries since 2021, which indicates a strong regional alignment with ISA's vision. We are also cognizant that Latin America and Caribbean is a diverse region, with each country and context being very different. We have the small island developing states, which will be a fulcrum of discussion today. We also have Central America and smaller countries, and then we have the Chile and Brazils, each of them requiring a very different solution for their clean energy transition. ISA is addressing these challenges through a strategy that you will hear today of moving from ambition to action. We will be discussing what kind of technical support, digital knowledge platforms, and a pipeline of demonstration projects that are needed to serve the learning models and act as catalysts for attracting private investment. Excellencies, I reaffirm ISA's full commitment to supporting LAC countries in realizing their solar ambitions through inclusive partnerships, tailored support, and strategic innovation. With this, I welcome you all and look forward to a great discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General. It is now my privilege to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Karen Zellen James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy of Grenada, and the chair of this meeting, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, honorable ministers from countries of Latin America and the Caribbean region, esteemed representatives of the Republic of Suriname, our fellow vice president from the region, distinguished delegates. I would like to begin by extending my sincere appreciation to the Director General, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Ambassador Guan Angulo, and Ambassador Abhilasha Joshi for their thoughtful remarks and for being here today. We have an error. Okay. So we have a slight change, so forgive me. So I express my gratitude to the government of the Republic of Chile for graciously hosting this important meeting. As the Director General stated, I would like to also warmly welcome you all to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee meeting for Latin America and the Caribbean region. Latin America and the Caribbean region is richly endowed with natural resources, including areas highly suitable for solar and wind energy, and holds over 40% of the world's lithium reserves, crucial for renewable energy storage. It also has the highest hydropower penetration globally. As a result, 65% of the region's energy is sourced from renewables, more than double the global average of 30% and higher than Europe 43% and the Pacific 39%. The region, esteemed colleagues, has added over 22 gigawatts of solar PV capacity by the end of 2023, a remarkable 60% growth in just 2 years. However, contributions to the energy transition vary across countries. The region is expected to add 165 gigawatts of renewable capacity between 2023 and 2028, with 90% of this growth concentrated in Brazil, 108 gigawatts, Chile, 25 gigawatts, Mexico, 10 gigawatts, and Argentina, 4 gigawatts. Photovoltaic and wind energy will continue to lead this expansion. These developments reflect broader commitment to energy sovereignty and sustainability. At the same time, we must recognize the continuing challenges. Access to affordable finance and infrastructure constraints remain significant hurdles, particularly so for Grenada and for other small island developing states. Grenada remains firmly committed, ladies and gentlemen, to advancing a clean and resilient future. Our national energy policy and our nationally determined contributions provide a clear framework for action. Through ongoing solar PV deployments, institutional strengthening, and strategic partnerships, including with ISA, we are working to address the specific needs of small island economies. In this regard, ISA's evolving strategic vision from ambition to action offers timely and structured support across the solar value chain. Its work in the region is anchored in 4 strategic pillars: mobilizing catalytic finance through dedicated regional facilities, expanding digitalization and global solar capabilities, strengthening regional and country-level partnerships, and enabling integrated technologies through forward-looking policy and regulatory frameworks. This regional committee meeting offers us an important platform to take stock, to align priorities, and to explore new opportunities for cooperation. In our deliberations ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to constructive dialogue and renewed commitment towards an inclusive, just, and resilient solar future. Thank you.
May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Diego Pardo Lorenzo, Minister of Energy, Republic of Chile, to deliver his special address.
Buenos días, señor director general, colegas de otros ministerios, distinguidas delegaciones, invitados. Primero que nada, darles la bienvenida a nuestro país y desearles que juntos hagamos de esta reunión una oportunidad de intercambio provechosa para todos. Quisiera comentarles brevemente en qué está nuestro país y cuáles son los desafíos que estamos enfrentando y que creo que pueden contribuir también a entender lo que pasa en sus propios países. Este encuentro nos convoca a dialogar sobre el presente y el futuro de la energía solar, especialmente en América Latina, donde sus aplicaciones no solo se vuelven cada vez más estratégicas, sino que se diversifican. Latinoamérica es una región cuya vocación por las energías limpias dista de hace mucho tiempo, pero estaba principalmente asociada a la hidroelectricidad. El cambio climático nos recuerda que la hidroelectricidad y la predictibilidad que nos daban los embalses es cada vez un valor más escaso. Hoy día eso es una realidad en todas partes de Latinoamérica, pero especialmente en países como Ecuador, la naturaleza nos lo recuerda de manera dramática. Avanzar en otras tecnologías es entonces algo que no solamente tiene que ver con reducir el número de emisiones y nuestra contribución a las emisiones globales, sino también con conseguir un precio más barato para que nuestros hogares tengan acceso a energías limpias y baratas, pero también para que nuestras industrias puedan desarrollarse de manera competitiva en un mercado global y a su vez para controlar de mejor manera la flexibilidad de la matriz energética. Una de las principales gracias de la tecnología solar es que el sol brilla prácticamente en todas partes del mundo. Por lo tanto, es una manera, le ofrece a los distintos países de Latinoamérica una manera de tomar un poco más de control respecto de sus propios destinos, un poco más de control respecto de cómo funciona su economía, de lo predecible que puede ser hacia el futuro y de lo competitiva que puede ser hacia el futuro. En nuestro país aprendimos eso hace cerca de 2 décadas cuando empezamos con una política para el fomento de energías limpias, principalmente centrada en la energía solar. Y hemos conseguido ir desde prácticamente experiencias pilotos, hace 20 años, a tener hoy día cerca de 1/3 de la capacidad del sistema eléctrico incorporado con tecnología solar, entre 1/4 y, si es por inyecciones, o 1/3 por capacidad. Si se fijan, 1/4, 1/3 está cerca del techo de penetración de una tecnología de estas características, porque el sol brilla 8 horas al día y el día tiene 24 horas. El desafío en que nos enfrentamos entonces es cómo conseguimos todo ese potencial solar que especialmente tiene el desierto de Atacama, proyectarlo hacia nuestros vecinos a través de productos que puedan ser objeto de comercio internacional, como el hidrógeno y sus derivados, o a través de la interconexión de nuestras redes eléctricas. Pero también necesitamos extender la hora solar. Y eso se hace a través de tecnologías de almacenamiento, y eso es precisamente el momento en que nos encontramos. Como país hemos hecho esto, y quizá esta es una de las primeras enseñanzas que quisiera compartir hoy, a través de un sistema de generación que está 100% en manos de inversionistas privados. No hay una empresa pública de generación, no hay participación estatal a nivel de generación, solo una muy pequeña en una pequeña unidad geotérmica en el norte de nuestro país. Especialmente en el segmento de generación tenemos empresas de todas partes del mundo, con un portafolio que le otorga resiliencia y variedad a las aproximaciones no solamente tecnológicas, sino también de finanzas corporativas, de políticas de inversión. Hemos sido capaces de hacer eso a través de esencialmente fomentar contratos de largo plazo con consumidores residenciales, aprovechar el tamaño de nuestro sector residencial para empujar a través de contratos de largo plazo la penetración de tecnologías limpias. Sin embargo, si ustedes el día de hoy hablan con los consumidores residenciales de nuestro país, seguramente les van a plantear un interrogante. ¿Por qué Chile, que es un líder en la penetración de energía solar, en el avance de las energías limpias y también en el avance de tecnologías de almacenamiento, se encuentra hoy con precios residenciales tan caros? Y la respuesta es bastante sencilla. La exigencia de hacerlo de manera institucional y con contratos de largo plazo ha hecho que los beneficios para las casas lleguen más tarde de lo que hubiésemos querido en el diseño político. Entonces, parte de los desafíos en los que nos encontramos hoy en día es encontrar una manera de acelerar la manera en que los beneficios de las tecnologías de generación limpia y en particular la solar llegan a las casas más vulnerables. Entiendo que el día miércoles ustedes van a ir a ver una planta en Talagante. Desde una perspectiva técnica, aquellos que sean ingenieros seguramente no van a encontrar nada nuevo. Es una pequeña planta de 300 kilos. La principal innovación está más bien en el formato. Es una planta que está situada en un terreno municipal destinado a, digamos, a reciclaje, a cultivo de especies y muy cercano, colindante con una población vulnerable que recibe los beneficios de esta generación. Lo que hicimos con esta planta fue permitir que inyecte al sistema y crear una bolsa de descuentos. Y esa bolsa de descuentos hoy día se reparte entre beneficiarios de esa misma localidad vulnerable. Hoy día, si van a esos lugares residenciales, se van a dar cuenta que tenemos vecinos aliados mucho más fuertes en nuestro avance a las energías limpias que en otras localidades de nuestro país, porque hemos sido capaces de llegar con los beneficios de energía limpia y barata de manera rápida a los hogares. Y la intuición que está detrás de esa política pública es una intuición bien sencilla. Muchos de nuestros países en Latinoamérica, ya sea de manera temporal o de manera permanente, buscan maneras de ayudar a los consumidores vulnerables a pagar la cuenta a través de subsidios. Si en vez de subsidiar flujos, somos capaces de subsidiar inversión en equipamiento, permitimos que los vecinos también tomen control. Lo mismo que nosotros queremos hacer como país, también se lo podemos ofrecer a esas comunidades. Esas mismas comunidades son las responsables de mantener la planta y son copropietarios de la planta. Entonces, lo que espero que vean en su visita técnica a Talagante, si bien no va a ser algo particularmente desafiante desde una perspectiva tecnológica, para eso tenemos otras cosas en nuestro país. Tenemos un sistema de baterías que se está poniendo en el cajón del Maipo, que por primera vez trata de interactuar con una central hidroeléctrica de pasada. Tenemos sistemas inteligentes de medición y despacho instalados en distintas partes. Tenemos otros desafíos que podrían visitar, pero este en particular creo que muestra que lo mismo que los países queremos de la tecnología solar, se lo podemos dar también a las comunidades. Un mayor control sobre nuestro presupuesto, un mayor control sobre nuestra capacidad de gasto. Ese es el mensaje que yo quisiera transmitirles a nombre de nuestro país el día de hoy. Chile es un aliado que está comprometido y busca seguir potenciando de manera conjunta la manera en que las energías limpias pueden mejorar nuestras sociedades. Tenemos la convicción y la vocación de cooperar con los países de la región para avanzar juntos en estos desafíos. Durante estos 20 años, que si uno mira desde la distancia, Chile es un caso seguramente de éxito. También tenemos enseñanzas que compartir, y algo que caracteriza a nuestro país es su honestidad frente a las políticas públicas y lo transparente que somos al mostrar las cosas buenas y las cosas que podemos mejorar. La realización de esta reunión se suma a otros hitos que vamos a tener este año que consolidan el liderazgo regional de nuestro país. En septiembre vamos a ser sede de la Conferencia de Energía Distrital y algunas semanas después vamos a recibir la 10ª Semana de la Energía de la Organización Latinoamericana de Energía. Todo esto refleja nuestra voluntad de trabajar en conjunto con nuestros aliados, aprendiendo los unos de los otros y fortaleciendo la capacidad de la región. Cuando vemos, y esto es algo que conversábamos con el director general hace un rato, cuando vemos países como China, como India, y esa tremenda capacidad que tienen para potenciar no solamente la incorporación de las tecnologías, sino el desarrollo de las tecnologías y la formación de profesionales, es algo que tiene que ver también con la escala. Los países de nuestra región, salvo algunas contadas excepciones, son países pequeños que necesitan asociarse para tener la escala suficiente para el desarrollo de tecnologías, para la formación de profesionales y para aprender los unos de los otros. Nuestros fenómenos climáticos son complementarios, nuestras experiencias históricas son complementarias y por lo tanto de esa complementariedad podemos hacer una región más fuerte y más integrada. Los invito finalmente a seguir trabajando juntos y en Chile, como siempre, contarán un anfitrión agradecido de que hayan venido a visitarlo y un aliado permanente. Gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Juan Angulo, Ambassador of the Republic of Chile to the Republic of India, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todas y todos. Estimado señor Ministro de Energía, señor Diego Pardo, estimada ministra Kerrin Senel James, estimada embajadora de India, Vilasha Joshi, estimado señor director general de la ISA, estimada representante de Surinam y estimados ministros que nos acompañan, delegados a esta reunión. Muy buenos días a todos. Quisiera sumarme a las palabras de bienvenida de nuestro ministro de Energía para expresarle nuestro cordial saludo y recibirlos en Chile. Eso es para nosotros un gran agrado, es un orgullo que la 7ª reunión del Comité Regional de ISA se realice en Chile, país que se encuentra a la vanguardia regional en temas de sustentabilidad, transformación
in sustainability and energetic transformation and also democratization of the access to energy. And from the end of 2023, Chile is a complete member of ISA, but right from the beginning of this organization, we have also shown a lot of interest to be part of this, especially developing applications for solar energy. And I remember being present at the moment of the launch of the Solar Alliance in 2015 in Paris, and I was witness to this strong embrace between the President of France at that time and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which showed the huge commitment of both countries to launch an international alliance on solar energy. And the then President of Chile, who was Michelle Bachelet, was also at that time there, giving her a witness as well of the conviction of our country for the need to be able to count with an organization such as the ISA. And we particularly greet the vocation commitment to develop energies and capacities to be able to get the best benefit from the sun as a source of clean energy, safe energy, and also accessible prices as well. And also for those smaller countries that are much more vulnerable and that have more vulnerability in energy and that maybe now lack the capacity in technology and institutional development to be able to get the best of the solar energy. And this not only in clean production of electric energy, but also in the distribution to centers of consumption and also the storage, as this has been repeated oftentimes during this morning. And we've talked a lot in New Delhi with the Secretariat of ISA on the potential of Chile in the production of renewable and clean energies, and not just solar energy, but also wind energy and the production of green hydrogen. And these capacities that we have in the production of energy is vast and very competitive. And in instances such as this regional meeting, it allows us to show and to strengthen our capacities and to also expand support networks and cooperation to other countries in our region that can get benefit from our experience and the lessons learned. And I would like to take this regional opportunity. It's the first time that the Director General, Ashish Khanna, comes to this region. I would like to congratulate you for your new role and also thank you for your presence here, your physical presence in this regional meeting, because this is a direct contact with the ministerial ranks in the whole of the region, and it's the only way to really capture and get all the needs and expectation of each one of the member states of the ISA. And the Director General had more than 15 bilateral meetings yesterday, and there's no way to replace the direct contact to be able to have a better relationship with member states. And we think that being able to count with a high capacity of flexibility and adaptation of the organization in ISA and the Secretariat and all its members constitutes without a doubt an essential element to be able to accomplish the foundational objectives of the organization. And of course, I would also like to thank especially Minister Pardo and the team in the Ministry of Energy in Chile to have accepted taking the leadership of this regional meeting, and also the permanent support that the Secretariat of ISA has given to us to be able to organize this meeting. And of course, special thanks to the two vice presidencies of the region in the Latin American region and the Caribbean. And we hope that in the sessions of today and also with the visits that we're going to have tomorrow, on-site visits, this is really important for all the region is to benefit and harness solar energy to improve resilience, to promote growth, and to strengthen the relationship between the countries in our region. I am also expecting and anticipating to see you soon in New Delhi as well for the meeting later on this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite Her Excellency, Mrs. Abhilasha Joshi, Ambassador of the Republic of India to the Republic of Chile and representative of the Presidency of the International Solar Alliance, to address this gathering.
Thank you. Namaste and buenos dias. His Excellency, Senor Diego Pardo Lorenzo, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Chile, Her Excellency, Mrs. Karen Zenel James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Energy, Government of Grenada, and Chair of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Ambassador Angulo, Ambassador of Chile to India, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, senior delegates from the region, and members of the diplomatic corps from other partner countries, representatives of the Government of Chile, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you once again to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean in this beautiful city of Santiago. As you know, the International Solar Alliance was co-founded by India and France in 2015. Today's Regional Committee meeting marks a significant step in our shared journey towards advancing solar energy and sustainable development across the region. I am confident that this meeting will provide a vital mechanism to align regional priorities, share best practices, and accelerate solar initiatives tailored to Latin America and the Caribbean. In recent years, India has made remarkable progress in its clean energy transition, with over 116 gigawatt of solar installed capacity as of June 2025. India ranks among the top 5 solar markets globally. Our ambitious target of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 highlights our commitment to climate action and sustainable development. In fact, I would like to highlight that India is the only country to have met its renewable energy targets of having 50% of our capacity through renewables in 2025, 5 years ahead of schedule, when the target was in 2030. India's leadership in the International Solar Alliance is rooted in inclusive energy development. The Government of India and its public sector undertakings have jointly contributed $32.67 million to ISA's Corpus Fund. An annual support of approximately $12 million is provided by India for ISA's core operations and programs. Initiatives such as SolarX Startup Challenge, Global Solar Facility, and programmatic areas have enabled catalytic finance, regional and country-level interconnections, and technology partnerships to support member countries across the Global South. I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on the growing partnership between India and the Latin America and Caribbean region. Our trade and investment volumes have been growing at a steady pace with almost all countries of the region. In recent years, Latin America has emerged as a key provider for our energy and food security needs. This region's resource-rich profile, especially in lithium, copper, and other critical minerals, aligns well with India's growing demand for strategic minerals for a sustainable energy transition. Conversely, India's strengths in clean energy, pharmaceuticals, and IT offer valuable solutions to LAC development goals. This meeting offers a unique opportunity to deepen regional collaboration under the aegis of the ISA. Together, we can explore joint R&D, promote private sector engagement, and develop innovating financing models to scale solar adoption. Friends, India and Chile enjoy a warm and enduring friendship rooted in shared democratic values and mutual respect. Our diplomatic ties date back to 1949, and over the decades, we have expanded cooperation in trade, education, science, and technology, and increasingly in renewable energy. In recent years, Chile has consolidated its leadership in clean energy, with solar and wind contributing around 35% of its energy matrix and 68% of its energy coming from renewable sources in 2024. I am optimistic that through our dialogue and partnerships in the ISA and our shared goals of energy security, climate resilience, and sustainable development, we can leverage our strengths and learnings from each other and build a solar-powered future that is inclusive, equitable, and resilient. The Indian Embassy in Chile stands ready to support these efforts. The Government of India remains a steadfast partner on this journey. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of Chile for hosting this important meeting and to the ISA Secretariat for their leadership in building a solar-powered future for the planet. I also thank all the delegates and stakeholders present today for your dedication, vision, and commitment. Muchas gracias. Jai Hind.
Many thanks, Your Excellency. We now arrive at a moment of profound significance. May I invite Her Excellency, Ms. Karin Janel-James, Chair of this meeting, and Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to proceed with the formal exchange of the country partnership framework. I request all other dignitaries present to please stand witness to the ceremony. The country partnership framework presents more than just a document. It's a shared vision for deepened cooperation between ISA and Grenada as it charts a path to accelerate solar deployment, mobilize investments, and enable a just and resilient energy transition for the people of Grenada. Thank you, Your Excellencies. In the benefit of time, we shall now proceed for the inauguration of the exhibition. May I now invite all dignitaries present at the head table join to proceed for the ceremonial ribbon cutting to inaugurate the exhibition. Excellencies, with this we conclude the opening ceremony of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean. In the benefit of time, we shall make sure that we have coffee and tea served to you at your tables. And once the chair returns to the room, we shall proceed with the plenary session. Thank you for your kind attention, and we look forward to your active engagement and fruitful deliberations as we work together to illuminate a brighter solar future for our region and beyond.
Static. Yeah.
Static आ रहा है.
Static shooting कुछ नहीं. It does होगा ऊपर से.
Are we done?
Fix करना है permanent वाला. पढ़ के ही करना पड़ेगा.
बोल रहा माइक मत छू. मैं बोला कि लौड़े हर चीज की सीधा हाइट.
कौन बोल रहा है?
ये चीज है माइक वाला.
अगला पे
लगे छू ही नहीं ना लोग एडजस्ट करने.
नहीं स्टार्ट ये से करो. और तुम साला मेरे को उस टाइम यहाँ 6 बजे ही हो चुका है आधा घंटा का. यहाँ पूरा फ्रेंड क्या बात. अभी फ्लैग रखना है नहीं.
हाँ रहने का अच्छा लगा.
Request everybody to sit. चलो यार यहाँ से.
ये हटाओ यार.
Request everybody to sit. Coffee will be served. Now we are going for a formal. Please do.
Excellencies, colleagues, may I kindly request you all to please take your seats. We have our teams serving coffee to you at your tables. Please do kindly take your seats. We are beginning with the plenary for the meeting. I request all our esteemed delegates to please settle down. Thank you for your kind attention. I now hand it over to the chair of the meeting.
Thank you so very much. Esteemed delegates, in my capacity as Vice President and Chair of the meeting, I hereby declare the meeting open. And so the meeting is now in session. Honorable members, the ISA Secretariat has circulated the provisional agenda for the meeting as working document 1. I request the members to provide your comments on the agenda. I now invite the committee to adopt the provisional agenda for the 7th meeting of the Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean region as contained in Working Document 1. So adopted. The next agenda item is the action taken report of the 6th meeting of the Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean region. The meeting was held on September 10th, 2024. The working document 3 provides the details of the actions taken by the ISA Secretariat in addressing this committee's recommendations during its 6th meeting in 2024. The report is placed for the consideration of this committee, and I would also like to invite members of this committee to provide your comments on the report. All right. In the absence of no comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item. We now move on to the next agenda item, Strategic Vision for the International Solar Alliance as outlined in Working Document 4. Since its inception, the International Solar Alliance has evolved and signatory countries in pursuit of universal energy access, energy security, and sustainable development through solar energy. The strategic vision being presented today marks an important step in ISA's evolution from planning to implementation. This vision is structured around 4 pillars: catalytic finance hub that works with financial vehicles like the Global Solar Facility, aimed at mobilizing private investment; the Global Capability Center, envisioned as a Silicon Valley for solar; and digitization support for bringing in efficiencies in the process of solar energy deployment; strengthen regional and country-level engagement through tailored country partnership strategies; and advancement in technology roadmaps and policy frameworks to foster innovation, modernize grids, and enhance storage solutions. And so I now invite the Director General of the International Solar Alliance to present further details on this evolving strategic vision for ISA.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to start by feeling how delighted and honored I feel for your support in led to my election and starting in March of this year. And since it's my first Regional Committee of Latin America and Caribbean, the first meeting is always special. A heartfelt thanks to all of you for your support. What we want to mention is where we are today and how we can be more effective in helping all of you. So the main objective of this presentation today would be to hear from you, because we can only be effective if we are able to support all our member countries. And we believe the time has come for us to move from ambition to action, to being effective implementation support. There was a time when we were about 80 countries, just 3-4 years back, but now probably we are the largest multilateral institution based out of Global South of 125 member countries. We have active projects in about 98 countries, and all of you are very familiar with the programs that you have seen on the right that deal with helping you on solar parks, solar for all through mini grids, solar rooftops, heating, and of course on battery storage, green hydrogen, and affordable finance. What we'd like to share today is that we feel it is very important that ISA should differentiate itself from the leading concessional finance banks like World Bank, like IADB in this region, but also this region is blessed to have extremely large national banks like in Brazil. So the concessional financing is already there in plenty. Then the world has a lot of institutions like International Energy Agency and IRENA that are doing a lot of research work on the potential for renewable energy. We believe it is very important for us at ISA to have a program that is complementary and not replicating, but has a very clear agenda of how we can be supporting our member countries. So for that, we are now proposing, based on what we heard from all of you, our member countries. This is something that we have been discussing with member countries over the last 3-4 months, whether it was the Brussels meeting, Asia Pacific, and now Latin America, of 4 pillars that will help all countries, including in Latin America and Caribbean, of moving ahead on a strategy, which I believe again and again we will hear, is moving from ambition to action. How can we be supporters on the how and the implementation partnership going beyond advocacy? The first pillar is how is private sector going to support in your solar ambition more and more? You heard it from the Chilean minister very clearly. Whether it is Chile, whether it is Brazil, whether it is India, whether it is Vietnam, the solar revolution is led only by private sector. So why is it that out of $2.2 trillion that was spent largely by private sector, concessional finance is hardly less than 50 billion. Imagine the difference, 2.2 trillion and 50 billion. Of the 2.2 trillion, only 15% is coming to developing countries. And of course, less than 2% goes to Africa, which probably needs it a lot. And a lot of reason is a mix of 3 or 4 things that we want to help countries resolve. The first are the policy and regulatory reforms that will enable private sector to feel comfortable. In country after country, a political willingness of giving an ambitious target, having the right law that provides the legal framework for private sector to invest, having a policy where your regulator has very clear enunciation of tariffs licensing framework for inviting private sector. These are extremely important and essential because the number one issue a private sector seeks is long-term policy and regulatory clarity. Based on the experience and technical knowledge we have, this is something that we will be working with each of you on how you can get readiness on policy and regulatory reforms. The second part is, unfortunately, there is a huge perception, and I say the word perception, of risk by private sector investing. I had the fortune of working in more than 30 less developed countries, and I realized that almost 98% of all private sector people were paid. But the market perceives as if it's extremely risky to invest in those countries. And as we were discussing in the dinner yesterday, this is in spite of the fact that the tariffs for electricity are one of the highest in all those countries. So countries are unfortunately paying almost 25-30 cents, and yet the private sector perceives a huge risk. That often requires a risk mitigation guarantee or a blended finance instrument to address that perceived risk. As I mentioned to you, ISA does not aspire to be a bank. but we will have a clear catalytic finance facilities that are going to help unlock the perception of risk in your countries. And I'll give you an example of what kind of a facility we are proposing in Africa. We have, for that, opened up a global solar facility in India, which will have continent by continent facilities on catalytic finance. We are starting with Africa Solar Facility. That will be $200 million of a fund that will only enable private sector to invest in distributed renewable energy, be it mini grids, be it solar home systems, solar rooftop, or other forms of DRE. And as you will see, there has been a lot of discussions of how concessional finance can leverage private sector money. We believe this facility can leverage up to 20 times of public concessional money. So that's a facility. The third element of the catalytic finance is to get startups and youth in incubation also move. As you know, we first launched our SolarX program of getting youth innovators in Africa, 20 of them, then 10 in India, 20 in Asia Pacific, and this year we have launched in Latin America. We have more than 100 applications. We are really hoping that out of those, we will be announcing top 20 in COP, who will not only be given a small funding to take forward their idea, but more importantly, connect them with all the startups for the remaining regions, venture capital, mentoring, so that these young people can be the disruptors and create multi-million-dollar opportunities in your countries. Those are three elements, I repeat: policy and regulatory support, catalytic finance facilities to unlock private sector, and SolarX kind of youth and incubation efforts. But as we heard from all of you over 17 meetings that the ambassador was telling yesterday, each one of you feel that you want your local capability to emerge that can draw your energy transition plan in context of your own countries. And to me, that is very important. For far too long, outsiders have been telling countries what to do. And until and unless you have your own capability to manage the complex trade-offs that are required, it's going to be very difficult. We have a flagship program called STAR-C, Solar Technology Application Resource Centers, which are the centers of excellence in countries within your universities that can become the capacity building centers. You're proud, you will see that almost 17 of them will be operational by end of this year. We now believe the time has come where they should be operationally and financially stable rather than doing some one-off training programs funded by grant agencies, because they need to be looked and tied to the jobs market for private sector. But we propose to connect them to a global capability center in India. And why India? Because of the huge human capital that exists in India, we want all the developing countries to take advantage of India's digital expertise so that the digital leapfrogging of Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean can happen. Unfortunately, in the age of AI, we are seeing few countries are moving far ahead, and the gap between haves and have-nots is increasing. We believe for solar and for digitization of utilities, there is a space for all of you to get the world-class AI and digital solutions. And that will be a global capability center connected to all the spokes of these national centers of excellence. There are some also very interesting examples of institutions. If you are a large federal structure, an experience of India of having set up a solar energy corporation to bring down the risk of private sector is a very interesting model. We are taking it to some of the large African countries who have aspirations for multi-billion dollars, because as I mentioned, the private sector wants de-risking, and having one agency manage all the auctions and tenders, but also become the intermediary, especially if you're a federal structure, between the private sector and the buyer, has proven to reduce the risk of the project, and therefore you can get a much lower price. A third pillar is that as we grew, we were trying to do a lot of demonstration projects, and I think that has been very successful. But probably the time has come that we see, and when I say we see, I really hope you see the value in ISA, or not only doing a small demonstration project of one school or one hospital, but giving you the framework for getting all your schools and hospitals electrified. And for that, we are proposing we will move to a platform approach. We have two platforms, and one of them, we are very proud, will witness a big declaration of intent in the next 2 hours, where 6 countries of Caribbean are going to come together and talk about a declaration for an aggregate procurement and working together rather than trying to solve all your problems by yourself through a single large-scale work on aggregation of procurement. That's the SITS platform. But we are also working on regional interconnections. And regional interconnections are very important, especially some of them are now happening across continents, because one of the biggest aspects when you do a lot of solar is need for battery. And what is coming out is if you connect across continents, the peaks happen at very different times. And that can bring down the cost of battery storage or other pumped hydro storage solutions that you need. And this larger set of market that comes out when you are regionally interconnected in the long run is very important for system security. And finally, we will work in few countries because we cannot work in all, of a country partnership framework, just as you saw us today sign with Grenada, and we already have Cuba as a second country in Latin America, where we will work on a 3 to 5 year partnership of clear milestones, what needs to happen on utility scale solar, floating solar, mini grids, agrivoltaics, productive use appliance, solar pumps, and then also put our project implementation units called national NFP support units in the field, because this cannot be done if you don't have very good local project implementation support units. So that will be the country partnership strategy, third pillar. And the fourth and final pillar is about technology policy and technology roadmaps. We are hearing from countries that doing a particular technology, whether it is solar PV, whether it is battery, or newer technologies like green hydrogen, perovskite, will lock you in for 20 to 25 year contracts. So each country wants to know what technology works best in your context. And some of the larger countries are asking, if I'm going to do tens of gigawatts, what can I produce locally? And these are questions that need a very strong analytical understanding of different technologies. So we will like to help our countries have technology prioritization, country point of views, but also look at policy. If you look at green hydrogen and you say, I want to bet on green hydrogen, you must have a policy framework for next 5-10 years to promote investment. So we are offering a composite set of both country prioritization and country roadmaps for those technologies. So this is the broad, as you can see, I hope you will understand that each of these elements is about implementation support. They are not about reports and conferences, because I personally believe the world has had too many of reports and conferences. People want a lot of support on how and implementation. So all of this is either how to get private sector invest in your country, how to build your own capacity, how to have a very deep partnership for 3 to 5 years in getting things done, and how to advise you on what technologies you must have. Very practical. Let me give you 1 or 2 examples before I end. Let's look at what Catalytic Finance Hub is. Let me give you an example that we have now for Africa. Selected Africa 50, which is co-owned by 34 governments, as the fund manager for this 200 million facility, for which the first 75 million is going to be operational by October, November. We have 25 million from Government of India. 25 million from World Bank that has already been approved, 10 million from our own funding, 10 million from Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, and about 5 million from, 4 million, 5 million from philanthropy. What are we proposing there is, let me give you an example of Nigeria. Nigeria, very large country, 200 million people, 90 million do not even have energy access, in spite of such a high level of oil and gas, and at least 70% of those 90 million will have energy through distributed renewable energy, which is mini grids and others. Now, there is a business model of how can private sector scale up distributed renewable energy. And what was happening of 100, 150 mini grids are going to go to 10,000 mini grids in 5 years. The private sector has some concessional money available from World Bank and AFDB, but they do not have the equity. So the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, like a sovereign wealth fund, has said that I'm going to give $150 million of equity support to private sector DRE players. But their board, when they had a meeting, said, what if you lose money? This is the money of the sovereign wealth fund. So they approached us and say, can you become the first guarantor of first 10% loss, which means if I invest $10 million, ISA should give 1.5, I'll give 8.5. And if there is a loss of 1.5 million, first ISA will book it on equity. Now, once we know that there's not going to be a loss because the market is good, but this is the best way for private sector to invest, we take that loss. But our 15 million is galvanizing 150 million of Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority equity. And if you remember, equity debt is 1:4 or 1:3. That means another 450 million of debt. So our 15 million is galvanizing 600 million of investments. And that is a very important part of how concessional finance should be used to leverage a lot of more money. So that, I think, is an example of how we want to help unlock the private sector capability. This is about the StarSea centers. We had a pleasure of discussing with a lot of you yesterday. As you can see, we have about 17 countries that will have a functional solar technology application resource centers. I will repeat, we are not trying to replicate physical infrastructure. Countries tell us which university they believe has the right capability, and we work with the head of that center of excellence in having an operational and financial plan. Right now, only Cuba is a country that has a StarSea in Latin America, but we are very proud that we discussed with OECS of having almost a SIDS, Center of Excellence, to be operationalized very soon, and therefore we feel that's a great idea as part of the SIDS platform to have a SIDS Center of Excellence as the next Center of Excellence in Latin America. The text on the right side tells you about what does this Global Capability Center going to help these regional centers for. As I mentioned, a lot of advisory services that you hire today on trying to do a digital tender, on trying to do a PPA finalization or policy regulation, often is very expensive. We want to streamline it so that this can be achieved at very low, almost as low possible price as possible. And this will be centralized. Then we will create an international center of excellence that will have a renewable energy simulator, all the latest artificial intelligence models for training the key officials from your countries. We also want a democratization of knowledge, where I talked about Khan Academy for Solar only for this to understand that my 14-year-old daughter goes to the YouTube for Khan Academy to understand maths. And I realize it's happening across the world. We believe the time has come that all solar knowledge for rooftop, for pumps, for cold storage, for utility scale solar should be democratized with videos on YouTube so that a child or an electrician in Trinidad, Tobago to Grenada doesn't need to go to an expert. Everything should be digitized. And we are really hoping that a year from now, we'll try and put entire democratization of everything that exists on solar in different formats on the web. And it just so happens because you are based in India, this is very easy and very cheap to do because there's lots of talent in India to actually do it. Now, as I mentioned, on digitization, we have a new multi-donor trust fund. All of you, as members of ISA Assembly, were part of its approval in 2022. We are glad to report it's fully functional. It already has $8 or $9 million of grants. So if you as a country would like some help on digital tendering, like on SIDS we will definitely be doing. If you want some support on digitization of your utilities, then this is a new facility that is operational, and we'll be very happy to discuss how we can support some of the countries. Let me tell you a little bit of how we believe it is extremely important for LAC context. As per IADB, since you are already 65% in renewables, the main challenge for Latin America would be looking at automation and digitization for bringing efficiency. Some of you who have very high losses in the system or billing and collection inefficiencies will actually benefit even more with the digitization. Because if you have digitization starting with smart meters, and then you have a digital twinning where the head of the utility will know where the money is going, where the money is coming from, your ability to bring down losses will be very substantial. Almost $80 billion are lost in the world today because of high losses. And incidentally, that is the main reason private sector is very unwilling to invest, because they believe they don't have the payment security for these utilities who do not have enough cash. So the right side gives you a little bit of a model that we are already working on. Digital utilities and energy transition, DUIT, in which there are three aspects of help. One is, as I mentioned, you can reduce the distribution losses because the digitization gives you the decision support system to help reduce losses and improve collections. It helps on optimized power procurement by having AI algorithms do the transmission and distribution load dispatch. And of course, with the renewable energy, you can actually bring down the losses because in some of the Indian utilities, an AI algorithm is bringing down the renewable energy requirement by 20%. Because you have solar rooftop, you have DRE, you have utility scale. When you are everything in the system, how do you know at the given time, are you able to optimally dispatch all of them? So there are AI algorithms that are telling that you are actually not dispatching 20% of your renewable energy. So by AI algorithms, you can increase your renewable energy dispatch by 20%. And if you get 20% more from your same investment, that means you don't need that much more investment. And therefore, this will completely change your calculation of total investment requirement for next 10, 20 years on meeting your loads. So I can just mention maybe a little bit of a provocative statement that a lot of people in advanced countries like India, China are saying that what you witnessed with retail of Amazon, changing how people buy and sell goods, is going to happen in electricity in 5-10 years. Everyone will have a solar rooftop, a battery, some DRE, and you'll all be in the app selling electricity to each other or to the grid. India is already trying by launching an India Energy Stack. Some of you must be knowing that India has UPI payments for even a tea seller takes money on the phone. This is going to happen on energy in next 3 to 4 years. And that goes back to my original point. We want to help each country not be left behind on this digital leapfrogging. So that, I think, is going to be a very important part. As I mentioned about the regional and country engagement, we have done the regional engagements with Europe and US and Asia Pacific. We are delighted to be here in Chile for Latin America, Caribbean, and then we'll be going to Ghana for Africa. These are the countries for which we are doing the country partnership strategy. It had Cuba from Latin America, and we are delighted to add Grenada today. We'll be very happy to at least take one more country if you're interested. And I end by this slide that I talked to you about on technology. This is about what is the best technology for your country's context. and therefore how you should prioritize. And once you prioritize, what is going to be the roadmap for policies on doing, and definitely some overall global supply chain diversification. This slide is important for Latin America context because this is the region with one of the highest mineral bases and rare earth metals. As you can see, the graph or the table on the left side tells you what are the critical technologies and critical minerals that are needed in each of the solar and clean tech, whether it's solar PV, wind, hydro, CSP, geothermal. You have these elements right from copper, nickel, cobalt, to rare earth metals and plutonium group metals. And it so happens that Central and South America has 45% of global lithium and 30% of copper reserves. So the clean tech revolution of this region has to be mapped to how efficiently these resources are utilized, and this can be part of the technology prioritization and technology roadmaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Director General, for such an insightful presentation. I now invite members to share their comments on the updates provided. Thank you. I recognize Saint Lucia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I guess, reflect on the catalytic finance hub that was mentioned in the presentation, because when I look at this hub and I think of the Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility that Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and soon to be St. Kitts and Nevis has signed on to, I think this is an area where the region is going. The three countries each have committed $10 million of either financing to a fund manager, which is the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Facility, that will do just what the Catalytic Finance Hub is seeking to do. And I bring this up because I see here where there is synergy between the REEF and the Catalytic Finance Hub. And I think this is an area that we can pursue even, I would say, immediately, to see how the Catalytic Finance Hub and the REEF can advance the energy transition within the region, and hopefully to spur on other countries within the OECS and the wider Caribbean to become a part of that facility, to further enhance it so that we can advance the energy transition in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, St. Lucia, for identifying that strategic correlation there. Any other comments from members? Suriname. I recognize Suriname.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for having us here. Congratulations and special success to the new appointed Director General. Of course, to the government of Chile for hosting us, and everybody here that I met recently. Of course, to you, Chair, good luck during this meeting. We look forward to a successful outcome of it. So I'm the national focal point for ISSA in Suriname, also the Permanent Secretary for Energy. and we in Suriname are very much supporting the work that ISA is doing. So Director General, on the updates that you provided, Suriname is supporting it. Of course, we had a good discussion yesterday, of which we had identified certain action points that should be taken from the part of Suriname, especially what we will get presented in a few minutes, the SITS platform, which we are very much looking forward to and happy to support that part. So, of course, I also support that what the colleague or the Minister of St. Lucia just mentioned. And I think for the members of ISA, that we should really look into all the specific opportunities that the leadership of ISA is bringing to the table. We see more progress, we see more innovation, and we really, really, as Suriname, support that and applaud that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Suriname. I recognize the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to congratulate you on your election. Director General, thank you very much for that presentation. Very encouraging. I also would like to add my voice in support of the contributions made by the members of the Caribbean delegations, especially in the case of St. Lucia. We give support to the proposal. But also, coming from the last meeting, we also support the Center of Excellence in the OECS, and particularly because we feel there is need for more research and development that are more appropriate to our own realities. It is very difficult to compare, Africa, or India, or even Latin America with our own realities in the small island developing states of the Caribbean, especially the Eastern Caribbean states. We have peculiarities that need to be looked at. And of course, thank God, knock on wood, we're in the hurricane season, no hurricane yet. But we need to have that conversation. And I think there is a need for a center that will do actual research and development, looking at small systems and the sensitivities with regards to solar PV. We have seen some countries that move ahead within our region have been faced with their own challenges in the reliability and stability of rooftop solar, especially without storage. So there are a number of lessons that we can learn, and we, in the Caribbean, created the Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, CICRE, located in Barbados. I believe that partnerships with the International Solar Alliance could be useful in doing some of the work that is required to tell us what is the real cost of solar. Because I can't in any way transfer what I read about, some of the countries with, like Chile. I mean, this is, even my neighbor here, Belize, with the massive land mass that they have. I'm not sure how I can, with my 289 square miles, 750 square kilometers, talk solar the way he can talk solar. And therefore, we need to have that conversation to see how this works. So I am very happy, with the progress being made, and the fact that Dominica has not been actively participating in this conversation. I'm very happy today to be part of that conversation, and I hope I do not sound like someone who shouldn't be in this conversation.
Thank you so much, colleague. Please forgive me. In my direct view, I recognize the flag turned up for Dominica, but Cuba went before Dominica, so forgive me for that slight oversight. And I now give the floor to Cuba. Are you no longer?
Buenos días. No hay problema. El orden no afecta el orden de los factores no afecta los resultados. Excelentísimo señor Achis Cana, director general de la Alianza Solar Internacional. Señoras y señores representantes de los países de América Latina y del Caribe, les transmitimos Un afectuoso saludo del ministro de Energía y Minas de Cuba, compañero Vicente Lao Levy. Agradecemos la acogida de los camaradas de Chile como país sede de esta 7ª reunión regional de la ISA en América Latina y el Caribe. Cuba, país miembro fundador de la Alianza Solar Internacional, y el Ministerio de Energía y Minas, el punto focal para Cuba, aprovecho la ocasión para agradecer a la Alianza el apoyo que nos ha brindado para el cambio de la matriz energética, expresado en donativos para el desarrollo de proyectos pilotos del sistema de bombeo solar para el riego agrícola y el Centro de Energía Solar Starchin para la capacitación y el entrenamiento de expertos y especialistas cubanos y de la región. Especialistas de la ISA han impartido por videoconferencia cursos sobre bombeos solares y movilidad eléctrica, lo que nos ha resultado muy útil. Existe un programa de gobierno de generar el 100% de la electricidad con fuentes renovables de energía, proyectando el desarrollo de la eólica, hidráulica, bioenergía y la solar, priorizando en esta etapa la solar fotovoltaica, donde se trabaja para lograr que en el año 2030 el 24% de la generación total sea con energías limpias. Las prioridades para lograr este objetivo son las siguientes. Primer proyecto, instalación de 1.000 megawatts solar fotovoltaica que concluiremos en diciembre de este año 2025. Segundo proyecto, instalación de 120 megawatts solar fotovoltaica para abril del año 2026, en el cual estamos trabajando. Tercer proyecto, instalación de 1.000 megawatts solar fotovoltaica para diciembre del año 2028. Culminar el montaje de 1.312 bombas solares para el suministro de agua a la población. Iniciar con la ISA el montaje e instalación del primer lote de 1.592 bombas solares para el suministro de agua a la población, el riego agrícola y la ganadería. Hemos trabajado en la creación de capacidades de estudio, diseño, instalación, montaje y sostenibilidad de sistemas de bombeo solar y pequeños sistemas de generación solar en viviendas, o sea, en techo, y en el sector estatal. Existe y funciona el laboratorio en energía solar en la Universidad de La Habana, que se encarga de la capacitación a montadores y operadores, control y monitoreo de instalaciones que hoy trabajan, detención de los principales problemas que afectan la eficiencia de los paneles, las miniredes, así como otros trabajos. Estas modestas capacidades las ofrecemos a través de la ISA o de forma bilateral para los países de la región, los que compartimos y enfrentamos en iguales condiciones el cambio climático y sus consecuencias. La respuesta más rápida ante los desastres naturales es lograr la unidad de acción. Es por ello que ponemos a disposición nuestras experiencias en el uso de la energía renovable, en particular el aprovechamiento de la energía solar fotovoltaica, proponiendo realizar talleres o eventos técnicos de intercambio de experiencias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Cuba, for your interventions. Just by note of the agenda item, I would like to let you guys be aware that underneath agenda item 10, you will have an opportunity to give intervention on country members' statement. This agenda item currently now is to deal with the presentation done by the Director General, so your comments and your feedback should be based on that. But we thank you so very much. I would invite the floor to anyone else who's willing to make a contribution towards the presentation provided. I see the flag of St. Vincent. Oh, all right. Any further comments or feedback? Right. If no further comments, I request the Secretariat to take note of the comments made by members. The next agenda item is update and future plans. ISA programs and activities in Latin America and the Caribbean region as contained in working document number 5. This agenda item outlines the progress made and the path ahead across ISA's diverse initiatives in our region, from launching the Solar X Startup Challenge for LAC and Solar Data Portal to advancing flagship reports like the Ease of Doing Solar. ISA has actively worked to enhance analytics, advocacy, capacity building, and regulatory support. Notably, the operationalization of the STAR centers and the expansion of the Solar Knowledge Series mark key milestones in strengthening the solar ecosystem across the region. Programmatic progress spans key areas, solar water pumping assessments from across LAC region, projects in solar parks, floating solar, solar cold storage projects, and capacity building for over 1,000 professionals. Looking ahead, ISA plans to deepen country-specific engagements, advance floating solar frameworks, and continue its targeted work on solar mini-grids, agrivoltaics, storage, e-mobility, and green hydrogen. I now invite the Secretariat to present the detailed update and future plans on ISA programs and activities in Latin America and the Caribbean region.
Thank you, Chair. We recognize the importance, as you just mentioned, of very specific context of each countries in Latin America and Caribbean. But the skills that we will talk about in terms of digitization, AI, research and development for small-scale systems, given the size of the countries, and how to get private sector to invest through the CEO caucus and others that we will talk about, have been the big elements. I will request our regional head for Latin America and Caribbean, Hugo, to give you a presentation. But let me just please kindly state that we really value your inputs after the presentation on certain elements. First is, what more specifically would you like, especially on the jobs agenda for solar? Because we really believe solar for agriculture and DRE applications linking to jobs would be very critical. Second, what kind of project pipeline and policy and regulatory reforms that we are talking about are most relevant? And finally, in terms of creation of local capability. So those are the three questions I will be seeking guidance on. With that, I request Hugo to kindly make a brief presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, distinguished delegates of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's an honor for me to address you as Regional Programs Head for our region at the International Solar Alliance. As a proud citizen of the Dominican Republic, both Latin American and Caribbean, I am doubly privileged to work alongside each of your governments in advancing our shared solar future. As you can see in that slide, here is our ISA family in Latin America and the Caribbean, 23 full members and 3 signatories. To complete the family, there are 7 other countries in our beautiful region that we hope will soon join this solar family. We also have 2 vice chairs steering our regional agenda, Grenada and Suriname. Next, please. So, about the regional country level engagement. Countries through regional platforms like our Small Islands Developing States platform and detailed program areas, including solar water pumping, mini-grids, rooftop solar, e-mobility and storage, solar parks, heating and cooling, photovoltaics, modules and batteries, end-of-life management, green hydrogen, and our Star-C capacity centers. Next, please. So I define our region as a solar powerhouse, one sun, many nations, 660 million people in 33 countries, 4 main languages, and exceptional sunshine everywhere. In Chile's Atacama Desert, the direct normal irradiance peaks about 3,800 kilowatt hour per square meter per year, the highest in the earth. Caribbean islands get 6.5 kilowatt hour per square meter per day of global horizontal irradiance. Solar photovoltaic capacity in Brazil surged from 1.5 gigawatts in 2016 to 37 gigawatts in 2024. Chile grew from 1.5 gigawatts to 8 gigawatts. Collectively, Latin America and the Caribbean hit almost 80 gigawatts last year. And record low auction prices, $13.3 per megawatt hour in Chile in 2023, $17.3 per megawatt hour in Brazil in 2019, making solar the cheapest new power in 17 Latin American and Caribbean markets. Next, please. So the strategic vision, as our DG mentioned it previously, we are building on 4 pillars. So number 1, catalytic finance hub. Through our global solar facility, we will launch a Latin American Caribbean solar facility in 2027 to the risk private investment. Global Capabilities Center and digitalization is like a Silicon Valley for solar. Hub and spoke model with a Starseed as a spokes and a multi-donor trust fund for digital public infrastructure. Regional and country engagement. We run the SEEDS platform for the Caribbean islands and tailor country partnership frameworks, roadmaps in 9 programs areas for priority countries. And regarding technology roadmap and policy, we help each government design value chain assessment and deployment plans so policy unlocks solar scale up smoothly. Next, please. So, from ambition to action. Here's the progress so far. Deep footprint, 23 engaged member countries. Country partnership frameworks signed with Cuba and Grenada. A Starseed Centers hub at the University of Havana is operational, and next will be in Venezuela, Guyana, and one for the Caribbean Eastern states to follow. The SolarX Startup Challenge for Latin America and the Caribbean, accelerating 20 innovators. Apply by 15 August, please. Aggregation and finance, World Bank ISA facility targeting more than 1 gigawatt of distributed photovoltaics plus storage, trimming procurement cost by 15 to 20%. And regarding capacity building, more than 2,000 government officials and technicians trained. Dedicated Latin American Caribbean scholarship launch in 2026. So I do this call to action. Let's co-design bankable solar programs that deliver resilience, jobs, and universal access by 2030. Next, please. So our regions have shared challenge, and we are going to bring tailored solutions. All our countries share 4 priorities: energy security, affordability, inclusivity, and stronger climate ambition. 13 of us already have net zero pledge. Regarding the Caribbean seats, over 85% of power is diesel imported. The tariffs are up to 43 US cents per kilowatt hour. A small grid needs rooftop photovoltaics, microgrids, and storage for hurricane resilience. Regarding the mainland Latin America, hydropower at 45%, but draws risk raising. 17 million people still off-grid, expanding mining, agribusiness, and data center demand requires 24/7 clean power and green hydrogen feedstock. So through the ISA's initiative, One Zone, One World, One Grid, interconnection and storage frameworks address both contexts. Next, please. Let's now zoom in our programs. Regarding solar power agricultural application, that is underway for Cuba, solar water pumping commissioned in Jamaica and Cuba, and 4 installations are in progress in Suriname. Scaling solar mini-grids, Costa Rica submitted its expression of interest, and there are more talks underway across Central America and the Caribbean. Scaling solar rooftop, Guyana's healthcare solarization was completed. Diagnostic delivered for Peru, Cuba, Belize, and St. Kitts and Nevis is in pipeline. And regarding solar e-mobility and storage, readiness assessment for 14 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Long-duration energy storage roadmaps for Barbados, Brazil, Chile, El Salvador, and Panama. And now we are drafting the national storage strategy. Next, please. Regarding solar parks and floating solar, preliminary assessment report was done for Paraguay, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And Dominican Republic is the next one. Regarding solar heating and cooling, El Salvador submitted an expression of interest for clean cooking, and for Cuba, some projects have been identified in the framework of the country partnership framework. Regarding photovoltaic modules and battery and waste management, discussions are underway to end-of-life standards, ISA paper forthcoming. And solar for green hydrogen, deep dives for Argentina, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, Green Hydrogen Innovation Center portal live in our website. Country insights developed for 10 Latin American countries on the portal. Green Hydrogen Policy Accelerator training course, participation by 6 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean in August and October 2024. And now, supporting national hydrogen roadmaps of the countries. Next, please. So, deepening engagement. We are strengthening ties via the country partnership frameworks. Cuba and Grenada already signed it. National solar energy roadmaps, upfront planning for Grenada, the SIDS platform, a sustainable island transition through digital public infrastructure, e-marketplace, project packaging and finance, capacity building, and strategic outreach designed to accelerate Iceland's energy transition. Next, please. So on the Small Island Developing State SIDS platform, we are securing political endorsement. Then we are going to move into operationalization, and will formalize partnership with the Latin American Energy Organization, OLADE, and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, alongside multilateral finance partners. Next, please. Here, you can see Here are our Solar Technology Application Resource Centers, STAR-C in action. Centers of excellence for capacity building, testing, and standardization, enterprise incubation, and knowledge management. Our first STAR-C is already training people in the University of Havana in Cuba, connecting the gap between solar employment and deployment. Next, please. So, as I mentioned, we have one STAR-C operational in Havana, Cuba, and the next one will be in Venezuela, Guyana, Belize, and Grenada. Our next steps will be to design and publish a regional training calendar and formalize new centers to ensure every sub-region in the Latin American Caribbean has a hub by 2027. Next, please. So regarding advocacy, innovation, and knowledge, our regulatory advocacy, we are offering exchange programs and technical assistance to align national policies with country partnership frameworks and small island developing states priorities. The SolarX Startup Challenge is accelerating 20 innovators. Application closed 15 August. And we will soon launch an interactive dashboard to track every project's progress across Latin America and the Caribbean. Next, please. So, key regional partnerships. The partnerships makes us stronger. With the Latin American Energy Organization, we will align policy, share data, and run capacity building programs across the Caribbean and Latin America. With the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, we will fast-track solar pipelines, aggregate procurement, and mobilize finance for all the islands of the Eastern Caribbean states. Next, please. And our global partnership ecosystem. Beyond Latin America and the Caribbean, we collaborate with, for risk mitigation and innovative finance, the World Bank, European Investment Bank, Green Climate Fund. Regarding readiness and enabling activities, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Rockefeller Foundation, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for the Asia and the Pacific. Regarding technology promotion, United Nations Environment Program, Asia Development Bank, European Union, and regarding investment mobilization, Global Green Growth Institute, India, Brazil, South Africa Facility, United Nations Development Program. Next, please. That's our quick tour of ISA's update and future plans in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have the sunshine, the talent, and the partnership to lead the solar revolution. Let's work together, governments, private sector, and civil society to bring resilient, affordable, and inclusive solar power to every corner of our region by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for such a passionate and a great clarion call for members on this journey. I now invite or request the members to make any comments on the update as presented by the Secretariat. I recognize the Republic of Suriname, followed by Belize.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Hugo, for really a very passionate and informative presentation. I was getting very much excited about it. As for Suriname, I know that DG had some question at the beginning. For Suriname, we have identified 3 specific activities or projects or ideas where we would like to have our help. Suriname has invested very much in PV solar systems in the interior. We have a coastal area, and we have the interior where we provide our people with PV solar, with 24/7 electricity by means of PV solars. And in that regard, we need more help, more assistance, more training. So specifically scaling solar mini grids. And in that line also, of course, the National Solar Energy Roadmap. I think that is a very, very important thing to link to this, the scaling of the mini grids, and Suriname is really in need of that. Rooftop solar is specifically my personal favorite. It's not really being exploited yet a lot in Suriname as well, but I really love the idea of rooftop solar. And in Suriname, we also have the law already that if the household, and specifically for households, if households can produce more electricity than they can consume, they can sell it to the grid. So that is already in place. So we have one step there, but we would really like some help in that. And of course, the STAR centers. We talked about training yesterday, and that would actually give us more tools to not only build capacity, but also be innovative and continue with the work that we are doing already. I'm very happy to mention that with the UNDP, or with the help from the UNDP, Suriname has visited 21 villages the past 2 months, June, July, in indeed gathering data to write bankable projects. So I'm happy to see that also this is something that ISA is pursuing, and we would also we'd also like to link with that part. And I think this will tie in what the policy is in Suriname on renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I recognize Belize and the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to start by acknowledging and echoing Hugo's passion. And I want to start with the last part of what he said. Because when you think about it, the globe has become much smaller because of technology, because of everything having all the connectivity that has occurred. But bringing us in such an environment, I mean, that's thinking about every part of the country, or every country, and where they fit on the globe, and how we become one part of that puzzle, creating economies of scale where diseconomies of scale exist. My colleague from the Commonwealth of Dominica said something about Belize and its size. Yes, we're 8,867 square miles with a population of 500,000. So think about the population density, where in some cases you will have infrastructure, but there's hardly anyone below that infrastructure. An expansion of such an infrastructure becomes very costly. And so that becomes an issue, because if expansion of CapEx to recover that possibly means an increase in tariffs. And that's one of the things we've been, I heard the DG saying something about tariffs. We're in the process, and I'm glad that we're here indeed, because solar has now become our focus. As a matter of fact, I mentioned that our Prime Minister just recently established a special electricity committee, which he has asked me to chair. And the purpose of that is to look forward thinking, next 2, 5, 10 years, and to see what that mix will look like, the least cost expansion, what that will look, keep tariffs at a certain level. So listening to all of this information, and all the different projects, and to see how each country can benefit. But one of the things I also want to encourage is that we share knowledge. Because knowledge sharing there's economics in knowledge sharing, because it will actually reduce the cost of trying to reinventing the wheel. The cost of solar technology, for example, has really been reduced, when initially it was very expensive. Now we're looking to at least 200 megawatts of solar with a combination of generation and, of course, utilization of batteries. And so for us, and then when I told Ryan, notice Belize was mentioned up there because these are some of the advocacy that we're looking for. But colleagues, we're also here to see how we can gain knowledge because learning never stops, and how we can share knowledge so that when we shout and say under ESA or ISA, all of us have benefited, but benefit in such a way that it creates greater equity, it becomes more equitable, and that all facets of our globe, of the different countries where you hear about 90 million people not having access to electricity, those are things that we need to correct. And so I just want to applaud the head table, DG. From the first time we met, when we came in jet lagged, the conversation started and it has never stopped. So I just want to say thanks on behalf of Belize.
Thank you so very much, and I give the floor to Dominica.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ugo, thank you for that presentation. I like the energy, no pun intended, but you know, it was really full of passion and energy, and I like that. I was very, well, the interest on a few areas, particularly solar application in agriculture, but we also need to add fisheries. I think that's an important addition. I think there are solutions. What we need, one of the things I wish to propose, that we really cater some solutions in agriculture, especially in rural areas where there is no connectivity to the grid, but also from an economic standpoint, where it makes more sense to have self-generation in those remote areas in agriculture and in inland fisheries, especially the RAS system or biofloc system, or one of those different technologies with recirculating systems, which require a lot of energy. That is a disincentive to those investments, is the energy cost. So I think that could be very interesting. Pumping, as was indicated, the project in Jamaica, water pumping, whether it's through boreholes, wells, or just from rivers, which are in the valleys that need to get up to the mountaintop. So I think there are some real applications that could be very useful to us in our small rural communities that can be tailored as solutions. Also, the STAR centers, I think this is an excellent initiative. If we really want to support that. But for us in the Caribbean, we have a lot of centers. We have the 5 Cs in Belize, the Climate Change Center of the Caribbean. We have SICRI, which is another center for energy and energy efficiency based in Barbados. We have a number of organizations that we've created to provide support, and some of them, they overlap, because the 5 Cs also provide some support that could sometimes be in energy. And we need to rationalize those centers. And if we are going to create a new center, we need to have at least some relationship with the existing ones. So in our case in the OECS, of course, we would like to be closer home, but it means it would be additional cost after the support period would expire, that the countries would have to finance it. Self-financing is admirable, but the only true case we have is the 5 Cs in Belize. So there's something to be learned there. So I just wanted to add that we may want to consider how we can finance those centers over time. The final thing, one of the areas that I have not seen in the literature, not just yours, but generally, is the impact of salination on solar PV over time in small island states where everywhere is close to the sea. We have not really seen that except for anecdotal information coming from some countries that have been in the business for a while, some island states. And that is something to pay attention to. And as part of the work of the center, it would be interesting opportunity to actually study the behavior of solar panels on small island developing states over a period of time, over the lifetime. And I'm very excited about the end of life cycle discussion, because that is something that people usually hit us with. What do you do with the batteries when they're done? The panels will give you a longer lifetime, but what would you do with them anyway? So I'm very, very happy for that type of conversation taking place, and I'm very happy to learn a little more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for such insightful feedback, Dominica. I believe it's, sorry, I'm short-sighted, so Guyana, so you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Just allow me to read from a prepared speech. I don't have the, so I'll just read what I wrote here. Good morning, honorable colleagues, heads of industries, and leadership of the International Solar Alliance, and our gracious hosts. Thank you for the opportunity for attending this meeting and the opportunity to make a very small comment and recommendation based on the presentation. I'm actually putting two presentations together based on what I heard this morning. My name is Olson Abrams, and I'm representing Guyana, as you see here. I would like to note the importance of training, as it was emphasized in the presentation. It ties in with the previous presentation that was made by the Honorable Director General on resource availability particularly. While we truly appreciate and benefit greatly from the knowledge shared on integration of finished products into energy conversion systems, I would also like to recommend the consideration of specific training in regard to the resource aspect of the solar PV and storage industries that was mentioned. Chemistry of materials, physics and the mechanics of extraction and materials processing into end products. I don't think specific emphasis has been made on this. I think this would greatly assist us, particularly in this part of the region, to participate in this very essential phase of the entire process of solar PV technology development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. If there is no other, I see Suriname.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to support the Minister from Commonwealth of Dominica in his last remark that he made, and actually emphasizes, because that's actually something that we have been discussing in CARICOM as well, in all the meetings actually that we're going, and where there are some initiatives, some actions, but I don't know if there are concrete plans in waste management, solar panel and battery waste management. How are we going to go about that? Because now Suriname is starting to install, and in a few years we will have waste, and I think that's the same case for the colleagues as well. So I think this is indeed a very important issue or topic to discuss and to maybe come up with a plan how to assist each other. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I request the Secretariat to take note of all the members' comments and recommendations. And in the absence of no further comments, we will now move on to agenda item 6, inputs on ISA's regional strategy for the Latin America and Caribbean region. The LAC region possesses immense solar potential and a strong foundation in renewable energy. However, the pathway to an inclusive and accelerated solar transition varies across countries, shaped by national priorities, market readiness, financing needs, and institutional capacity. So this agenda item invites valued perspectives from regional experts on how ISA can best support member countries in advancing solar deployment, whether through program implementation, financial instruments, capacity building, or enabling policies, all of which some of you have articulated already. And with that, I now invite inputs to ISA's regional strategy under this agenda item.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The ISA Secretariat is delighted to inform this regional committee that we are renewing our partnership with OLADE, and we have a representative from OLADE who will be briefing the committee on the work that OLADE is doing when it comes to solar.
morning, everyone. It is truly an honor to be here with all of you on behalf of the Latin American Energy Organization and on behalf of our Executive Secretary, Andrés Rebolledo, who is currently at Cuba on a training program up in the globe. My name is Valentina Licanqueo, as you can see on the screen. I'm a consultant based here in Chile for OLADE. I'm delighted to be here today to share the daily work of OLADE and give some comments on the ISA regional strategy for the Latin America and the Caribbean. And you know, for over 50 years, OLADE has been at the center of the energy cooperation and partnership in Latin America and the Caribbean. And when we started back in '73, it was all about building a fairer, more secure, and sustainable future for our region. And that's exactly what still drives us today. As an as a public organization, our main goal is clear: to assist and help 27 member countries to work together, grow sustainably, and keep our energy safe and sound while promoting regional integration. We're passionate about using and caring about our amazing energy resources wisely, and that means making sure we are meeting everyone's needs without forgetting about our planet's long-term health. Our organization is a provider of different platforms for the exchange of knowledge and experiences between member countries, and we really push for sharing this knowledge and technical know-how, because by sharing our insights, we all move forward faster. We truly believe that the energy transitions aren't just about technology. It takes innovation, affordable finance, and regional planning. But it also needs to be inclusive, for which we're deeply committed to making sure everyone has access to clean, affordable, and modern energy. And moreover, we believe energy is a right. As OLADE, we now welcome an amazing partner, the ISA. And as you know, the ISA was brilliantly launched back in 2015 and decided to carry not an easy, yet an important task: to bring together countries with great solar potential to really boost solar energy. And as you might have noticed, that some of the ISA member countries are also OLADEs. Now, please keep in mind that we are the greenest region on the planet with an incredible solar potential, but here's the exciting and here's the catch: we're only using 2% of that potential. So this makes us a natural partner for the ISA. Our region is eager to play a key role in the challenge of making the most of the solar potential, as well as the development of other technologies such as energy storage, green hydrogen, AI, and two of my personal favorites, agri-PV and solar e-mobility. But let us not forget a key element that Hugo mentioned during his presentation: waste management. So the ISA's fantastic programs and efforts offer a real, tangible opportunity for all other member countries, such as the Excellence Center and the democratization of knowledge and all the different activities and areas that Hugo mentioned as well. And as part of this collaboration that is just beginning, we'll work on the deployment of sustainable, reliable, and affordable solar energy. We'll explore new ways to finance solar projects, including regional funding models, to reduce investment risks, and it also aims to provide technical skills through regional training programs and promote this development of consistent solar energy policies and regulations. Because as you know, when we team up like this, everyone wins. But this collaboration isn't just a good idea, it's essential. OLADE brings the regional smarts, the policy know-how, and a deep understanding of our unique energy landscape. And the ISA brings the global vision, the experience, and the cutting-edge tech insights. But we also align on matters such as the gender equality and youth involvement and empowerment. So, on a very personal note, being a young woman representing OLADE is unbelievably important to me. It is a huge honor and a vital opportunity to show that the future of energy sector is inclusive and diverse. The energy transition won't succeed without fresh ideas and new voices. So let this be a sign that Olade is working side by side with women, young people, and all communities to foster just energy transitions in our region. And before I finished, and as our Minister of Energy mentioned before, we have an exciting invitation for later in September. Right here in Santiago, we will probably be hosting the 10 Energy Week alongside the Ministry of Energy and different actors across the world. And this is a 4-day unmissable event vital for political and strategic dialogues, bringing together experts and leaders to tackle the latest trends and challenges in our sector. But the excitement begins even earlier with one event I'm so proud to be organizing, which is the first youth meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean in energy on Monday, September 29, in this very city, where we'll provide a platform for young people to drive transformation in the energy sector, and where ISA will be joining us as well in those efforts. So thank you so much, and we're really looking forward to working together and welcoming in our future events as Olade and here in Chile. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olade, for the insightful suggestion. And as a young woman and a youth myself in energy, I support and commend you on that initiative. Back over to you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are also proud, privileged, and delighted to be joined by the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States. We are delighted to also report to the Regional Committee that ISA and OECS will have signed and entered into a Memorandum of Understanding. We request our distinguished representative from the OECS to make their presentation, post which we will witness the exchange of the MOUs between Olade and OECS.
Distinguished Chair, Director General of ISA, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias, namaste, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from Dr. Didacus Jules, Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS Commission, who regrettably cannot make it here today because of other obligations, but who may not be here physically, but I can assure you that he is very much part of the spirit of this meeting. We are very pleased to be part of this distinguished meeting on concrete action for solar energy in the world, I would say, not just in our region, but in the world. Let me express our gratitude to the organizers, the ISA, and the government of Chile for your warm hospitality. As the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States is an intergovernmental organization comprising 12 member states, a fairly homogeneous group which presents incredible opportunity for leveraging functional cooperation on solar energy. As you can see, we are a diverse group in some ways because we have some from the British Virgin Islands, which are in some way part of the ISA, and we also have members that are dependent, as you would see by our chair, for example, representing Grenada, that are also part of the ISA in a different way. But the real goal of the OECS is to support economic growth and expansion through the optimal utilization of domestic resources, including solar. So the OECS Commission, whom I represent today, serves as the secretariat for the OECS. The vision of the OECS is that clean and indigenous energy transforms and drives the development in our region, advancing sustainable energy for economic, social, and environmental prosperity. We have our OECS Sustainable Energy Framework, which is a formal articulation of our functional cooperation in this area, And the goal really is to optimize the contribution of clean, reliable, and affordable energy for the development of this area. At the core of this is renewable energy, and this is really centered on sustainable energy in the form of solar energy and geothermal. But solar energy supports other priorities in our framework, including sustainable energy for transportation, for resilience, for economic growth and development, and of course for empowerment of our people. This year is an important year for us because it marks the start of the OECS Decade of Action on Sustainable Energy, which was established under the Bastet Declaration in February of this year. And the decade really seeks to promote concrete action and mobilization across all the OECS at all levels for advancing sustainable energy. We have a number of solar-related initiatives which help build and promote these initiatives, including the development of the OECS Sustainable Energy Greenprint, which has a renewable energy target of a minimum of 20% in all our member states. At the core of this is solar energy targets. We also have an umbrella initiative which brings together our efforts in sustainable energy and climate change called the Eastern Caribbean Solar Challenge. We are pursuing work under our OECS photovoltaic integration study and capacity building, which seeks to support our utilities and governments in planning realistic solar energy targets for our region. And lastly, what we're highlighting here is the Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy in Buildings project, which currently supports not only 2 members of our OECS member states, but also Guyana, who is a part of the wider Caribbean. And this project really seeks to promote leadership in government for the use of energy efficiency and solar. So in this regard, we welcome the MOU and the formal collaboration with the International Solar Alliance, as we see it as a gateway to help mobilize traction and action on solar energy. Opportunities to collaborate include the strengthening of our regulatory and institutional frameworks for solar, mobilization of public and private financing in our OECS member states for solar energy advancements and investments, facilitation of broad applications of solar across our member states, and as we have heard before, capacity building, looking at a regional star for our OECS member states. Of course, we also see an opportunity for procurement and engagement with the SIDS e-marketplace platform, and we hope to also get some opportunity to collaborate and partner on communication strategies and tracking of progress for our solar energy targets. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the OECS is very pleased to partner now with the International Solar Alliance, as well as other relevant international and regional solar and sustainable energy agencies in advancing solar energy for the benefit of our OECS people, improving the quality of life and ensuring that we have a sustainable future. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representatives. Before we move ahead to witness the formal exchange of these MOUs, we have a very special address. May I request His Excellency, Honorable Minister for Chile, to present the work that the Republic of Chile has been doing in an exceptional project at Talagante.
So, hello everybody again. I'll try to speak from my seat. When I was on the podium in my keynotes, I talk about how are we struggling with bringing the benefits from clean energy to real households, and how to do that fast enough. So we find allies in this transition to clean energies. And what I would like to talk with you is how this project in Talagante help us in that regard. And before explaining with more details here, I would like to share a personal story. When I was doing my PhD in the US, one of the most influential professor I had it was my professor of microfinance, which was an Indian, Prasad. And in the first lecture on microfinance, he came to the classroom with a toolbox and put it on top of the desk and said, guys, if you want to reach real poor people, vulnerable households, then you need a different toolbox than the one you are normally using. And he took a hammer. This hammer might not see as something very special to you, but then try to screw something with a hammer. It just don't work. So it's very similar to what you see on this particular small power plant, photovoltaic power plant. It might not see that much, but it's really special. Let me tell you why. We have had individual programs for solar rooftops for quite some time. And for different reasons, we were struggling with the scaling of this program. A part of it is, of course, funding, and I will provide some further comments on that. But other barriers were not really related with just finance. On the one hand, when you are trying to help vulnerable households, sometimes the houses are not of very good quality. So the roof might not hold solar equipment on top of it. Maybe the land titles are not clear. And then it's really hard to find, going through inheritances, different land uses, different entitlements regarding the places in which poor people live. And finally, you have incentives. When a family is struggling with bringing food to the table, maybe they will just sell the equipment you put on the roof. And then you have the same problem once again. So in order to get to those places, then you need if that's a nail, then you need a hammer. You don't need a different set of tools. And that's why we came up with this format of public policy. It's just 5,000 square meters. That's not that much. That may help about 500 households. So in about an acre, you have enough sun power to take care of about 500 households. There you don't have the problem of the land entitlement, because you move the problem for land entitlement to just the entitlement for being a consumer, and that's way easier. This program, the way it works is that it generates to the system, it injects to a medium tension grid, and then creates a bag of discounts, and then you distribute this bag of discounts with the neighboring communities. You don't have the problem of having a house that may not hold the solar panels on the top. You don't have the problem of entitlement. And you unleash the power of microfinance, because if you have 500 households together in a bundle of contracts, then you can start to provide inviting private partners to maybe develop an ESCO mechanism, maybe bring together some co-findings that help scaling up the program. Once you already have 500 households in a network of contracts, then the finance is a little different. This one in particular is fully financed by our public budget, but because it's a pilot program. But what you can create with a 500 household network of contracts is much more than just public funding. So this format is very simple. It's like a hammer. It's 5,000 square meters of solar panels near a vulnerable community that creates about something like it's able to cut the electricity bill by half of 500 households. That's the size of the program for 20 years. From a government perspective, why is this a good program? For two reasons. First, because it's a very smart way of inviting private investors joining in this kind of program. It could be a good program for utility scale generators that are trying to go through community engagement. This could be also a good way of local governments to use the funding, or international institutions trying to come out with programs that have a good yield in terms of efficiency. And a second reason is for public expenditure normally goes directly to the bill of the customer, and that's good because that's a relief for the household's budget. But from a productivity program, it doesn't make a difference. When you give a subsidy to the electricity bills, the real price of energy stays exactly the same. You are just distributing differently the cost of that energy. With this kind of program, the cost of the real cost of energy drops, and then you distribute the benefit differently from that reduction. So both from a public budget, from the use of the public budget, and from the ability to bring new players into this collective effort of doing energy transition, this is a great program. I hope you enjoy it on Wednesday when you go to see it. Remember, just it's like a hammer. It doesn't look like much, but if you are looking for hammering a nail, it's the right program for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will have the honor of visiting this facility tomorrow when we go for our site visit and see on ground the exceptional capability and capacity that solar brings to the lives of people. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. As we move ahead, we shall now proceed for the ceremonial exchange of the Memoranda of Understanding between ISA, OECS, and OLADE. For this ceremony, may I first request His Excellency Conrad Maynard, Honorable Minister St. Kitts and Nevis, for OECS in his capacity as Chair for the Council of Ministers on Energy. May I also request His Excellency Diego Pardo Lorenzo as a host for the OLADE's ministerial meeting later this year to join us for the exchange. May I request the Honorable Director General, joined by Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Grenada, both ambassadors, Angulo and Joshi, to please stand in for this exchange. Yes. Please. I request representatives of OLADE and OECS to please join the exchange ceremony. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. We have one for Olade as well, so if all dignitaries may kindly stay back. Thank you, Excellencies. All distinguished delegates may kindly be seated. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for all of the insightful suggestions, strategies, perspectives shared during the presentations. I request the ISA Secretariat to take due note of these valuable inputs, which will of course inform the way forward. So we move on to agenda item 7, Sustainable Islands Through Digital Solutions, the ministerial session on amplifying energy transition in small islands powered by digital transformation. Small island developing states, or SIDS, are on the front lines of the climate crisis, yet we also hold immense potential to become models of resilient, sustainable energy systems. On the flip side, owing to the smaller scale of implementation, economies of scale usually plays against the SIDS countries when it comes to procurement. The SIDS platform of ISA is being established as a collective procurement system that will aggregate the demand from SIDS countries and put it forth to suppliers from across the globe. The collective bargaining power provided by the platform will be instrumental in driving down the cost of solar energy. And so with that, I now invite the Director General of ISA to guide us through this session.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to request my colleague Karan Mangotra, who's in charge of SIDS platform, to start with the presentation, and he'll be the moderator of the session. Karan.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Excellency. I think following up on the presentation that my Director General gave in the morning and the passionate clarion call that my colleague Hugo gave, I would like to pick upon the Honorable Chilean Minister who spoke about the need for contextualized local solutions. Last year, ISA undertook a study around the various archetype of member countries that ISA has in 125 countries. And we realized that the energy reality in the SIDS was similar all across, be it the Pacific, the islands in Africa, and also the Caribbean. Extremely climate vulnerable, heavy dependence on heavy fuel oils and diesel, less installed capacity, a huge gap in climate finance flows, areas of landmass limits these geographical constraints that come on board, access to low-cost finance, and enabling measures to get the private sector in were all missing. With that context, we started to think of solutions that ISA as an intergovernmental body could start to provide to small island developing state members of the ISA. And that's what brings me to the main slide and introducing the SIDS platform, building up on the successful demand aggregation and digitized e-procurement lessons that we have had from around the world, including from in India. Under the digital public infrastructure umbrella, we are introducing the SIDS platform, which will be a digital marketplace for solar products, services, EPC contracts, a vendor verification system to ensure quality and performance, common standards and product specifications tailored to island geographies, procurement, aggregation, plug-and-play financing models, and training modules for local governments, utilities, SMEs across countries. Now, why is this beneficial? We had discussions with many of you yesterday. I think the biggest, most important advantage of this is fiscal stability and reduced dependency on fossil fuels. It comes with the other SDGs and climate benefits, cost optimization, data-driven planning, sustainability, and local jobs, which are essential in the region. We are not starting this brand new. We are building this up on best practices. In fact, and we'll have colleagues from the bank, IFC, and MEGA deliver addresses right after I finish this presentation. In the Maldives, from 2016 to 2022, through a World Bank intervention, the costs dropped from 21 cents US cents in 2016 to US 9.82 cents in just a matter of 6 years. And these are the kind of cases that we have built upon to come up with the SIDS platform. Now, how will this be operationalized? We would look at customized procurement tailored to each SIDS country, an IT platform for aggregation, all of this aligned to domestic policy, building on best practices that already exist, and Hugo had mentioned that partnerships make us stronger. Today, we gather here after our success at the Sri Lanka Regional Committee meeting, where we had the Pacific SIDS and the African SIDS join us. We start with the political ownership, and we'll have the signing today, country-level buy-ins, and then project development. So what does it mean for milestones for us? Right at the top, we have had the SIDS declaration at the Asia Pacific RCM a month ago. Today, we will have it for the Latin America and the Caribbean region, and we take this forward to a high-level launch event at COP30. We intend to bucket all the SIDS into two main categories: countries that need readiness and countries that are ready for procurement. Countries that need readiness will go through an understanding of the regulatory environment, understanding of siting, including land identification, transmission and evacuation networks, ESG compliance, and also looking at SDG and climate goals. Countries that are ready for procurement will go through the first phase of procurement. We'll set up a review committee with representation of each country, set up a panel of experts with a variety of skill sets, and the countries should be working with the national utilities to bring them on board. All of this finalized through an MOU. Our timelines are that for the first phase, sometime this time next year is when we want to initiate the first phase, and we look forward to all of your support in making this a success. So with that, let me invite my Director General for his opening remarks and, enlighten us with his thoughts for this before we move on in the session. Sir.
Thank you, Karan. I would like to hear from the countries, but let me share three parts. The first, as some of the honorable ministers here, I heard Belize and Dominica say, for far too long, each of the SIDS countries have been trying to fight it by yourself. And I think we all know that unfortunately, that is not leading to the results that you want. And therefore, the time has come for all of us to join hands. Second, I want to relate a personal story which has led me within the first 3 months of joining ISA to really work hard in bringing this together. When I worked on Africa, and I saw countries really struggle with very difficult questions of fragility, one of the energy ministers came to us in World Bank after a very unfortunate incident of power riots when there was no electricity for 7 days. Can you get me emergency diesel to restart my diesel-based generation? And I was of the view the world is rushing out of diesel. Why would you like to get back to diesel? Why don't I help you on an emergency solar procurement? Because almost the entire West Africa has never done a competitive tender for any project. They said, can you do an emergency? I said, yes. We brought 4 countries together, Sierra Leone, Chad, Togo, and Liberia. Each one of them had 80% of the generation from HFO and diesel. Very different countries than SIDS, but you can understand the pain financially. And when the first combined tender ever was done for them, how did we do it? Very interesting question. My lawyers and my World Bank friends are here, so they will identify with it, and you will. It has to be ratified by the parliament because the national procurement laws of each country are unique. And then we had to find a way by which countries can come together and sign an understanding delegating that procurement to a common set of experts that need not be done by each country separately, but by collectively with each country represented in the procurement process. But once you have the experts who can help you take through this e-marketplace tendering process, the price that used to be 25 cents for diesel and HFO came down to 4 cents with 2 hours of power storage. That's the power when you come together and think about doing things together with transparency and expertise. And I must confess, when we were going to Asia Pacific meeting 1 month back, we thought it would be nice to have 2-3 countries come together. We had 5 Pacific ministers and ministers of Seychelles and Maldives sign this commitment. And I want to compliment you all because 3 days before we came here, I had a debrief meeting with my team. And I asked how many ministers in Caribbean will sign, and the answer I was told is, we don't know. We are yet to hear from one. And I'm like, what? And we land here. Yesterday we thought it would be 5, but today we have 8 of you signing this together. That tells you that the time for coming together and joining hands with the right technical expertise, with aggregation and finding common solutions has come. This is what is the most exciting part. We should not be doing it separately. We'll have our World Bank colleagues look at existing guarantee platforms, IADB. We will work together with MIGA. We'll work together with OECS, and we all will be together in giving you the solutions that the people of your country really need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I think moving on, as the moderator, I'm taking the liberty to flip the order around a little bit based on some of the speakers who have joined us online. If we can have them on screen, let me start with inviting Mr. Tulio Andrade, the Head of Strategy and Alignment for COP30 Presidency, for his keynote address to start with. You know, as you would all appreciate, this was bringing together a lot of stakeholders together and ensuring that this goes up in the COP30 presidency agenda as well. We had a great meeting with the presidency team right before the Chile meeting. So Tulio, we look for your address. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and warm regards here from Brazil. I'm very sorry I can't be with you in person, but definitely the COP30 is with you in mission, in heart, in a number of dimensions related to what the work of the International Solar Alliance means, especially for small island developing states. COP30 will mark the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement, and we have to recall also the very important role of ISA in the very conception of the Paris Agreement in moving the world forward towards implementation. Over the past 10 years, we have achieved the Paris Rule Book in a number of areas related to climate action. But now is the time that we decisively shift gears towards from ambition to decisive implementation. And the entire work of ISA, especially its strategic vision, but most importantly, the SIDS platform, very much summarizes what COP30 is about. COP30 is about urgency, but most importantly, it's about not leaving no one behind. No country, no region, no individual. We have three major expectations as COP30 presidency, and expectations that are actually responsibilities that are not only ours, but responsibilities that rely on all of our shoulders. The very first one is about strengthening multilateralism, especially in a very critical moment. The second one is connecting the climate regime to people's real lives. And to that extent, it's a huge pleasure to see and to hear a lot of the discussions talking about the reality of people on the ground and of what solar power means. And the third objective is about accelerating the implementation of the Paris Agreement way beyond the climate convention. And definitely, ISA is very much well positioned at the very center of the allies that we expect to come in this journey together with us. One additional meaning of COP30 is that now COP30 is going to be the very first one in which we are going to have a climate COP at the epicenter of the climate crisis. It's going to be the first COP in which we are going to have to decide and to make decision-making after 12 consecutive months in which we are above the 1.5 goal. A goal that is very dear to Brazil, but most importantly to small island developing states. And what it means is that the old separation between mitigation and adaptation is no longer valid. Mitigation and adaptation are now two sides of the same coin. And in solar power, especially in small island developing states, has the promise to address low carbon and climate resilience development goals in a very unique way. As we drive the entire world in this global energy transition, we also need to ensure energy access to all in a context in which climate change is already a reality. And to that extent, solar power, especially in small island developing states, now become not only a mitigation strategy, but also an adaptation strategy for energy security and energy affordability, in addition to energy sustainability. But what we also are very excited about in relation to the strategic vision of ISA is how ISA has been able to unify not only the climate transition, but also the digital transition in one single revolution, in particular by leveraging digital public infrastructure. For Brazil, we see digital public infrastructure as having a unique potential in providing radical transparency, radical accountability, speed, scale, modularity that can revolutionize the way that we address climate change, in particular in universalizing power, especially renewables. And the promise of digital public infrastructure in overcoming traditional barriers in terms of scale, and this was something that our Chilean friends also mentioned. One key obstacle that many Latin American countries and countries from the Caribbean face is on how to be at the very forefront of the global energy transition when scale is actually very much determined to finance. And then DPI can offer precisely this scale by allowing for the first time for different projects across different geographies to be combined in a single portfolio. And therefore, we very much applaud the strategic vision of ISA. Count on us. COP30 is also about not only celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement, but most importantly, it's about honoring the legacy that was already achieved to catapult and give a decisive impulse to the 5 years ahead that we have of climate implementation in this critical decade. And therefore, we very much welcome ISA's partnership, and we hope that ISA will really fulfill its vocation as a key actor in universalizing, scaling up, and accelerating the deployment of solar energy across the world, across geographies, in a way that the climate agenda can actually spearhead the development agenda, especially here in Latin America, in which development has always been a challenge that is not only about social economic prosperity, but also social inclusion, side-by-side environmental protection. The region has already been in the very forefront of sustainable development, but now is the time that we really leverage the power of solar energy together with digital technologies to integrate the region, because the political will and the cultural integration that we have in the region has also encountered a lot of obstacles in relation to our geographic obstacles. And to that extent, DPI and digital public infrastructure can finally allow the region to come together and be integrated in an unprecedented way by overcoming some of the geographical obstacles that have been in between this Latin American and Caribbean mission of integrating the region's infrastructure, especially in terms of energy. We also would like to comment how important ISA's strategic vision is to two major expected outcomes of COP30. One is in relation to the next round of nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement, the NDCs. NDCs that will represent the country's targets for 2035. COP30 will be the moment in which we will analyze how far we are to achieving the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. And naturally, the work of ISA, especially in enabling global energy transition, can also support countries in coming with more ambitious targets. But a second also expectation from COP30 is around the mandate that the COP30 presidency received together with the COP29 presidency to come up with work on the roadmap from Baku to Belém to mobilize $1.3 trillion a year to developing countries by 2035. That mandate we received, and this is a moment in which I really want to take note of the fact that that mandate we received from the trust that was posed on us, especially by the Alliance of Small Island Developing States and countries of the Caribbean last year in November in Baku at COP29. And we are very much determined to honor that trust by making that work very much reflect the challenges that small island developing states and countries of the region in January have in relation to having finance, capacity building, and also technology for the climate ambition. We have a systemic issue in the region around the very high cost of capital. This is something that we absolutely need to overcome if we are to achieve the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Now is the time that we also realize not only that mitigation and adaptation are two sides of the same coin, but also that mitigation, adaptation, finance, technology, and capacity building are all the five different dimensions of one single mission. They are interrelated. And that's precisely what we also invited the international community to rally around, the vision of the Southern Cross. As we have always been guiding our work, having the 1.5 degree goal as our North Star. Now that the COP comes to the Southern Hemisphere, we also propose that we are guided by the 5 stars of the Southern Cross constellation: mitigation, adaptation, finance, technology, and capacity building. And we can see no other partner other than ISA, and especially its strategic vision to summarize and synthesize in a very not only pragmatic but also ethical way how important it is that we accelerate climate implementation while leaving no one behind. So thank you so much for this space, for the work that you're doing, and continue to count on us as COP30 to provide you the necessary platform for not only showcasing but accelerating your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Tullio. And thank you for being such a delightful partner to work with, and more power to your elbows as you move towards COP30. All the best. Moving on, one of the big benefits of the SIDS platform that we are envisaging and are working towards is to start to look at platform-wide guarantees, and which is a big instrument to pull in the private sector. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Mr. Junaid Kamal Ahmed, Vice President Operations MEGA, who's joining us virtually for a special address. Junaid, over to you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Ashish, colleagues, wonderful to see all of you and to really very much hear the voices of all of you in terms of positioning your needs and your challenges. Let me very quickly go to a couple of points that I want to share with you. The world of finance, especially from multilaterals, is usually perceived as a world of lending, where the multilaterals like the World Bank have a certain amount of equity. Based on that equity and AAA rating, we borrow in the world markets and we on-lend. But there's been a fundamental shift that has happened in the MDB financing world, and in particular, one that we're seeing under President Ajay Banga in the World Bank. We're moving from being a dominantly lending institution to becoming what we believe is a very powerful call to becoming a leveraging institution. And by leveraging, we mean the ability to go and crowd in private capital and market finance into development. To give you the example of Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MEGA, which is the youngest of the World Bank Group agencies, we were capitalized in 1988 with $365 million. And that's the only capital that we have received since 1988. This $365 million we have converted since 1988 to $93 billion of guarantees from the market. This kind of leveraging really means that for every dollar of our economic capital, we crowd in $17 of private finance. But we don't stop there. For every dollar we guarantee, 75%, 75 cents, we reinsure with private reinsurers. As a result, we're able to convert 365 into $93 billion of guarantees. And what is extraordinary is in this guarantee story, since 1988, only 10 guarantees have been called. And most of them have been called because of war and civil disturbance. So the power of guarantee to bring in private finance is becoming one of the most important storylines of MDB finance, which is about moving from being solely a lending institution to becoming a leveraging institution. Now, the question is, can this be converted into supporting the shift into a much more sustainable and powerful energy platform around the world for all countries, and in particular, the small island developing states? Well, let me give you a very quick examples, and we begin with St. Lucia. St. Lucia actually used the guarantee instrument to basically begin to reduce street light electricity consumption by 70%. And it's going to replace all of its street lights with LEDs. And that's a massive shift. And it was not done with NNMDB lending, but it was done through a private company, KLAD, with an equity investment of 15 years and a shareholder loan of 8 years, all underpinned by a guarantee program. A direct storyline in which 5,000 tons of carbon emission is going to be reduced annually by St. Lucia by itself. The other example, and you've heard this significantly throughout today, is Maldives. Maldives, very much like many of the small island developing states, is an importer of fuel, faces the shocks of fuel prices, sees the price of fuel have a ramification on its balance of payments, and therefore the foreign exchange crisis, is beginning a systematic shift into renewable energy. And we're using the guarantee instrument to make that shift out of diesel-based energy production into renewable-based energy production. This is about not only energy security, it is about a complete different macroeconomic management of energy-based systems. Quite an extraordinary story, and again, it's done through a guarantee storyline. If I just can step back, two of the countries, Chile here, that has hosted you. Chile, one of the biggest mining companies in the world, Codelco, has used the guarantee instrument to completely change its energy story into renewable energy. Now, Codelco is 10% of Chile's GDP, and when Codelco is going into renewable energy by using the guarantee instrument to bringing in about $1 billion into its renewable energy program, it begins to influence Chile as a country's own energy program. Similarly, Brazil, where COP30 will be held, Banco do Brasil went into the global market and we were able to guarantee $1 billion access for small and medium farmers to do farming using non-tillage technology. That's adaptation at its best. Now, these are examples of this notion of how to leverage the guarantee story. But where I think we're entering, where I think the story of small island developing states become very important, is this ability to aggregate and scale. And here we have come with a very interesting storyline that President Ajay Banga has promoted. He has brought all aspects of the guarantee instruments of the World Bank Group, because there was the World Bank guarantee, there are IFC guarantees, and there are MIGA guarantees. All of these guarantees are being brought into one place, one-stop shop in MIGA. And most important is the ability for us to provide a guarantee by drawing on different balance sheets. So we can use the World Bank balance sheet as first loss, MIGA as second loss, and that brings down the cost of finance, so it can actually be used far more efficiently. This ability to go across balance sheets really gives us the power of becoming a real source of leveraging. And this is the guarantee platform that we want to position in the partnership with ISA and others in order to support the island states. And here there are a couple of things that I want to mention. One is we're working on the notion of a small state asset class. You heard of the emerging market asset class, the middle income asset class. The idea is to bring assets of the small states under one common asset class and be able to guarantee that asset class into the hands of institutional investors to get long-term money. This would really address the issue of how can we aggregate. Now, this aggregation will require the type of digital information systems that you're all talking about, because the information base, the ability to pull together procurement, I think becomes extremely, extremely important. Similarly, what we want to be able to do is see if we can aggregate balance sheets of the small development island states to refinance debt. We're beginning the refinancing of debt using the guarantee. In Côte d'Ivoire, for example, we used a combination of World Bank guarantee first loss with the MIGA second loss to actually help Côte d'Ivoire refinance an expensive commercial loan they had to get access to much more cost-effective lending. That savings then was used in sustainable development. It was used in education. If we can begin to do that in aggregate for the small developing island states, I think would be a game changer. This is something that we really have to work on together. It's not a blueprint that I can offer you, but it has to be a co-creation with you. Your voice has to enable us to understand how to panel beat our guarantee instrument to supporting the context, which you all are clearly saying is very different than the context of other countries. You know, I'm from Bangladesh, and being a very big cricket fanatic, you know, we're always impressed that West End Indies is a team that represents 15 nations aggregated into a high quality, high class team. If we can do that at the cricket level, there is no reason why financial engineering cannot be able to provide the type of aggregation that we can take to the market to bring in private capital into renewable energy and into the type of energy transformation that all of you are going through. With that, let me stop and just confirm again to you that the partnership with ISA is just the first step that I hope will be one in which you will have the ability to really help us co-create solutions for the SIDS. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Junaid. And I think we really love the analogy of the SIDS platform being an aggregated cricket team. We are really delighted to have various parts of the World Bank Group come here and support this initiative. And thank you, Junaid, for this. Let me now invite Ms. Lucia Spinelli, Senior Energy Specialist from the World Bank, for her special address. Lucia.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to present what the World Bank is doing in the Caribbean islands. And I mean, I heard that's the good thing of being the last one. I had the opportunity to listen to all the presentations, and I think we're all looking for the same thing, no ways to cooperate, to minimize overlap, to leverage. So this is a good opportunity for me to present what the World Bank Energy Team, Energy Unit, is doing in the Caribbean islands, and how that how we can coordinate together with ISA and with the countries that are involved in this new regional operations that we are developing and implementing in the next years. I come from Argentina, so the cricket example is not the best for me. It would rather be a football example. But we all know that football players play everywhere, so I think it's also a good example. I don't know if the presentation is ready, or yes, there we are. So the idea is just to, I mean, we have some delay as well, and some of the general things that are mentioned here were already indicated by the previous presenters, so I will focus on the two operations that we are developing in the Caribbean region. So we have the regional context, I will skip that part, then we have the two program operations and the opportunities for our collaboration moving forward. This was already mentioned by the previous presenters, the context of the island and the Caribbean. Everybody here knows this much better than me, so we'll move forward. This is a little bit on the lines of what the World Bank energy sector strategy for these countries is based on. We are working on policy and regulation gaps, institutional frameworks, market design, and risk mitigations, no? In order to foster clean energy investments and jobs. And how do we do that? With different operations that are taking place and having in-depth dialogue with the different players in the region. So the first regional program that most of you here know is related with utility-scale renewable energy, and is the Caribbean Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility. So this project, as you can see, has is the result of working with different players in the region. And what this project, the Caribbean Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Facility, tries to, what it's trying to look for is to help deal with the barriers that most of you mentioned already in the previous presentation. Now we have small project size, we have weak regulatory regulations, we have a question of, we also have climate issues, disasters, implementation capacity, scale that's needed. So this regional infrastructure investment facility tries to tackle those barriers with different components, no? Some regional components that go for the technical knowledge and the risk mitigation fund, and other components that are more related with the national needs for each of the countries that are involved. Here we have a description of where we stand on this project right now. The project was approved this year in 2025, and the implementation period goes until 2032. Granada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are already starting the implementation phase, and there will be a second phase, and some countries have already been identified. And all this is taking place in coordination with the different regional partners in the Caribbean. This was the ceremony in July when the project was signed. The second regional project is related with distributed renewable energy and energy efficiency. Rooftop solars were mentioned this morning, and the space for, again, no? And the Chilean minister, he also mentioned the problem with rooftop and scale, and what happens with the houses and the quality of the roofs, and different problems that are related with distributed renewable energy. So this second program, Caribbean Efficient and Green Buildings Project, also, as you can see, is the result of an engagement and a collaboration with different regional entities as well as worldwide entities that help leverage resources. And again, what we're trying to do with this project is to foster investments in energy efficiency and in distributed renewable generation in public buildings and facilities. Again, there are different components, and there are activities that are more at the regional level and others that are more at the national level. So here we have, again, the implementation period is until 2031, and those are the countries that are already starting implementation. This one, again, was launched early this year. So which are the areas and this, in which we can collaborate? I mean, as we can see here, and when this Section 7 started, there was a detailed presentation of the platform, and there on the left side, we can see what the Small Island platform is looking for, and also how those things relate with the projects we are implementing right now in the region. No? And as you can see, there's a lot of space for partnership and collaboration, and to avoid duplication and to optimize the resources. No? I mean, the aggregated procurement is there, the vendor verification, having a one work group collaboration. You just heard our MIGA colleague presenting the role that guarantees could play in this kind of projects. So there's a lot of space with those two projects and the SIDS platforms to look for space to work together in the region. And these are the particular opportunities that we think are interesting to work in. There's the enabling regulatory environment. All the projects that I mentioned have those TA components to work in these issues. There's the need to have institutional strengthening. Learning and training was also mentioned this morning, and the need to assure that the knowledge is exchanged. Well, these projects are also trying to support that knowledge exchange. But again, opportunities like this one and working with ISA and other players is also a good opportunity for that. And the e-procurement platform, no? You know, to be able to aggregate procurement, to reach the reasonable size in order to attract international investors is also very relevant for this kind of project. So that's it from my side. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I'm not the LAC colleague working in the Caribbean region anymore. I used to work in Belize, but I'm not working in Caribbean anymore. I cover other countries as Chile, for example, but Niha, Ashok, and Gary and Chari are the World Bank colleagues working in the Caribbean, so happy to connect them with you if you need further detail on any of these operations. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lucia. And let me now move to the special address by Ronke, who's the regional manager for the Caribbean at the IFC, who's joining us virtually. If we could have the video on screen, please. Ronke, over to you.
Okay, can you hear me? Good.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon. I think it is afternoon over there. My apologies for not being able to make it to Chile due to previous engagements, but we're very much welcome this opportunity to highlight energy priorities in SIDS and engage in this knowledge exchange and deepening of partnerships. We're excited to hear about the launch of the SIDS platform, which is we think is an important step to help accelerate solar energy deployment in the SIDS, and really like anything that are tools that help island nations transition from costly fossil fuels to green and resilient solar power. So we're really happy to see a platform that can potentially lower costs, increase competition amongst renewable energy vendors, and crucially involve local SMEs in the process. So all the talk that everything that's been discussed about bringing the islands together and scaling things together very much resonates with us. And so we were thinking, so what can we do? What role can we play in making this, in accelerating this process? So, of course, I don't have to say that we're the part of the World Bank Group that's focused on the private sector. And we provide finance products, debt equity and many products in between, but also advisory services to try and help make those investments happen. And of course, energy is very important to us, and we want to do more. So in the areas that we think that we can really support, we'd put in probably 4 buckets. So the first thing is really advisory services, project preparation. And one of the areas that we do that in is in our PPP transaction advisory group, where we give advisory to governments to attract private investors to large projects in several sectors, including solar. We basically bring best practice for transparent selecting the investors for transparency, efficiency, and really getting the best price discovery for both the government and the private sector, which of course brings credibility to the process. And it's under this team that we work on our scaling solar program, which we believe is a very important tool for what we're trying to achieve in the SIDS. So, you know, I'm sure many people are familiar with it. You know, it's a one-stop shop that really brings the whole offering of the World Bank Group to deliver competitively priced solar energy from private IPPs within a period of 2 years, which I make it as short as possible. And it provides project preparation, the structuring, and the certainty of process for developers. Also low transaction costs and a bankable project documentation. And at the moment we're working, just to give an example, working on with the government of Belize. One of the projects we're very happy with, working together on a 50 megawatt utility scale project. We also work in Barbados, in Haiti, and other countries in the pipeline. And one thing, just in terms of when we talk about scale, is about you know, really trying to encourage countries that when they're looking at PPP projects, considering using a programmatic approach, which is like looking at lots of projects together. And if we're talking about the Caribbean, maybe putting together many projects so that investors can see and plan ahead. This is basically what Jamaica is doing. We're currently working on 2 projects with them, with the government. And then we recently signed an MOU for 10 other projects, where including renewable energy. So the list is published in advance. Investors can see, the planning is there. And with those 10 projects, it has the potential of attracting over $2.5 billion in investment for Jamaica. So it's something that we can think about for doing it together as a region, say the Caribbean. Another area that we think that we'd like to bring to bear is our upstream team. And this is a team that gets involved in very early stages to help make projects happen. You know, be it feasibility studies, be it technical evaluations, or even trying to put the right regulations in place. And we do this for large projects, but also for small projects. For instance, in Haiti, we recently invested in a company that provides solar solutions for industries, for retail, and for homes through leasing to own. And basically, our upstream team helped the company build their environmental and social and their corporate governance and other internal structures that basically help them get IFC financing and also prepare them for getting financing in the future, so they can really contribute to this scaling of the use of scaling use of solar power. So we're really looking for not just working on the big projects, but also working on the small projects, because there are many out there and they're not always getting the financing they need because the systems are not in place. So we're going to try and find a system where we can scale this advisory services to them. Another area is, you know, bringing our global experience. One of the things that distinguishes us from other DFIs working in the region is that we're working globally, and we can bring those lessons to bear in our partnerships and so on. So, you know, for instance, we in SIDS, the 3 most important project issues that we see when we're trying to do more solar is, the first one is the regulatory environment for private sector involvement. We feel that there's some work that can be done there to really get bankable PPAs in place. The second one we've talked about today, you know, creating scale, getting a pipeline of projects across islands, so that investors are not just investing in one island, there's an investment across the islands. And then another thing that we see that is restricting a little bit the moving forward on solar is just working on the transmission and distribution networks to really allow the incorporation of solar. So these are the sort of things that we're kind of thinking about and how we can find solutions for and bring in products for that. We can also bring in our experience of de-risking instruments that would be required for private sector investment in solar. Of course, staff from blended finance, we've talked about blended finance and some very good examples that were brought to bear. And so it's not just blended finance, but how we can use it more innovatively as well. We talked a little bit about upstream already. A lot of what we do, we can't do without our colleagues from World Bank and MEGA as well. Some of the things that we're trying to do, one thing that comes to mind is the Caribbean Resilience Renewable Energy Infrastructure Development Facility. I don't know, my network was not too good at the time, but I don't know if it was mentioned in the presentation before. And some of the guarantees that, of course, MEGA is giving, it's very, very big on, it's very important on there. And then, of course, financing, which is our big bread and butter business, eventually when projects are put in place and where we can use our own account and also mobilization thing. So we really look forward to having more discussions, deeper discussions about some of these points and how we can do this together and with partners. And I'll stop there and thank you again and congratulations on launching of the platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronke. I think as part of the SIDS platform, while we are looking for local solutions, we will look at a variety of technologies, a variety of lots based on the sizing and everything. And we would like to take this opportunity to showcase one such technology today. And I would like to call upon my colleague, Mr. Philippe Saliba, to give us an overview of the floating PV decision support system that ISA has recently developed. Philippe, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I think we have a presentation to share also. Yes, it's there. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, DG, for giving the opportunity to share this framework and this technology topic, taking the session, talking about SIDS platform. This subject, it's especially interesting for SIDS, but also LAC. So today, we would like to make the soft launch of ISA's Global Floating Solar Photovoltaics Framework, which will be officially launched at the ISA Assembly in October this year. So, floating solar offers a strategic solution to expand renewables energy capacity, especially in regions where land is limited or expensive. By utilizing underused water surfaces, this technology enables clean energy expansion while preserving valuable land resources. In response of the growing interest of multiple requests of ISA member countries, especially from SIDS, ISA has developed a comprehensive, adaptable framework to guide the responsible deployment of floating solar systems. It serves as a practical reference for policymakers, regulators, developers, utilities, and financiers, helping them to align floating solar development within national priorities. This framework is especially timely and relevant for LAC and SIDS, where energy access is challenged by land constraints, climate vulnerabilities, and high dependence on imported fossil fuels. In both regions, floating solar offers a space-efficient and climate-resilient solution to meet rising energy demands without competing with land for agriculture, tourism, or urban use. This framework is designed to help countries First, to capitalize on existing water resources like reservoirs, lakes, and dams. Second, to design projects that are resilient to extreme water flooding and water level variations, risks that are particularly acute in seeds and coastal lake nations. Third, to navigate regulatory complexity and improve institutional coordination. Build investors' confidence and attract blended and concessional finance. And finally, move beyond pilot projects to scalable long-term deployment. In Lake region, several countries show strong potential for floating solar deployment, including, for example, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and other Caribbean regions, of course. The framework is structured around 4 core pillars. The technical pillar covers aspects like site selection, design, hydrological and geotechnical assessment, and grid integration. Policy and regulatory, enabling policies permitting process and governance models. Commercial and financing, take into account financing structures, investments readiness, and de-risking instruments. And finally, environmental and social engagement, the environmental safeguards, community engagement, and climate resilience considerations. Looking forward, today it's a soft launch of ISA's floating PV framework, a preview version to engage member countries, especially from LAC. Then we will hold regional webinars and in-person workshops in Asia and Africa countries, and we look forward to receive interest from you in LAC for such engagements. The final framework will be released at the ISA Assembly in October with full guidance for government, developers, and financiers. Then this final version will go beyond this preview report with detailed technical content, permitting models and financial tools, case studies, adaptation guidance, and etc. I invite you to explore the preview report on Solar Framework, which will be circulated after the session. So feel free to get one brochure with us later on. Before the animation. This framework is designed for both primary and secondary users. The primary users include governments, developers, utilities, and regulators, those directly involved in planning and in developing projects, and secondary users like financial institutions, researchers, and civil society to support the implementation through due diligence, innovation, and local engagement. This ensures a shared roadmap across all stakeholders from policy to community level. We look forward to engage more deeply as countries begin adapting and implementing the framework in their respective contexts. Thank you once again for your participation and support.
Thank you, Felipe. And, just wanted to showcase these are the kind of technology solutions and things that could be put out in very, very strategically designed procurement lots through the SIDS platform. Now, moving on to the most important part of this session, I've been told by the Secretariat team that we are running extremely late. So with all humility, I am requesting if the high-level addresses could be clubbed with agenda number 10 of the interventions, and we move to signing, and if I can invite ministers in alphabetical orders of countries to join me on the right, my colleague Rajinder, is ready with the declaration. And let me invite His Excellency Mr. Melford Nicholas from Antigua and Barbuda for the signing. His Excellency Dr. Vince Henderson from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Her Excellency Mrs. James from Grenada. His Excellency Mr. Conris Maynard from St. Kitts and Nevis. His Excellency Mr. Ernesto Quesar from Trinidad and Tobago. His Excellency Mr. Leloy Almendarez from Belize. Her Excellency Mrs. Valerie Lalji from the Republic of Suriname. Dr. Maximiliano Puig from the Dominican Republic. A representative from St. Lucia, the Permanent Secretary, please. The Director General of the OECS has already signed and sent us a copy, but I would invite Judith to join us for the photograph just behind the signing table. And of course, last but not the least, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Mr. Ashish Khanna. Could I invite the Ambassador of India to Chile and the Chilean Ambassador to India to also join us for the photograph? Thank you very much for this. And as this begins the process of operationalizing the SIDS platform, I will look up to all your support as we take this to the next step. And I would also like to thank all my colleagues who have put this together: Hugo, Shishir, Rajinder, Chetan, Aditya, and of course, DG, Mr. Khanna. So thank you very much. And with this, let me invite the Ambassador of Brazil, Chile, for his keynote address on the priorities of the COP30 presidency. Sir, over to you.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to recognize especially Madam Chair, Mrs. Karine Zanel-James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy from Grenada, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of ISA, the ambassadors Juan Angulo, Ambassador of Chile and India, and Ambassador Abhilasha Joshi, Ambassador of India to Chile. It's an honor to make this keynote speech on behalf of the Brazilian presidency of COP30. As you know, with the Paris Agreement rulebook complete, it's time to step up implementation, marking a turning point in the climate regime. This is the reason why we have been calling for a global mutirão. Mutirão is a word that we use in Brazil to designate a joint effort of different sectors of the society, government. The climate crisis calls for an all-hands-on-deck approach. At COP30, Brazil will seek to bring all relevant stakeholders to the table to openly discuss how each of them can play an active and constructive role with effective solutions and investment plans. This will include governments, civil society, and the private sector. The action agenda will focus on the implementation of the multilateral commitments made under the first Global Stocktake, GST, of the Paris Agreement, including the triple renewable energy capacity, double energy efficiency improvements, and transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. We also decided to focus on implementing solutions to reduce emissions in the industry and transport sectors, in which efforts are ongoing, but progress is not happening fast enough. To accelerate just and inclusive energy transitions and decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors, existing solutions must be scaled up, and new technologies need coming of age in an affordable way. Energy demand is growing and will continue to grow. We must remember that hundreds of millions of people worldwide are still exposed to high levels of energy poverty and lack access to basic energy services. That's why the action agenda will also gather stakeholders around achieving universal energy access and universal access to clean cooking. In the transport sector, the rollout of low-emission vehicles is also part of our mandate. In this process, hybrid and flex vehicles are more adaptable to existing infrastructure in a number of places and complement the uptake of electric vehicles elsewhere. Grids and storage will require significant investment to accommodate widespread electrification and to address flexibility needs associated with some renewable sources. It's also necessary to exponentially scale up production and use of sustainable fuels such as biofuels, biogases, hydrogen, and hydrogen-based fuels to allow for immediate and sharp decrease of emissions from aviation, maritime and road transport, as well as industry. Under Axis 1, Energy, Industry, and Transport, the COP30 Action Agenda will cover the following topics: tripling renewable and doubling energy efficiency, accelerating zero and low emission technologies in hard-to-abate sectors, ensuring universal access to energy, transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, with a focus on reducing demand for fossil fuels. We count on the support of organizations like ISA, which is already making significant contributions to implementing GST goals, to build momentum, and to mobilize stakeholders. Madam Chair, a recent report published by IRENA found that 91% of new renewable projects are now cheaper than fossil fuel alternatives. In 2024, solar photovoltaics, PV, were on average 41% cheaper than the lowest cost fossil fuel alternatives. Brazil welcomes this era of more affordable renewable energy and believes that renewables are not only cost competitive, but contribute to reduce dependency on fossil fuels, importations, and to improve energy security and consequently energy access. To maintain and further accelerate the trending growth and affordability of renewable energy, we must take action to reinforce international collaboration, secure open, resilient, and fair supply chains, and prioritize energy planning and development of locally appropriate legal frameworks. In this sense, cooperation between countries and stakeholders of the Global South, some very rich in renewable energy sources, will be key for the advance clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions. To achieve all that, we will have to continue to make efforts to catalyze and scale up investment from all financial sources and channels, especially for developing countries. Energy planning has received renewed attention as a critical tool to bridge the financing gap between data-based evidence and clarity, potentially helping to reduce investment risks in strengthening energy security and mobilizing capital toward sustainable energy and infrastructure projects. Energy planning is not just a technical exercise in data modeling and projections. It's a strategic tool to mobilize investment, support energy transition, and ensure energy security. With that in mind, Brazil launched the Global Coalition for Energy Planning, GCEP, in partnership with IRENA, with the aim to facilitate flexible and dynamic engagement among members to achieve meaningful outcomes for energy planning. We invite all ISA members, countries to join this initiative. Madam Chair, Brazil dearly values the International Solar Alliance's work and activities. ISA's priorities around a catalytic finance hub, global capability center in digitalization, regional and country-level engagement, and technology roadmap and policy embody the action-oriented spirit that Brazil wants to bring to COP30. Since day one, ISA took up the challenge of addressing sustainable development goals, particularly to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, and take urgent action to combat climate change. We believe that energy transitions, the fight against climate change, and sustainable development are inseparable. ISA's focus on scaling affordable solar solutions in LDCs and SIDs underlines the importance of domestic energy security and the need to increase energy access and affordability to our populations, especially those most vulnerable to climate change. This effort is about human development and well-being and brings the motto of leaving no one behind to practical terms. ISA is also demonstrating the value of regional, country, and local level engagement. The development of market frameworks of public planning and new renewable technologies for any energy source must be context-specific, adapted to local realities, technologically neutral, and inclusive. Like in many other countries, solar energy is the fastest growing energy source in Brazil. It grew 39.6%, and its installed capacity expanded 28.1% from 2023 to 2024. Solar PV corresponded to 9.3% of the Brazilian electricity matrix in 24. This has helped Brazil reach the landmark of over 91% renewables in our national interconnected power system. Since 2004, growing wind and solar PV generation helped to maintain the renewability of the total electricity supply, even during periods of greater water stress in Brazil. Policies to encourage the generation of electricity from renewable sources have contributed to diversification of the electricity mix. Additionally, wind and solar have enabled higher levels of efficiency as they fully converted into electricity in power plants free of generation losses. Brazil expects solar PV installed capacity to grow an additional 85% until 2034. In distributed generation, we estimate 86% growth in the same period. The 2050 National Energy plan highlights the need to build a system that can operate with an elevated participation of wind and solar energy, which will require improvements in output flexibility and storage technologies. Currently, Brazil is home to over 3.7 million consumer units of distributed photovoltaic generation systems, amounting to over 40,000 megawatts of installed power and over 18,000 power plants of centralized photovoltaic generation, totaling nearly 18,000 megawatts. Between 2023 and 2024, Brazil has auctioned around $10 billion worth of investments in infrastructure for the integration of renewable power in the Northeast region, which will facilitate the flow of renewable power generation. Solar energy is also important for Brazil's effort to reach SDG 7 goals. Despite our continental dimensions, we provide 100% power coverage in urban areas and 98% in rural areas. The greatest challenge is to access communities in remote regions of isolated systems characterized by consumer dispersion, lack of economic scale and density, and which, for economic and environmental reasons, cannot be reached by conventional grids. Our last mile effort involves using mini-grid solar panels to bring energy to these isolated communities in the Amazon region. From 2003 to July 2025, the Light for All program reached around 3.7 million families across the country, or approximately 17.7 million people. In this period, around 64,000 families were included, specifically in the remote regions of the Amazon, which corresponds to 257,000 people who now have access to public distribution services for electricity using generation systems with a clean and renewable source. A study by the Inter-American Development Bank estimates that the program will avoid cutting down 31 million trees of the Amazon rainforests and the emissions of around 114,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. Madam Chair, as the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres stated in his moment of opportunity remarks on climate action, the energy transition is unstoppable, but the transition is not yet fast enough or fair enough. Brazil believes that clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions through various pathways are crucial to achieve our sustainable development goals and global net zero greenhouse gas emissions. In accordance with our commitments under the first GST approved at COP28, we will make sure this message resonates here and in Belém. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much, sir. And Madam, over to you for the next.
Thank you so very much to the COP30 presidency for opening the CEO Caucus, which aims to build a high-level platform for private sector leaders, innovators, and financiers to collaborate with governments and institutions. digital is, I always get a tongue twister with that word. Digitalization can be a game changer for the energy sector and to the energy transition process, improving grid reliability, enabling smart energy management, and driving the integration of solar technologies across sectors. Through real-time data, predictive analytics, and innovative digital platforms, developing countries can leapfrog legacy infrastructure and design clean, decentralized energy systems that are both cost-effective and climate smart. So today's discussion will further explore how this initiative can be tailored to meet the needs of LAC countries and help mobilize digital and AI-based solutions across the region's solar value chain. So to take this agenda forward, I now invite the DG of the International Solar Alliance to proceed. So DG, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the best form of discussing about private sector is by private sector CEOs themselves. As you heard us in my own vision speech, but also the Honorable Minister from Chile, whichever country has gone by leaps and bounds on solar, it's all by private sector. And what is very interesting, as you heard the COP30 presidency and the address in the SIDS, the intersection of digitization and energy will be one of the defining trends for the next 5-10 years. So I'm really looking forward to a vibrant discussion to be led by the private sector CEOs. So I'm going to hand over to Karan, who will integrate with more than 10 private sector CEOs we already have amongst us in the table. Let us hear from them. What will it take for private sector to invest in LATAM, and what are the trends? So over to you, Karan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And as DG mentioned, the ISA launched the CEO Caucus, a high-level forum designed to bring together senior industry representatives to exchange ideas, network, and contribute to this global advancement of solar energy. This initiative was launched in 2024, and which focused on developing a diversified and resilient global supply chain, enabling access to technology, mobilizing capital, and creating an enabling policy environment. Today, I am happy to be joined by senior industry leaders from this region, as well as intergovernmental and international organizations. Today's themes will focus on grid integration and infrastructure bottlenecks in the region, the role storage and other allied sectors can play in scaling up solar in the region, regulatory, environment, supply security and scalability of critical minerals, energy security, local value chains, and most importantly, area that ISA is getting into deeply is on digitalization and AI, both of which are growing in role in the region. Brazil and Chile both deploying AI-powered forecasting tools, digital twins, and advanced monitoring systems to optimize performance. And I hope that these are some things that are put out in the discussion too. Let me invite our moderator for today, Ian Kenchington from the Becquerel Institute, to take us forward. Also, logistically, I would like all of you to divert your attention to my right, where all our panelists are in the row just behind the ministers. Ian, over to you.
Good morning, all. Thank you for your patience so far down into the day. I'm going to start briefly by asking the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Just state your name and from which part of the PV solar and green transition ecosystem you come from. Just like I, Ian Kenchington, come from the PV economics analysis part. So I hand the microphone to you for a brief introduction so we can.
Okay, yeah, that works. So, good evening, everybody. My name is David Rau. I am the CEO of Copec Flux, which is, Copec is traditionally a gasoline distribution company here in Chile, and diversifying today their value chain into especially new energies, electromobility, and convenience.
Hi.
think. Yeah, there we go. Hi, my name is Felipe Valencia. I am the CTO of Atamos Tech. Atamos Tech is a corporation that is dedicated to the development of technological solutions for the solar sector. And we typically cover from the module design until the design of digital tools for asset management and operation and maintenance of solar power plants.
Thank you very much. My name is Alejandro Angeli. I am the director, the commercial director of Revergy. Revergy is a Spanish ISP. We have three areas of our expertise, which is operation and maintenance of solar, eolic, and BESS. We have the asset management area as well as the engineering services within the Latin American region. In the Latin American region, we're currently in Peru, the Dominican Republic, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, and we are expanding to more countries in the Caribbean in the next 18 months. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Darío Morales. I'm here representing two institutions. First, ACESOL, which is the Chilean Association for Solar Energy. We are a trade association gathering together over 170 companies that works in the whole value chain of solar energy in Chile. And also, I'm on behalf of the Global Solar Council. I'm a member of the board of the Global Solar Council, and I bring to you the regards of Rodrigo Zaguaya, chairman of the board, and Sonia Dunlop, the executive director of Global Solar Council. So very happy to be here with you and to share some thoughts about solar energy and digitalization.
Hello again, my name is Judith Ephraim Schmidt. I am the Program Director for Sustainable Energy at the Organization of Eastern Caribbean, OECS Commission. At the OECS, a lot of the work that we do on solar revolves around policy, looking at both regional policy as well as supporting our member states with their national energy policies pertaining to solar. But as you can imagine, policy covers a range of other issues. And so we look at not just regulations, but capacity building, involvement of the private sector, and standards. We also have a role in coordinating and ensuring that all the energy stakeholders, all the solar stakeholders, their best interests are addressed.
Good morning. I'm Georgiana Braga Uriar. I'm representative of the United Nations Development Program here in Chile. And I'm also representing today our administrator, Haoliang Xu. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And obviously, we look into the energy sector with a lens of development, of inclusive and sustainable development.
Very much, now that we know you're here and the microphones work properly. Latin America's rapid solar deployment, it's outpacing grid upgrades. Weak transmission infrastructure, curtailment issues, and lack of sometimes regional interconnection hinder the full utilization of our solar resources. I would like to start the conversation by asking you, how can countries modernize grids to manage this rapid solar growth? Or conversely, which models of regional interconnection or cross-border electricity trading are currently feasible within our hands?
Right. Definitely, this is a really broad question, but I will try to push some thoughts about that. First of all, the smart grids are. Sorry. Yep.
Can hear you.
All right. Smart grids. This is something that needs to be deployed in. I know that this is quite hard to be deployed in each and every country, but we have some examples where smart grids can help in order to stabilize the grid as a whole. It's not only that it's a bilateral grid in which the grid itself provides energy, but also takes data and can reduce and adjust the distribution when it is needed. The good thing about that, the bad thing is that it needs additional infrastructure. The good thing is that it's usable maybe 70 to 85% of the currently infrastructure can be used. Another thought that might be taken into place is not only thinking into each of and every country as an individual, but also taking examples as Argentina, Chile, Chile, and Peru. How we can regionalize the grids, but not only thinking about Argentina, Chile, and Peru, maybe as a region as a whole. Maybe you have.
Regarding grids, I think that we have to think about two different kinds of infrastructure. One is transmission infrastructure. What have happened in most of the countries with a high rate of penetration of renewables is that building new generation infrastructure is much faster than building new transmission infrastructure. So every country is facing challenges in terms of congestions of transmissions, power lines, and most of these bottlenecks has as consequence the reduction of benefits of new solar energy. So in this case, in order to make a better use of these transmission power lines, technology is key. When we talk about this, we have to interconnect digitally several different new users of the power grid. And also, cybersecurity is an issue that has to be addressed. Because when you have, when the energy supply of a country depends on digital and communication infrastructure, cybersecurity, it's key for not only for economic, but also for strategic reasons. The second grid is the distribution grid. When we talk about rooftop solar, commercial industrial solar, now suddenly we are facing not thousands, but perhaps millions of new users interacting with the distribution grid. Users that before they were only used to consume energy, but now they are also producing energy. And someday, I hope, we are going to have the massive inclusion of electric vehicles, which in electrical terms are moving energy storage systems all through the grids. And in order to control and to provide efficient, sustainable, and reliable energy supply, we will have to be able to coordinate thousands and millions of new users, and doing so without communications, without technology of information, but above all, without artificial intelligence, in my opinion, it's going to be impossible. And we have to move forward into that direction, because otherwise we won't be able to transfer the benefits of solar energy to the local population, which is, in my opinion, the final goal.
May I ask you to drill down in a very specific topic? I'm addressing your comment, but everyone's invited to chime in for this, because you mentioned that, yeah, we have the challenge of like this great dearth of data that we need to manage smart with technology, but you also mentioned that currently the connections creates a bottleneck. Can you expand on how is this bottleneck produced, that it's becoming something slower than actual solar deployment? Just understand, how does it happen? How does it become a bottleneck?
Yes, in the case of Chile, this is our particular case, but this situation can happen in many other countries as well. In the case of Chile, the desert of Atacama is the place in the world with the best solar radiation. So it's natural, and because economic efficiency, almost all the PV power plants are installed there. We've got almost 11 gigawatts of installed capacity, and 8 gigawatts are installed in the Atacama Desert. Building a PV power plant, a large-scale PV power plant, may take a couple of years, 2-3 years maximum. We don't have much social conflicts because we are in the middle of the desert, and we don't have many problems with permitting and so on. However, the Atacama Desert, it's 2,000 kilometers away from Santiago. And in Santiago is where almost 1/3 of the population lives, and almost 40% of the energy demand. So we must bring that energy from 2,000 kilometers up north to the central part of the country. And to build a transmission power line, it may take up to 5, 6, 7 years minimum. And you are going to have lots of social conflicts because the power line, we have to go through different private and public land, environmental issues, and so on. So the speed of installing generation infrastructure versus the speed of building transmission and grid infrastructure, it produces this bottleneck.
Yeah, thanks. Just to complement a bit, let's say what I see in different countries, not only in Latin America, but also in Europe, is that typically the operation and the planning of the power grids is done considering just the generation infrastructure or the transmission infrastructure. And with the deployment or the rising in the use of the solar energy, then splitting the problem of planning the power grids in generation or transmission is no longer something, let's say, valid, because the aspect that mentioned Dario, the putting in operation a solar power plant is not like putting in operation a hydropower plant or a thermal power plant. So in this sense, the generation is growing faster and the transmission infrastructure is getting with a lag. So there is a bottleneck in that. And the other thing is that something have to change also. The mindset of power engineers is like big power plants, big transmission infrastructure, and then put to get or to take the energy from the generation to the demand centers. But with solar and with sun and with wind, we have some other aspect that can be exploited. Let's say solar is decentralized by nature, so you can take the demand and the generation closer, and in this sense you can think about energy territories, and in this way you make the power system more reliable, more flexible, and in fact you can just use the current transmission infrastructure just for exchange of energy between the energy territories, instead of making lots of transmission lines which are very slow for deployment and which are not necessarily flexible enough and resilient enough.
Yeah, I do have.
Okay.
I mean, the ladies here raised their hands a long ago.
I mean, go.
Yeah, just wanted to continue on the conversation from the last speaker. From a Caribbean perspective, a small island perspective, I think it's really important for there to be some joint planning when it comes to solar between the utilities who normally own the grids and the government planning agencies. It's important so that they're well aligned in terms of timelines, in terms of demand, and so those associated strengthening measures can be done to accommodate for the expected plans that government or other projects may bring on board. But something that is also very critical to us as islands is the whole issue, not just of modernization, but of resilience. For us, we are quite vulnerable to hurricanes. And as we continue to expand our sustainable energy and particularly solar space, we want to ensure that the grids and all the infrastructure that supports that have the built-in resilience so that we are not disadvantaged in any way during periods of hurricanes or other disasters that may compromise the integrity of our electricity supply.
Go ahead, and then.
Okay, then before you twist, yeah, first of all, and getting back a little bit, because obviously it's very different when we talk about a continent or when we talk about island. The issues, the problems, and the opportunities are quite different. But getting back to Chile and Latin America especially, first of all, I think we were still discussing whether we actually need or not transmission line and infrastructure. I think we will have to get to the point where we basically take it as a necessity that we have. When we want to expand on renewable energy, we will need infrastructure that's interconnected, not only in your country, like in Chile. You have to interconnect the continent in order to really make an efficient use of the different resources that you got in every country, like, for example, in Chile, the solar energy. So I think that's one of the, and then we have it's not really an energy problem that we are facing in terms of the regulatory framework, in terms of speed of administrational work. The technology is changing, and the innovation is way faster than it was 5 years ago, and it will be the double of the speed next year, possibly. And I think we will get to the point where we have to understand that traditional politics will not be able to move at that speed. So we have to find different frameworks. How can we still maintain control and a good regulatory framework, but also enabling innovation, enabling the speed of new technology, enabling AI, and that's, I think, a very, very difficult task. And I think one of the ideas in that way is simply getting to the right incentives. We are talking a lot about the laws in Chile, for example, but just and protecting the energy price, but just simply giving the end users and price incentives. So in Chile, it's still, so just for a lot of people, they may not know, but in Chile, for example, we have often a stable price for our clients the whole day, but there's not during the whole day the same energy available. So just simply creating the correct incentives for the end users, they will adapt. They will use energy when it's cheaper in the grid. They will adapt in terms of, which basically helps also to fight against these bottlenecks, and enabling the end user to participate actively in the use of electricity. I think that's one of the big opportunities that we got.
Thank you for this opinion. And before I move to the issue that Judith has raised about the security, I wanted to piggyback on this and follow up with this. We have to keep in mind that the American continent has not one language, has not one political system, has not one grid. It has a myriad of different political and regulatory frameworks, and that sometimes creates some uncertainty towards investors. What would you think that at a private level or at a governmental level has the potential to really provide this certainty to ensure that the private world can safely invest regardless of potential political or geopolitical shifts that might come? Do you have any idea or 2 cents on this subject?
Maybe I chip in a little bit here. No, I was going to mention, we're talking about infrastructure, grid connections, weak interconnections. No, we see in Latin America normally an average grid project timeline that it's more than 6 and 7 years. We see, for example, I have some numbers for Colombia. Colombia, 55% of the transmission projects are delayed, and this affects all of the structure. But I wanted to put a twist here on focusing on people. And I think in focusing on the consumers, we heard Minister Pardo this morning speaking of the impacts on price for people. No, all the investment that that Chile has made has impacted that it's actually very expensive energy here. So if you go in these cold days to the south or to some villages in the south of Chile, for example, you're going to see fog or smog of people heating their houses with wood because they won't be able to afford, or it's very expensive, of kerosene because it's very expensive to be heating their houses with any other clean energy. So I think that we still need to twist the focus and put on people. No, today, over 600 million people still lack electricity. Over 2 billion people depend on polluting cooking fuels. Over 1 billion people live with unreliable and unaffordable energy access. And we need to really focus on the consumer. And people that we be able to pay, because it doesn't matter what is the government that's there. If it's affordable, people will be supporting it. But what we are seeing is also with polarization and different infrastructures, you put some investment one day, you put some incentive one day, next government change the investment, change the incentive, and not focusing on people. And I think this is really something that is important to, again, think of building this infrastructure, thinking about people, not just projects. Building also the labor market around the critical minerals, around this infrastructure. When we see in Chile that you have 2,000 kilometers of grids, and most of the land here in Chile is already private. You don't have public land in this. How are you going to connect this for people? So it really, you need to put the projects close to where people are more than the other way around. Thank you.
Well, I think that's an excellent point. In my opinion, that's an excellent way to see things in terms of strategic development of solar energy and renewable energy in general. Currently, Chile is facing one of the highest electricity tariff in the world. And it's because we don't have fossil fuels in our territory. We must bring natural gas and coal from all over the world. There's an analysis from the University of Chile that recently they reported that if we haven't had this amazing renewable energy development in the last 10 years, electricity prices would be much higher than today. So that's something that is important to take into account, because sometimes renewables are moving forward to renewables and moving forward to solar. It's a strategic decision, not only for strategic independence on geopolitical issues, but also thinking about a tariff. I also agree with the fact that even though we have to promote the expansion of transmission lines and transmission power lines, as I said before in my previous intervention, I think that it's also important to promote distributed generation. Most of our member companies are in the business of distributed generation because it makes sense, or it doesn't make much sense if we've got energy that can be produced near to where that energy is consumed, to produce that energy anywhere else. Just an example, Germany has almost 60 or 65% of its solar capacity is in distributed generation. And the place with more solar radiation in Germany has the same solar radiation that the southern part of Chile, 1,000 kilometers south from Santiago. So we have a huge potential to produce solar energy near where the consumptions are. For example, if we promote the installation of solar rooftop only in the metropolitan region of Santiago, the energy produced will be enough to supply 20% of the country's electricity needs. So that's a huge potential. And if we do so, we are going to avoid the necessity to build, or we're going to delay the necessity of building new transmission infrastructure. And finally, what Minister Pardo said this morning, I totally agree with him when he says that when you subsidize people for energy tariff, that people will receive the benefits as long as you transfer the money. On the other hand, if you subsidize or if you promote solar rooftops, you will see that the benefits will stay much longer once the money is gone. So that's I think it's a very important issue to take into account.
Indeed, as you say, this is a type of electricity that it's a one-off. You invest and then you reap the results with the provided operation and maintenance. And solar energy is currently positioned as a main engine of energy access democratization and to bring local value for the people who are actually working in this. But that also allows you to address the issue of the local reality of each one. There are different types of energy, and sometimes it's solar and sometimes it's wind. But there's also the threat, as Judith mentioned, the threat of the climate events, weather events that may happen. And I would like you to if you could give me a bit of an insight of how do you address, from a clean transition, from a clean energy standpoint, democratization of the energy, but also protecting the people from losing their energy in front of weather events? How do you create this resilience towards weather?
So that's one of the hardest questions might be. And here we are with different countries that have a lot of that issue. This is one of the biggest issues in order to boost their investments on solar, for example. We need to take into account that this is something that it's inherited by each of those countries. And we not only need to work or to see solar or wind production as a separate investment, but we also need to see other alternatives. And we've been discussing here in Chile of BESS, of the battery energy storage, for the last maybe 2 years, and it's growing a lot here, maybe as to try to remediate the curtailment. But this solution, the battery storage, can be a solution also for islands where they currently have, they're not quite stable if they deployed full solar or full wind, because they are only going to have it during the day, and then these fluctuations is going to actually not help the grid as a whole. But battery storage can actually bring this stability throughout the day and throughout the year. And on top of that, higher investment on stronger and more reliable solar farms, both in utility and in distribution, can lead to tackle all those climate issues that they might happen. Tornadoes are going to keep on happening, and there is nothing that we can do about it, but we can protect our investment by doing such things.
Yes, I think for us it really is a balancing act, because we want to build in the resilience, but we want to keep the technologies at a cost that does not raise the tariffs for the consumer at the end of the day. And so when we think of standards in terms of the installation, when we think of insurance, when we think of those measures, the batteries, we have to find solutions that allow us to keep the costs at an affordable rate so that everybody can actually benefit. And this is why I think there are some benefits that we need to consider from pool procurement and ensuring that we have regional approaches so that we can leverage those benefits that come with those reduced costs from the pool procurement. That will, of course, necessitate having some serious discussions and decisions on working together, real active collaboration. We need to be looking at standards across the board. We need to be looking at harmonization of regulations, of policies, of standards. And we need to have framework agreements that allow us to be able to undertake these things very efficiently. I think that there are some models around that we can look and see how we can modify for our region, but certainly we need to be innovative and we need to be cooperative in ensuring that whilst we build the resilience, our costs remain affordable for us.
Thanks. Yeah, when we talk about resilience, we normally talk about flexibility and talk about diversification. So thinking that different territories have different energy requirements, but also different energy sources, we have to make our energy systems more diverse, taking into consideration these aspects. And also, the other point is that we have to identify the synergies among the sources, among the demand centers, and finally, the synergies that can arise from the definition of energy territories, because in this sense, some complements can be identified and can be exploited and making our energy system more flexible and more diverse. And in this sense, if you have some extreme weather or some other events of low probability but with high impact, you can tackle the effects of that because you have enough flexibility and diversity on the sources. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Just to give a little background, our company, Copec, we are working the complete value chain from residential solutions, commercial solutions, and generation projects. So we have a very interesting insight. And when I think we all agree that solar plus battery obviously is a very good sign for resilience. In Chile, we have the very nice situation that battery plus solar is already more competitive than the grid itself. I think Chile, we always had, because of the high solar radiation, it's a very nice place to do solar energy, actually. But the challenges, they remain. Today, I think normally if you have a developed solar market, you have financing schemes that enable your monthly installments being lower than the actual savings that you can achieve. That's probably the easy part of it. And when you manage that, then the next question is, okay, so how do I get the solar system to really actually work with the correct efficiency during 20 years? Because one is giving the paperwork where you say it's 20 years. The other thing is that it's really working 20 years, which is normally not that easy as it sounds. So yeah, actually, and the interesting thing in Chile, and it's a very good pilot project in the terms, is because we are getting down the payment, the payback time in Chile. I think today we are talking about 6 to 6 years, which is actually the guarantee that you get for the solar equipment. So then that is really when you're getting into a moment where it's really game changing, because you can get the resilience, you can give the power to the clients and the consumers and still maintaining a lower price. But I think that is really, it's something we will get there everywhere on the world. Solar energy will still continue to go down. Batteries will go down in price also. So that's what we are going to, where we are heading to. But I think the next question after financing is how can we guarantee to the client, to the final users, that the solar systems are really working during their lifetime? Because we can see, for example, in the United States that they're having huge problems today because of the explosion of solar residential and now a lot of quality issues. So I think that's the topic that we have to tackle right now in terms of really making it something useful for the client, consumer.
Back on it, to take it just on an optimistic note, as you mentioned, that battery systems have been like a privileged child here in Chile that has managed to lower the prices. What do you think are being the main drivers here in Chile that have enabled the proper deployment of batteries that could be in turn replicated in other territories?
Definitely the grid outtake that we had. Everybody saw that it's a possibility not to have electricity at your house. So in Chile, it's actually, to be quite honest and talking serious, it's because it's relatively common to not have electricity in your house. So since the last blackout, I think the sales in batteries rose like 100% or even more. Today, residential, it's more or less 25% of all solar installations include battery already. Considering the prices that we are seeing today, which next year will be different. But it's really, I think in Chile, it's still a lot of backup considerations, not only economic.
Natural necessity. That
Resilience necessity.
Just in tandem
We're
with
getting
solar
back to-
deployment.
Yes, definitely. I would say so, I don't know.
Segues into a different topic, which is this super cutthroat competitivity towards lowering the prices that have managed to get solar plus batteries into the state that they're in as the most competitive cost. That has also raised a conversation about what happens with the value chain. You need a certain set of critical materials, and they was mentioned here before, and I know that people here are very interested in hearing about it, that are needed to keep the input and the value chain going. And I would like to ask you, what do you think that could be the biggest challenges in deployment for the Latin American continental or islands regarding the critical materials? What's the stance that we could take to ensure that we have a stable source of the materials, which in turn becomes a stable source of the solar panel, of the wind turbines, etc.? I went to the hard questions now, sorry.
No, I think that there's one big challenge that's obvious is that the integrated refining and value chain is not in the region, even though 60% of the lithium reserves, copper, etc., are here in the region. The integration on refining is not necessarily here, and it's not necessarily creating local jobs. Well, Chile does have quite a bit, but it's not the same in the region. So I think that going back to people, focusing on people and focusing on local employment, I think it's very important. But I wanted to pick up on the resilience because we've been working as UNDP in the region, trying to help decentralize solutions. So the battery solutions are very important for decentralized. So we have some examples in Uruguay and Dominican Republic, for example, where we are supporting the battery solutions for this decentralization that also supports resilience. We are also doing studies on climate change so that also you can predict what could be the needs in terms of climate change and what can be the risks, so you can analyze the risks and the needs. But also what I think it's super important that we have been doing is resilience is also when it impacts and the grid is not working, when the infrastructure is not working and it's not there, you need to rebuild, right? So in that moment, what do? You need adaptive social protection for the people that are impacted. And you have also insurance. So we were working on those two things, on adaptive social protection and insurance for that moment where you have an impact in your line or your service where you cannot reach people. So I think that thinking broadly also as a country on what is that you're going to do when the hurricane hits or when the flood hits. Here, for example, when there were some rains, was last year or this year, I can't remember, last year where people stayed, what they wanted most was communication, was what's happening, when are you going to reconnect? So I think that there are some things that you can do that are not necessarily only on infrastructure, that you can help resilience on people.
On the value chain, but also how do you involve the people in the process of connecting energy, which also connects to how do you democratize energy, how do you manage to do this distributed energy. Felipe? And
Yeah, at least from our perspective, there are several things that have to be managed in order to make the value chain locally. The first thing that we have observed during, let's say, the last 9 years is that the capacity building is crucial for making possible to exploit the local resources that we have. As she said, getting the raw materials and transforming it in something that could be useful for example, for making solar panels or these kind of things. The other thing is really think about the critical materials and the possibilities that we have. For instance, since in our company we cover the whole value chain of the solar energy or the photovoltaic energy, we are thinking on different concepts of modules that have more, let's say, copper instead of silver, because here we don't have silver, but we have copper. And we can use it for new modules and, let's say, Chilean copper for Chilean modules for the energy transition of the Chilean mining, for instance. Yeah, it's very utopical, but yeah, you can think about it.
Yep. I would like to piggyback a bit, and here I'm going to butcher this name, but it's Sujit Nair. Okay, thank you. Because you mentioned the capacity building, and one of the exemplary examples of an exemplar has been India's recent development of the full value chain for solar. And I would like to know if you would have a specific comment on how has India managed to tackle this issue of critical materials on their own value chain, trying to bring the resilience in the solar industry.
Great, thank you for the opportunity, and you did get my name right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. No, absolutely. I think one of the things that India looks at from a self-reliance as an economy and as for businesses in the economy is to make most of what we already have. So things that we are trying to do is to build a lot of circularity into things like battery. So we are creating digital public infrastructure around things like battery provenance and battery passports so that we are able to recover more and more of that and drive the utilization of those assets that are probably sometimes imported from other countries to be used effectively. In terms of creating large-scale supply chain provenance with digital is an effort that we are doing. So I represent a lot of that work where we do a lot of digital public infrastructure work in the area of energy. But a few other points I just want to talk about is that, interestingly in India, the unused home inverters, if you were to accumulate all of them together, they probably are more than the installed capacity of big generators in India. So the question is, when you have more and more of these fragmented behind-the-meter energy resources, be it batteries and solar, is there a way to virtualize and unify them and utilize what we already have as we start augmenting capacity? And this seems to be a problem that we see, especially in countries where populations are scarcely spread and you don't have the huge infrastructure to set up grids, physical grids. So we are looking at a lot of behind-the-meter rooftop solarization, not just for self-use, but use those idle capacities efficiently for collective shared use using digital public infrastructure. Just to give you a few examples, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is by a state itself is about 200 million people in one state, the state utility there has put forth, along with the state regulator, a regulation to allow you to sell your excess solar, not back to the utility, but to your neighbors, to your peers. So we do with digital public infrastructure, with digital infrastructure, we are able to facilitate a low tension, a distribution peer-to-peer energy market where I can sell my 5 units of extra energy solar generated to somebody within the region, not necessarily back to the grid, actually back to the utility. One, utility does not want to buy the energy with their scarce cash flow in the first place. Two, they don't want to buy the energy during solar hours, they rather take it in the night. So you have a situation where community is buying energy among themselves, literally like a shared economy for energy. And this creating a whole new market innovation where now you have battery operators offering decentralized battery energy storage systems to get into this market, buy this solar energy, and sell it back to the utility for the duck curve in the night. So there is a whole new way of creating that resilience and efficiency by just making use of the available resources. And that's what digital infrastructure can unlock more than, of course, the physical infrastructure is needed, but once you have them, and once you have them scattered, the reducing the cost of discovery, transaction, and reliability. Digital public infrastructure is showing us that way. I can probably talk about it later, but I just want to give you a few glimpses of the possibilities with digital.
Okay, thank you. Like, that's two big ideas. One is the, okay, critical materials. We're talking about some scarcity of our own resources, but also how do we tackle the reuse and recycling of our own already on disuse assets. So I'll take back the conversation to my panel. So Daniel, I know that you were David.
Yeah, I would like to just add something on that cable. First of all, I would guess that India has something that most of us don't have, which is a huge national market. I think that's a very important thing to localize your supply chain. But in terms of the energy community, this is a really interesting fact because especially implementing these solutions does not require any changes in law. So, for example, we're implementing right now a pilot project, which energy community, which does exactly that. So there are about 20 households, which everybody has solar system plus battery. They have one and one only connection to the grid, which is a shared connection. And internally, we are with basically software generating this peer-to-peer market where they sell their energy higher to their neighbor than they would to the grid, while the neighbor buys the energy at a cheaper price than you would actually buy from the grid. So you're really using these opportunities, and you could do that in community much bigger, and just using the grid basically as a backup in terms of resilience for the community. And that's actually quite easy to implement today.
If I can just add, I think that's a brilliant point. Fellow colleague from the CEO caucus has mentioned. So how do you hyper-localize the energy, security, reliability, and resilience with the community participating with their used assets and creating this little utility to cost of solar energy arbitrage as a way to create a shared economy? It checks multiple boxes, including local community resilience to any sort of climate events. With battery and solar, I see battery and solar as the smartphone of the energy economy in some sense. It kind of unlocks. I mean, there was a time when we were buying big servers and big computation. Today, a mobile phone has more power than what NASA used to send a person to the moon for 50 years ago. So with that miniaturization of energy resources and putting it in the hands of people, and just finding a nice little digital infrastructure of integrating them, can figure out, I think it gives a pathway, which is what India is trying to do with India Energy Stack, a very clear pathway for sustainable energy resilience at a community level. And then community and country is just a network of these communities coming together at some sense. This is adding resilience to the big scale generation and transmission that anyway the country would build at some point and continue to build. So this combination is a very important one to look at as we build resilient and secure energy infrastructure at a population scale.
Absolutely.
And the population could be as small as an island. Sorry.
Absolutely, Mr.
We have a joke here in Chile that says that 9 out of 10 natural disasters choose Chile as its final destination. So I think it's very important. Resilience is a very important subject. And what we have seen at the most of the electric energy outage comes because the distribution network is not well fitted for facing today's challenges. Distribution network was built to bring energy from large scale to consumers, and now what we are seeing is that distribution networks must become bidirectional or multi-directional. That means that they must allow energy flows in multiple directions. And the traditional Chilean, at least Chilean regulation, was built thinking that money flows from customers to large companies. And what we've been talking this morning is right the opposite. Now money can flow at any directions. Peer-to-peer solar technology and solar model business innovation. I think it's the future. And for doing so, you need to put on top of the physical infrastructure of energy, you need to create a digital infrastructure. And when you create that digital infrastructure, that will transform the energy business. Just like digital infrastructure transform taxi business, hotel businesses, and it will transform energy business. And what we have seen in Chile is most of large-scale companies are still stuck in the old paradigm. And what we are seeing is that perhaps in the near future, we are going to see a new rise of businesses, a new rise of business opportunity, a new rise of companies that may somehow transform and jeopardize the traditional energy business. So I think that's something that we have to take into account when we move forward in this energy transition from the old days energy paradigm to the new days solar-driven energy transition.
Thank you very much. And you have made this perfect segue for the final topic, and the topic that has been highly anticipated before the session is the digital transformation. While we were talking about energy transformation, we saw the benefits in resilience, we saw the benefits in social inclusion, but as you have mentioned, it's written all over it, the digital transformation, and you have mentioned a lot of the digital infrastructure. And I would like to touch base a bit with you first. How can we understand? Do we have a common agreement of what do you consider that would be building digital infrastructure for a country? Sorry, the word is super hard. But could we take just a small step into try to find an agreement? What is digital infrastructure for this transition? And how can we actually build it, or how is it actually being built in the country?
So this is something that cannot be addressed in just a couple of lines, definitely not, but I will give you an example. So digitalization in a company that have multiple, so we are working in the O&M business, in the operation and maintenance of solar farms. The way that we use it, and this is just one point, one touch point, we use real-time information from all the sites, from all different parts of each of the site in case of the utility, and from the whole site if it is a distributed generation. We do a real-time injection and to see which is the soiling on each of the parts of the site. We do in parallel economic analysis on how much it will cost to clean all the sites. In the solar industry, one of the biggest what we consume is for cleaning the panels is almost maybe 20% of the whole OPEX on an annual basis. So we do an analysis on how much it will cost, and then an analysis of how much money are we losing because of that soiling. The soiling is going up, to a point where it is economically makes sense to clean it. So we are doing this on a real time, on a daily basis, on each of the sites. And by doing that, then we also can predict on when to call. And then that means that on the logistics point of view, our cleaning team will be ready just right. They need to start linking. By doing that, we use the digitalization in order to reduce the OPEX to generate as much as we can and to optimize the generation of energy, which is ultimately what we all want in this room.
Yep.
On the topic of digital infrastructure, I definitely want to talk about digital public infrastructure, DPI, that I think we've been talking about as a G20 announcement that India hosted as presidency 2 years ago, and the world has recognized. I understand from the Secretariat that I may have an opportunity to make a small presentation, maybe a little after lunch, so probably I'll reserve my detailed comments to that. But if I were to just extend the conversation here, so digital infrastructure, of course, people can talk about right from our IoT sensors to apps to compute and servers, and all of that is infrastructure. But it's important to recognize that we are looking at a very, very complex systems like energy and energy. I think the energy infrastructure is probably the most complex infrastructure humanity has ever built. But when you're looking at digital for that, it's important to look at digital public infrastructure. If I were to take a very simple analogy, I know digital public infrastructure, that's 3 words and quite a mouthful. But if I were to take a very simple analogy, today if you're a car manufacturer, you would set up infrastructure of yourself, like your plants, your supply chain, whole lot of things for component manufacturers, everything. But no matter how big a car manufacturer you are, you still need the public infrastructure of roads. Imagine if you had no roads in your country and you want to sell a Ferrari. What is the cost of a Ferrari, or what is the cost of a bus? So that's where shared common public infrastructure like roads and electricity is how the economy has built sustainable growth for the whole of humanity. In the digital world, unfortunately, we have been building digital infrastructure in silos without building those digital road specific. India has been able to demonstrate that if you build shared digital infrastructure, a bit like internet, we probably didn't build any digital public infrastructure beyond internet as a humanity. But if you build digital public infrastructure like Pix in Brazil or UPI in India, which does 18 billion transactions a month, today I can make a $2 loan because of UPI. And in 2 minutes for a very, very small artisan who needs that money for that day. So digital public infrastructure as a common digital rail that public and private can innovate on top of it to unlock value is the need of the hour. It is even more so in the area of energy because energy is a very, very complex act of coordination. Distributors, transmission, generators, and now behind the meter solar and batteries coming in, it's a complex coordination problem. If you don't have a common digital infrastructure to do 2 things, very, very reliable trusted flow of information, reliable trusted form of energy, demand and supply, and reliable and trusted information about where the capacities to store, generate, and transmit has to be built. If all those coordination cannot happen today, we are creating probably smart isolated systems, but collectively it's becoming totally brittle, especially with demand going up, electrification happening across all industries. I think there is a very, very clear argument for why you need common digital infrastructure actually to protect the investments private companies, utilities, and governments are making, whether it's in adoption of AI or anything. And it's very powerful. And I think that's where we think the need for digital public infrastructure is important, and think of it like the digital roads that I think the grid desperately needs right now. I could probably talk about it later, but I just thought I'll give you a little bit of that, a teaser before I think why this conversation is important.
And I will ask, because we're very short on time, but I really need to ask, put the voice on you, the caucus from here, from Latin America. What do you think are the current drivers and inhibitors, or potential inhibitors and drivers of the current digital infrastructure transition for a more digitalized industry? Still have like a minute left, so let's use it.
Well, I think that energy and digital infrastructure are deeply interrelated. In Chile, when we have the blackout in February this year, after 4 hours of blackouts, we start running out of communications. In Spain, that happened immediately. When they had the blackout, the cell phones stopped working immediately. So that means that communication infrastructure needs energy. We have talked this morning about how artificial intelligence may support the rise of new business models and the inclusion of more and more people in the energy world. But in order to the AI to work, they need energy, and they're going to need huge amount of cheap energy. Otherwise, artificial intelligence won't be able to develop. So the digital world needs the energy world, and the energy world will need digital world. Are 2 interrelated businesses, sectors, and may have a huge impact on the quality of life of all of us. So I think it's a very important matter to start thinking about these 2 sectors are joint sectors, and we have to deal with their challenges together.
Now, just to put one point extra also on the fragmentation, I think that thinking as systems is super important, but not only to focus on fragmentation, but to focus on also the decentralization, because that's the other side. When you don't want to fragment and collect and centralize too much, that doesn't work. I'm going to give you a very quick example. I was last week in Araucanía, in the mountains. The roads there are horrible. There's no phone connection. We were heating with wood, and there was a generator for the electricity. But there was Starlink. We had perfect connection. So I think that we need now to change the system and start thinking that the decentralization can be, and the decentralization of internet or of technology is already here. So we need to think also of how do we decentralize energy and bring this closer to people.
Thank you very much for your answer and all your answers, and for chiming in with your intelligence from and experience and insights from India. We have spoke about how solar energy became something that's natural, and it naturally began with battery systems, and it had brought several issues. Now you see that the green transition is extremely complex, and we just barely dipped our toes in the water on the subject of this. I want to thank you very much for your deep insight and the ideas that have been brought upon. I hope that this conversation can last for several years and we can actually evolve the conversation, not have the same one at any moment. I would like to give an applause to the panel of CEOs and I'll leave the speaker to the next one who's managing the agenda. To you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those engaging conversations. With the permission of the chair, the Secretariat would like to propose that we proceed to the press briefing right now, simultaneously while all the other delegates can proceed for lunch. We shall reconvene post-lunch precisely at 3 p.m. again to take agenda items 9 to 12. Chair, if we have your permission.
Yes, approve. Permission.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Colleagues, we request all honorable ministers present to kindly consider joining us for the press briefing. The press briefing is happening in the room right adjacent to this. As you exit the hall, you shall find it on your left. The ushers will be happy to escort you there. We request all other delegates may kindly proceed for lunch at the Plaza Gasitua. That's right outside the door, opposite the doors. We shall reconvene precisely at 3 p.m. the arrival of the chair. We anticipate to begin in the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your kind consideration and understanding.
In the life
Excellencies, colleagues, welcome back. Thank you so much for your kind attention, consideration, and patience. We've had very interesting conversations throughout the day. As informed prior to lunch, we'll be taking up agenda items from 9 to 12. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we shall proceed with the next agenda item. The next agenda item is the preparation for the 8th meeting of the International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean region. The regional committee meetings serves as valuable platforms for member countries to align their sustainable development goals with a focus on advancing regional priorities for the clean energy transition. I encourage all members to see this as an opportunity to strengthen our collective clean energy agenda and to extend their support to the Secretariat in organizing future regional committee meetings. And so I invite comments and inputs from members for the 8th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean region to be convened in 2026.
Madam Chair, if there are no comments, we hope to get back in about a month's time after consultation with Suriname and others on the venue for the next ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I trust that the Secretariat take note of that. And we shall proceed with the next agenda item. Next on the agenda are the interventions by the member countries. So I would now invite the members of this committee to deliver your country statements specific to the solar energy sector and the activities of the International Solar Alliance. Of course, I haven't seen the timer come back on, so you know that we are pressed for time. So we ask you to be considerate to allow for as much members as possible to make their contribution, to keep your statements brief. I recognize Antigua and Barbuda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Director General. Excuse me. I'd like to give a brief update as to Antigua's journey on our renewable energy project. At the current moment, Antigua has installed capacity of approximately 110 megawatts of 110 megawatts of traditional HFO and diesel power plants. Within the context of that 110, it's a recently installed 40 megawatt LNG plant, but it is not able to operate within the, to produce power utilizing LNG, simply because the channel by which the ships would refuel the energy plant is still to be completed, and that is giving us some particular challenges. The local public utility had asked for an increase in its power footprint, and the government had taken the position 4 years ago that we did not need to go the route of HFO fuels, but that we would want to look at RE. At that time, there were challenges coming out of COVID, there were challenges with supply chains for batteries, and so in order to satisfy the need for the baseload power requirements that the utility had, we made a determination to adopt a cleaner energy footprint, and hence the move to LNG as an interim measure. There is a 12-year contract on the power purchase agreement for that plant. And of course, with what is taking place in the international marine community, the LNG fuel facility in Antigua would allow for cleaner port energy as well, when most of the ships that are plying cargo and the cruise ships would have an opportunity for refueling with cleaner energy in Antigua as well. But with respect to our own solar installation, between the residential community, in which there is a significant adoption within our residential community for solar rooftops, the business community, and in the parts of the government, which is slowly migrating away from its reliance on fossil fuel energy, we have an additional 12 megawatts of installed solar capacity. But of course, that is not fully backed up by batteries or inverters. That's a space that we're going to have to work within. Overall, I would indicate that we have approximately 11% of solar capacity installed in the network. That would represent at peak load, approximately 19% of the peak load. Our peak load at this moment is 65 megawatts. And of course, the solar, combined solar install, both between government, business, and residential, represents about 5% of our energy generation. We intend to continue to pursue our NDCs as outlined by the government during the various COPs. We are significant way away from our 2028 target, which was originally set at 80%. It would have been ambitious in the first instance, but we do intend over the next 4 to 5 years to recalibrate and to ensure that by 2031, when we are going to retire a 50 megawatt plant utilizing HFO, we will be in a position to replace that, of course, with utility-based solar installation. So overall, I think that our progress has been measured, and we continue to focus on these improvements. It is our intention and under my ministry by the end of the year to have a national renewable energy conference amongst all the stakeholders, both in private and public sector, to ensure that we can recalibrate our efforts to ensure that we are able to get closer and closer to our NDCs, and to ensure that by 2040 that we would achieve net zero in respect of our energy footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for your insightful remarks. I invite Costa Rica, followed by the Commonwealth of Dominica. And just a reminder, if you are wanting to make an intervention today, you just flip your name card upwards and we'll identify you. So Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Costa Rica agradece la invitación para participar en esta 7ª reunión regional de la ISA para Latinoamérica y el Caribe, la cual representa un foro de gran importancia para intercambiar experiencias y perspectivas sobre la relevancia de las energías renovables para la región. En nuestro caso, Costa Rica ha sido reconocida a nivel internacional por su compromiso con la protección y conservación del medio ambiente, y nuestra matriz eléctrica se basa en una larga y exitosa tradición de energías renovables, fruto de una visión país que apuesta por la sostenibilidad. Hoy, nuestra meta es avanzar hacia una economía moderna, verde, resiliente, equitativa y libre de emisiones. La descarbonización para nuestro país no es solo un objetivo ambiental, es una oportunidad para transformar nuestro modelo de desarrollo en beneficio de todas las personas. Con el objetivo de convertirse en una economía moderna, verde y libre de emisiones, Costa Rica busca diversificar y ampliar sus fuentes energéticas renovables. Durante los próximos 2 años, la empresa estatal responsable de la operación de la red eléctrica, el Instituto Costarricense de Electricidad, planea ampliar sus parques solares con la construcción de 2 plantas con una capacidad total de 150 megawatts. Gracias a la generación solar distribuida, además, el sector privado ha instalado más de 60 megawatts, lo cual quiere decir que en 2 años la producción total superaría los 200 megawatts. De este modo, Costa Rica sigue cumpliendo con su compromiso con el Acuerdo de París y su apoyo al uso de la energía solar. Sabemos que los esfuerzos que realizamos hoy y los que surgirán de este valioso encuentro darán frutos significativos a largo plazo, tanto para el ambiente como para nuestras economías y para la generación de sociedades más resilientes y más inclusivas. Gracias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much. I recognize the flag of Dominican Republic. My humble apologies. For the record, I did call Commonwealth of Dominica and then Dominican Republic. Sorry.
Thank you.
You know, Madam Chair, the Dominican Republic has ruined many a Christmas for me. Because for a long time, our mail used to be sent to the Dominican Republic by mistake. So, you know, I have bad memories of the Dominican Republic. But thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me first of all begin by thanking our host, Chile being an excellent place to host a renewable energy meeting, and in this case, solar. Chile has shown great leadership, so I want to thank them not only for the hospitality, but for the leadership that they've given to the Americas, Latin America, and the Caribbean, to inspire us to move with our efforts at transitioning to renewable energy. So we want to thank Chile. I want to thank Chile on behalf of my delegation. Also, I wish to thank the International Solar Alliance for the kind invitation. And especially, I want to thank the Director General. DG, you've made it, I'm not a guy who normally comes with a prepared text, but you make me see the wisdom in that today, because the amount of discussions, the type of discussions we've had, I am happy that I didn't have to speak too early. So I had to listen, because some of the recommendations that I was hoping to flag, or some of the things that I wanted us to consider, I must say, you've given great leadership in those areas, and the discussions so far pointing to the thinking towards accommodating the small island developing states on our own peculiarities. So I feel very encouraged by that. So I just wish to add a few points to the list that I already have. Some I have ticked off, but some still remain. Clearly, those of us in the Caribbean, and especially in the OECS, Eastern Caribbean, we are in the path of the hurricanes, and every time I think of energy, renewable energy in particular, I always get nervous, because I always feel, having lived through, especially the more recent one, which was Hurricane Maria, and our 90% of our grid knocked off, took us about 6 months to get back online, that, you know, we have to put a number of factors up front when we are seeking to do that transition. Because after all, we're seeking to do this for the benefit of our people. I will not speak to so much on the just transition, the fact that we should not be beating ourselves over the head if only the main polluters would have taken their responsibility to ensure that they can protect us from the impact of climate change. Then we would be having a slightly different conversation. But I won't speak much about that today, but except to say that, again, I want to recognize the work that the World Bank is doing together with ISA, and especially MEGA, because it's going to be very important for us to have guarantees and to underwrite the risk involved in renewable energy, and especially, as I said, in our region, solar power. And it is important to have organizations, or in this case, the World Bank, coming through with a facility that can guarantee PPAs, because most of us who have solar PV on the grid are owned by the state. We have not yet delved into a real IPP type solar utility scale generation. We have not yet gotten there. And some member states are ahead. Belize is moving, Antigua and Barbuda, and Kitts and Nevis moving ahead, and St. Lucia. A number of us are moving ahead. But we will need to see what a real PPA looks like. And this is where I'm saying that we need to speed up the efforts with your star centers, because we need to do some of these real numbers. We need to test this, because you cannot take what is being done on a major country with a huge population and I should say, just take it to a small island developing state with its own peculiarities. The real PPA is where the real cost of solar power will be revealed. And we're getting there. So I really want to encourage, and I support, as I did earlier, the efforts at setting up the star centers where we could do some real work. And I'm still, again, want to reiterate, we need to study the behavior of solar panels over a 20-year period on islands. Because in our neighboring territory, well, neighboring country, Guadeloupe, there's some information coming from there that it would be important to take a closer look at. and see how that works with the proximity to the sea and the impact. What type of solar panels are best built for island states? So these are some of the key things. And therefore, we need to invest more in the research and development and do more of our own assessment and analysis. And again, I want to reiterate the need for us to work with regional institutions. We have SICRI in Barbados that was set up, established, and I'm not only speaking about it because I'm a co-founder, but it is our institution that we created with funding from partners. It still is in existence, and we need to utilize the resources that we have there. We have great capacity there that we can build upon and see how we can help our people in this transition to renewable energy. Madam Chair, again, I think we also need, and I think the ISA should help us in that case, because I see you have good friends. The World Bank was very present and still very present here. We need to insert the natural disaster clause in those finances, in these loan agreements. Whether it's a sovereign guarantee, we had IFC here as well, whether it's through IFC or private fund. And DG spoke a lot about some of these pension funds and all these other funds that are sitting all over the place to invest. But there has to be a disaster clause in those financing. And I'm saying this because, in fact, the PPA will have to provide for what happens if there is no power for a few months. What happens when you get to a few months and you have the plant back because it's insured, but you don't have an off-taker because your utility is under pressure because we are rebuilding after major impact from a hurricane. So we need to look at the natural disaster clause as per the Bridgetown Initiative and the demand that have been made. So we urge the ISA to help us in that. We also need to speak, and I mentioned insurance. So there are two types of insurance. You'll have the plant insurance. You'll have the interruption of works of business insurance. The grids are not usually insured. How do we deal with that? And what type of insurance are going to be required by private investors for solar utility scale project? And what are the insurance companies saying? So I think the ISA needs to add that. I didn't see this one anywhere, but we need to look at insurance. And that is where the costs start adding up. And I'm throwing these things in, not just to be critical, but having been through major negotiations on PPAs and development of projects, unlike solar, but renewable energy projects all the same, and having gone through the reality of the impact of Hurricane Maria. The discussion that we're having very often when we talk about solar PV, we like to talk about distributed generation. Distributed generation has its place and may be the solution in some circumstances. But I think as policymakers, we ought to be very careful that we are not placing those among us who can least afford at a disadvantage by seeking to promote alternatives that perhaps may be more suitable for other countries. I believe profoundly that the state has a responsibility to guarantee its citizens' power. Just as we build roads, we have to build grids. And we have to take power to the people. Oh, geez, that sounds cool. Power to the people. We need to ensure that people have access to power 24/7. And irrespective of what system we feel that we can use to free up the pressure or reduce the pressure on the major generation centers, we need to have a system that ensures that people have access to electricity. And I'm saying that this is coming from a guy who, has solar at his home and on his farm. So I know those of us who can afford, we can do this. But I'm always worried about the guy in a little village somewhere who might not be able to do this, or just someone who has no interest in checking to see whether your battery is powered or not. You know, I mean, we have to think this through. We cannot just be carried away by solutions that are more suitable for other places. And that's why I am emphasizing the need to utilize our centers that have the competence and the capacity to answer these questions, because these are policy questions that ministers must answer. The private sector has their interests, and I'm happy we heard them today, and thank you very much, DG, for having them participate. Although I must say one observation, I really wish we had CARILEC, the Caribbean Renewable the utilities, there, somebody from CARILEC or somebody from a private IPP in the region. Perhaps you may not find in this part of the Caribbean, but the Dominican Republic, I'm sure they would have had someone who can bring their own perspective and their own experiences. I heard a lot about Chile, and that was very enlightening. But I think we need, if we have to be part of the conversation, we need representation from us so that that can make a more balanced conversation among us. So I want to, again, urge that we have that discussion openly, and especially bring in the utility companies, because this is not a coup that we're pulling against them, because they have to be part of the solution. Years ago, people were talking about the disruptive nature of renewable energy. I don't buy that. I never did, and I'm happy I never did, because I'm seeing a different reality now that we still need utility companies. And the way for small island states to do the transition, it has to be in partnership with the utility companies, not in competition. We cannot eliminate them as some of us may wish. This is not, the Uber-type system is optional. I don't have to take a taxi, but I want lights, I want electricity at my home. I don't think it's fair to be able to compare this to something that I don't necessarily need, but people need electricity. The people who have medication that have to be refrigerated at their homes. They cannot have power, but I don't need to take a taxi, be it Uber, Lyft, or the ordinary yellow cab. So, Madam Chair, I think we need to focus on a transition that is just, that is equitable, but we must also ensure that there's reliability in whatever we do. It is expensive to do what we're doing sometimes as small island developing states, and this is where it takes me to the final point on the grid. We heard about a 2,500 kilometer grid. I'm not looking for that, I'm just looking for 40 kilometers. We are now constructing a 10-kilometer transmission network, and we are hoping that we can raise the resources to do another 40 kilometers. And this takes me back to climate justice. What would have cost us $10 million is now costing us $40 million. And it happened to be that the company building that transmission network is from India, Talca, Peru. I saw them outside. They are doing this very resilient, 75% on the ground. And we have to do this. If we don't do this, the next hurricane season, we may end up with no transmission network. So what we found is that the differential between doing what is commercially viable and what is resilient is very expensive. And therefore, conversation need to be generated that there has to be some aspect of grant funding, even if it's to meet the differential between what is commercially viable and what is resilient. That conversation cannot be, we cannot abandon that conversation. It has to take place. And if we are seeking to promote renewable energy, and especially solar power, there is still going to be the need to take that power to where it needs to be consumed, unless we all resort to self-generation. We have invested in battery energy storage systems. So we just 2 months ago commissioned a BESS system. And we are hoping that by the end of this year, by December 2025, we can complete construction of our first 10 megawatt geothermal plant. We have the capacity to power the entire country, and that will add to our 30% of hydropower that we already have. Yet we still believe that solar PV is part of our solution, and we are exploring how we can integrate solar PV utility scale in the grid that could help us not only to shave off the peak, but to help meet power demand that is the more resilient network connecting the north of the island to the south of the island and onto the east coast. So, Madam Chair, I am sorry I said I wasn't going to say much, especially since I spoke a few times today. But I had one more point I wanted to. I'll just kidding. Thank you very much.
I was about to say, no. Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Henderson, the Commonwealth of Dominica, for your insightful remarks. The timer screen is on, although we don't have a countdown, but it's on. So we really want to take as much countries as possible. So if you can keep it concise, I don't want to be the chair to cut you. But if you're going as long as Dr. Henderson, please do not say you're going short. You're making a short intervention. Because it's the quite opposite. But we want to hear from as much countries as possible. So make it straight to the point, strategic, and let's get our members to be able to say a few words as well, too. So we move on now to, I think it was the Republic of Peru. I think down at the end, so.
Dominican.
I have nothing against the DR. My apologies. I think maybe it's a little bit of ethnic fatigue. So we're gonna go with Dominican Republic and then the Republic of Peru. You have the floor.
Sí. Sí, muchas gracias, señora presidenta, distinguido director general, distinguidos delegados. Para mí es un honor dirigirme a ustedes en nombre de la República Dominicana, al tiempo que agradezco y felicito tanto a la ISA como al gobierno de Chile. Quisiera hablar desde la perspectiva, como mi colega de Dominica, desde la perspectiva de los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo también. Porque en nuestras islas, un solo evento hidrometeorológico extremo puede hacer perder los logros de años de desarrollo. República Dominicana ha tenido un crecimiento sostenido durante los últimos 50 años. Hemos tenido un crecimiento de un 5% anual del Producto Interno Bruto durante décadas. Ahora bien, en el año 1999 fuimos afectados por el huracán George. Y el huracán George destruyó el 13.8% del Producto Interno Bruto. Es decir, que en 48 horas se destruyó el crecimiento logrado en 3 años. Y en ese sentido, el asegurar una transición energética adecuada y garantizar una seguridad energética no son solamente metas, sino que son cuestiones esenciales para la supervivencia de países como los nuestros. Y estamos haciendo un esfuerzo. En los últimos 4 años, nuestro país ha duplicado su capacidad instalada en energías renovables, pasando de 588 megavatios en 2020 a más de 1.396 megavatios en 2024. Es decir, que ya nuestra matriz, el 22% de nuestra matriz energética ya el año pasado correspondía a energías renovables en capacidad instalada. Nuestro objetivo de 25% para este año también lo estamos logrando. Tenemos la meta de 30% para 2030. Pensamos que lo vamos a obtener. Y ya el año pasado tuvimos en generación distribuida 450 megavatios. Y estamos haciendo muchos esfuerzos. Estamos integrando nuevos parques fotovoltaicos. Pero justamente dentro de ese contexto Nosotros para lograr esto lo hemos hecho no solo mediante medidas aisladas, sino diseñando una estrategia. Como parte de esa estrategia, en el año 2022, con el apoyo del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, hicimos un estudio sobre la evaluación económica de la descarbonización del sector eléctrico en República Dominicana. Y los resultados de ese estudio nos dicen que si apostamos a fondo por una transición energética hacia las energías renovables, vamos a tener, no solamente vamos a cumplir con los objetivos globales, sino que vamos a cumplir con objetivos nacionales, pero también vamos a ahorrar dinero, porque la opción a favor de la descarbonización nos ahorraría, según ese estudio, $2.000 millones para el año 2050. Hemos tomado otras medidas, nos hemos asociado a la Alianza para la Superación del Carbón, el PPAC, siglas en inglés. Estamos también trabajando en un plan de transición energética con los fondos de inversión para el clima. Nos hemos asociado al esfuerzo de transición energética. En fin, estamos haciendo el esfuerzo, pero dentro de ese esfuerzo es que se destaca
effort is that we highlight the importance, which is very strategic, with the strategic importance that ISA has for us, because it helps us to understand better, to think better, and to define much better all those purposes. And that's why ISA has been, for the Dominican Republic, a strategic ally, because of its initiatives, because of its trust funds, because of the centers or the Solar X Challenge, the resource centers, and all these are instruments that are really vital for countries like us can implement real solutions that are real and that are just as well. And even at this moment, that this is a huge scientific and technological development, that costs keep on going down of the renewable energies, and in particular of solar energy, with development of storage of energy and development of cheaper batteries with new technologies. We want to see if we're not quick enough, it might be that we are tied up to contracts with certain forms of energies that are based on fossil fuels. And so if we don't act quickly, we're not going to be able to get the best benefit from what we have as possibilities today. And that's why ISA for us has a really strategic value, to say that they will help us from different angles. And this excellent panel that we had at the end of the morning with people of really high level, people from the academia, representative of companies, these presenters were saying that the energy transition is very, very complex and it's very diverse. And why we have the importance of having these tools that help us to discern between all these options. Because we are conditioned by global determinations, this scientific development, the great factual powers of the planet, and all these are on top of us. But we also have to start off by getting to know our own particular situation, which are very diverse and with very different actors that need to be integrated. Naturally, the companies, governments, the central governments and local governments, and the communities and the people. And that is where I insist that ISA's role has an absolutely strategic role because we know that there is no country, neither the Dominican Republic or any other country, can achieve all its objectives on its own. We need to be accompanied. We need to be aligned, strategically aligned. And I understand that maybe that spirit of multilateral cooperation is expressed through ISA, and we want to strengthen ISA. We want to strengthen the different platforms and the new platforms that are being announced here today. And we want them to be strengthened because it's the only way and it's the best way that we have to be able to share experiences, to mobilize resources, and to understand better and promote a transition that isn't just green, but that is also fundamentally just, competitive, and resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dominican Republic. We now move to the Republic of Peru, followed by the Republic of Suriname.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you so much, Madam
En esta
Chair.
ocasión, el Perú desea saludar
At the moment, Peru wishes to greet the realization of the 7th regional committee meeting for strengthening dialogue and strengthening cooperation around the development of innovative solutions, promoting equitable, clean energy access and sustainable development in the energy system in our region. Peru wishes to reaffirm its commitment to energy transition as a fundamental pillar for the sustainable development of our region. In that context, the promotion of renewable energies like solar, wind, hydro, biomass, thermal energy, and means to access to those constitute a key element to move towards a cleaner energy mix that is more resilient and in alignment with the international commitments and with the aims of reaching that. Peru has developed planning instruments around energy for the long term as the update of its national energy policy in 2014 and the creation of the energy plan that is integrated in 2020. The work has potential with 10 ongoing projects that will incorporate over 2,000 megawatts to the power grid by 2028. And likewise, we are developing the mega project Horizonte de Verano located in Arequipa with an investment that is roughly $11 million that includes the creation of a PV power plant, an electrolysis plant, a desalination plant, and a maritime port for exporting green hydrogen to international markets. Finally, to make this intervention brief, Peru really highlights the ISA's role as a platform to coordinate the efforts aimed to have an equitable and sustainable energy transition for its openness and adaptation to all of the different needs of the member states. And despite the challenges that Peru faces as unequal access and constraints in financing, we are renewing our institutional capacity and our will to continue contributing actively to the consolidation of all of the measures.
Thank you so much, Peru. I invite the Republic of Suriname, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Officially, thank you so much for having us here at Suriname. Also, congratulations again to the Director General and the work that he has been doing for almost a year. It's almost a year, right? More? 4 months? Oh, sorry, yes, February or so, March it was. Oh, I'm sorry, because the elections were last year. You see, I was already excited, so sorry. For the 4 months that he has been in office and the work that he and his team has been doing, it is promising, and Suriname is supporting that, what you are doing. So first of all, or second, I have to say, send my regards, or send the regards of the Minister, David Abiamofo, who couldn't be here. So I don't know who knows, but we recently had elections on the 25th of May, and we have a change of cabinet, and we have the first female president in Suriname, of which we are very proud of. Thank you. So it's a whole lot of discussions and handing over. And the second thing that I'm very proud of is that my minister is the only one from the previous cabinet in this new cabinet as well. So the policy that we have been set out on doing what we are doing within the ministry will continue and will actually improve as well. Suriname is on the crossroad, actually, on the one hand, because we want to develop the fossil fuel that we found, and we expect first oil in 2028. So we are excited about that, and we are looking forward to everything that we can earn with oil that is going to be produced. And on the other hand, we are really looking into having more renewable energies and going green, looking at the NDCs and all the commitments that we have with international organizations and with ourselves, of course. So, but we're continuing. There are discussions ongoing with the state-owned company, our utility company, the government on how and what to do with our gas, either to export it, to sell it, or to bring it on shore. I know we have MOUs and negotiations with Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. So we are still on that path and deciding what actually is going to happen. But on the renewable energy side, it may seem small, but for the interior, we have 5 megawatt installed. 5 megawatts seems small, but it makes a lot of impact for the people living there. And I think that we all go for energy access for all. And in the future, we will have another 5 megawatt installed. Meaning that we will have around 160 villages being receiving 24/7 energy. And that means a lot to them, because up to now it's only 6 hours a day. And then when it shuts down, because of the diesel generator, we provide the oil, and when it shuts down, you have nothing left. They cannot really store their meat or foods. They have to do it fresh every day, or they just eat what they find. It's challenging for us as well, because we have to transport the diesel. If it's rainy, we have high waters, we can go. If it's dry season, it's very difficult to bring the oil there. So it brings benefits, challenges, and more discussions on what do we do next in the next step of development, bringing renewable energies to the interior, but also coming back to the coastal area. And I think that is where SIT come in, the SIT platform come in looking into how can the energy utility company transition from HFO, heavy HFO dependency, to renewable energy. So that is something that we will explore in the coming period. We have been discussing this internally, and we will continue with that discussion. So I will keep it short. I will say again, thank you to the host representative is not here, but Chile is present here. Thank you for the host to having us here, Madam Chair, and the DG, and looking forward to a green and energetic future together. Thank you.
I recognize St. Vincent, and then we'll go to St. Kitts and Nevis, followed by the Republic of Chile. I see you, Trinidad. I'm asking you again, please, to make it very brief. I don't want to cut you, and I want everybody to speak. So colleagues, be reminded and be respectful that while we want to give our interventions, we also have to look out for each other here. So please make it short, so we can accommodate everyone. So, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor, followed by St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, firstly, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the ISA for inviting St. Vincent and the Grenadines to be a part of this very important meeting. My colleague and I, we are delighted to be here. We know in our country we have a great potential for the development of solar. but we are currently limited by factors such as finance, disasters, and policy. And to some extent, we are limited from access to updated technologies that can benefit the various sectors of our economy. St. Vincent and Grenadines, through these meetings, we try and hope for a deeper relationship with the ISA so as to harness our great potential for solar and continued partnerships. We currently have about 5 to 6% solar coverage, and we are hoping to expand this so that we could transform our economy through the various sectors, namely agriculture. We are looking for more technological advancements such as pumps and other irrigation facilities to allow us to continue to produce during dry season, and for us to have other type of value-added products such as crop drying and so on and so forth. The solar technology is very important for our health sector as well, and we are looking at initiatives to boost our health sector through the development of solar for critical infrastructure, such as the hospitals, clinics, and so on, so that they could still function in times of natural disasters. We know that some of these medications have to be refrigerated and so on, and we currently do not have that facility to keep our clinics functioning if there is any power outages and so on. So being here at this meeting, we are learning from the other countries in terms of the best practices so that we could benefit our country. We do not necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. And we are currently now working on our policy, the Electricity Supply Act, and the National Energy Policy. These are all geared towards building our country through renewables, especially through solar. I just want to mention that, so thank you.
Thank you so very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor, followed by the Republic of Chile.
Thank you very much, Chair. And St. Kitts and Nevis is honored to have this opportunity to provide an update from our Federation. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is a privilege to address this meeting and to, of course, reaffirm the commitment of the Federation to the advancement of solar energy across our region. St. Kitts and Nevis has learned a great deal in the solar space. Upon coming to office 3 years ago, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, together with the 100% owned utility, the St. Kitts Electricity Company, SCELEC, undertook a comprehensive review of a previously contracted utility-scale solar and battery storage project, which was started in 2017. Following repeated failures by the developer to meet agreed milestones, the contract was formally terminated. This decision, though difficult, was necessary to safeguard, of course, the public interest and to ensure that the momentum of our energy transition is maintained. In response, the government-owned utility has procured and engaged the services of an internationally respected and credible transaction advisor to support the transparent development of a utility-scale solar energy and battery energy storage project, including everything from project inception, techno-economic capacity assessment, complete grid impact analysis, energy yield reports, plant conceptual design, national cost-benefit analysis, economic viability, regulatory analysis, bankability analysis, legal review, market sounding, tender document preparation, tender evaluation, and PPA negotiation up to commercial close. This initiative is being designed to contribute meaningfully to the national electricity demand and will be supported by stronger due diligence, implementation safeguards, and a clear pathway to delivery. It is expected to provide 30 to 40% of the energy needs of St. Kitts by 2027. These efforts form part of our broader Sustainable Island State agenda, which seeks to build national resilience across 7 pillars, of which energy security is the main cog. Under this agenda, we have launched the SKN 100 program, an ambitious initiative to achieve 100% renewable electricity generation by 2035. The program prioritizes modernization of infrastructure, obviously reduction in fossil fuel dependence, and integration of cleaner technologies across sectors. In parallel, we are finalizing regulations to guide the integration of small-scale distributed renewable energy, including net billing, etc. As we prepare for this transition, it's important for us to note that our College of Further Education, the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College, in collaboration with Green Solutions International, has established a Caribbean Center of Excellence in Research, Innovation, and Workforce Training with focus on solar PV installation and EV maintenance. This facility has now completed varying levels of training of the workforce in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, as I close, as a small island developing state, we value the role of the International Solar Alliance in facilitating technical cooperation and regional support. We welcome these opportunities to collaborate on regulatory design, project development, and access to platforms such as setting up the STARSI and, of course, the SIDS platform. We also encourage further engagement with sub-regional groupings such as the OECS to better tailor assistance to smaller energy markets like ours. St. Kitts and Nevis remains committed to working alongside ISA and its member states to realize a secure, inclusive, and sustainable energy future. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much, St. Kitts and Nevis. I turn over to the Republic of Chile, then St. Lucie or St. Lucia.
Thank you very much for this meeting. I speak in Spanish, so muchas gracias por la reunión.
Thank you
Agradecemos
very much
también a
for this meeting. We also thank ISA for choosing us first as the host country for the meeting, and all of the country members visiting us and their ministers and delegations. Thank you so much for coming to Chile, and we hope that this visit is as pleasant as possible for you, that you enjoy our country as much as you can. Now, referring to energy, I would say that 10 years ago in Chile, we decided to create a long-term energy policy. From that point onwards, we managed to agree upon matters, including that the most difficult thing would be to unite the citizenship or the civil society, the energy generation, politicians, and every stakeholder, and agreeing on mid and long-term policies and goals. For instance, by 2015, that 10% are renewables, or lowering emissions by 2050, or for instance, having nearly 6 gigawatts in storage capacity by 2050. And all of this has allowed us for the past 10 years to draw a roadmap that we have covered satisfactorily for the country. And with this meeting, we are also opening our country to you. 10 years ago, solar power generation in our country was little, very scarce, and now we're speaking about a capacity that, together with all of the renewables, so we have an installed capacity close to 68%, out of which, as the minister said this morning, 30% of the total is solar. So we managed to increase and boost this capacity significantly in 10 years. We like to give this message because we believe that all of the countries here are not far from this. In 10 years, it's possible to have such a transformation where we moved from 40% of renewable energies in our energy mix to almost 68% of renewable energies, and thus we have been advancing in other matters like in the goal for storage. As I said, we have a 6 giga target by 2050, and we'll most likely reach it in a couple years, 28, 29, and therefore will be compliant with our storage goal. Likewise, in the past 4 years, we have advanced greatly in projects of distributed generation, like small-scale distributed generation of up to 32 kilowatt. If by years ago we had just a handful of projects, now we're managing 400 megawatts. We have multiplied by 4 the low-scale distributed generation, and so the mid-scale and large-scale distributed generation projects have also seen an important expansion in the past years, reaching 3.5 gigawatts in total installed capacity. For you to have an idea, our country has an installed capacity of more or less 36 gigawatts. So these numbers in solar energy terms are important.
Now, all this is related to the policies that we developed in the last years. It's a great scale, and thanks to diverse laws, we have been able to promote and strengthen renewable energies, and in particular solar energy, to be able to give a big opening in our system in general. And additionally, we have also tried to make sure that solar energy reaches people in their daily lives. And in the last few years, we've made up some programs like the Solar House, initiatives of joint property like this project in Talagante that we hope this year we're going to replicate to do 5 more similar projects in other parts of Chile. And likewise, we've made programs of solar roofs on public institute or buildings to show that solar energy, solar generation can also be in public sphere, and also to give confidence to the market on solar energy. And we've also focused a lot on everything related to agriculture, to be able to provide with solar technologies to the agricultural sphere, and also, for example, to use, we have a lot of challenges yet. We've got to decarbonize. We have to eliminate by 2040 all our carbon centers as well, and also to improve our solar capacity, that it reaches people. And we have more than 90%, around 95% of our territory that has electric energy, but there is still a small percentage that precisely we're trying to cover with solar energy, and as well to replace the fossil fuels with solar, wind, and hydro energy. And that's where we are making progress today. So we're very happy that this meeting was carried out here in Chile, and we were able to show what we've been doing in solar energy and, of course, in all renewable energies. Thank you very much.
So much, Chile. And we will have the final 2 members making their statement. Due to time constraints, I must take control of the meeting. So we will have St. Lucia and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. You each have 3 minutes. When you hear the beep, you would wrap up, okay? So St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director General. And let me thank the ISA for making the world just a little bit smaller. I say making the world a bit smaller because in July, St. Lucia worked day and night to secure financing for the Caribbean Resilient and Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility, which was signed on the 11th of July. We are here in August, and the ISA is speaking of the Catalytic Finance Hub, and the World Bank is at the table presenting this very same project. And this, for me, is relieving because it means that we are no longer working in silos, but we are seeing where synergies can happen. And I would like for the ISA to diligently push so that this synergy can happen, that maybe even by September, we are probably signing agreements to have some sort of collaboration as far as the REEF and the Catalytic Finance Hub goes, so that the countries of the region can have a guarantee facility that is not just backed by regional financing, but can also be backed by international financing. St. Lucia is pursuing 40% renewable energy by 2030, which under the REEF project, we have 6 solar-specific pipeline projects that we are hoping will be ready to go in the very short term, so that they can be ready to receive bids and ready to receive financing. And I heard the beep, so let me just wrap up and say that we stand ready to work with the ISA and the rest of the ISA members to ensure that this facility and the rest of the ISA programs can benefit the wider region. Thank you.
Three minutes start now. Thank you. Thanks. Yes. Madam Chair and Director General, and to all my colleagues here, good afternoon, and greetings from Trinidad and Tobago. I am very honored to be addressing this meeting here for the first time I'm attending such a session. And before I go even further, I would just like to extend solidarity and support for the miners from Coldeco, and in terms of that mining incident that took place a couple days ago in Chile. So solidarity to the workers of Chile. I myself, being a trade unionist for many, many years, practicing in the Industrial Court of Trinidad and Tobago. Just like Suriname, we just had an elections, and it's a new government. Well, not new, but it's a returning government with the second female prime minister, who was the first before. So she's now the second only female in Trinidad and Tobago to be prime minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC. And just like her, I am a new MP, winning the seat of Point Forte, which was held by the incumbent at that time for the last 40 years. So I have created history as well, me and my team. So I thank Almighty God and the team. I will, and with that said, I'll go straight into it. I'm not gonna take long, and I'm really not gonna take long. So first of all, I really would like to say that ISA, I thank you for the facilitation. But just like my good colleague from the Commonwealth of Dominica, I'm going to be very specific and politically correct, I too have my concerns as it relates to when we talk about renewables. I've been an oil worker for 25 years of my life. My last assignment was a logistics supervisor. And Trinidad and Tobago, after having still 110 years in the oil and gas industry, there's a great need for power generation because there are many, many citizens that are still without electricity. However, with the weaning or the depreciating gas reserves, there is no choice in the matter. Renewables becomes an obvious solution. The only thing is, renewables come at a time. There's a time issue. So in a 7-year-old project that has just been completed, we would have seen first electrons. We would have brought online a 92.5 megawatt solar farm. which is one of the largest solar farm in the English-speaking Caribbean. But as I learned quite recently, when you do something like that and there is no clear the nexus is how we're going to translate that to the grid. So battery power and so on. So that some of the things that we need some support in, and I thank the ISA in advance for extending that hand as to how we are going to commercialize and to bring such a project fully on stream for the consumers of Trinidad and Tobago. Secondly, because that's three things I have. Secondly, we have also had small investments in some smaller scale rooftop projects, generating like 1.2 megawatt and so on in our national airport. And we have the first green port, Labitco, which is in Labre, also. But all of these things will redound to nothing if we cannot get our population of 1.4 million people to see or to understand or to accept that renewable energy is the way that we ought to go. Part of policy formation internationally is that one size do not fit all. I always hear sorry people talk about the Singapore model and this one model and that model, but in the Caribbean, we have a thing, politicians, myself being a politician now, we always like to bring things from foreign countries and attempt to force it into our country. So that is why I am very hopeful with the SIDS that as small island developing states, we can sit down and work out what is the realities for each member country. And then after working that out, be able now to see where we can have synergies. And then after the synergies or parallel, we can then go to all of the international agencies to assist. But fundamental to that, as I close, has to be self-determination, self-reliance, because energy security is not just for the very large corporations and companies. Energy security is for everyone. And that in Trinidad and Tobago, it will be remiss of me if I even were to say that we're going to be moving away very soon from fossil fuel. That might have me out of office. Yes? We have to understand what the reality is. I thank the companies because what we have seen happening is that the BPs and Shells and our national gas company, they have been very eager to invest in renewables so that we are seeing some good things happening in our country as we move towards that ultimate goal to reduce the carbon footprint and to ensure that we secure the future for our generations. I thank you. Thank you, Chile, for your hospitality. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Trinidad and Tobago. And I did not cut you since it's your first time here. And we're happy to hear that Trinidad and Tobago is also joining other Caribbean countries with the renewable energy transition. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I close off this agenda item and we move quickly along to agenda item 11. Under this agenda, I invite members to raise any other matter of urgent importance for the consideration of this committee. And please, I beg you to keep it very brief should any member state wish to make any. I believe Cuba is requesting.
Sí, muy breve. Yo quiero destacar.
Yes, I will be very brief. I would like to highlight the communication that's been very fluid and all the attention that we had with Mr. Hugo from with Cuba and also with Mr. Jamba, who has, it's a 9-hour difference and we've been calling him, we've been writing to him and they always answer. And so we've been able to have a really good communications and interchange. I'd just like to highlight that. Thank you so much.
From ambition to action. So I join along with my member, Cuba, to say congratulations to you for, and DG for a hardworking team. So there is a small demo. So to the technical team, you now have the time now, you now have the floor to present this demo to the members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now like to invite Mr. Sujit Nair on popular demand from a lot of our member countries for a short demonstration. He's part of the Digital Energy Grid for FIDE. Mr. Nair, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, DG ISA, for giving me this opportunity to show you a few things which I thought could be an invitation for all of us to collectively imagine and think of the possibilities that we believe can accelerate some of the energy transition conversations, particularly with the investments countries are making in the area of digital side of the grid, digital side of the energy solutions. And I wanted to keep it as brief as possible. I am quite mindful and conscious of the beep. So what I can do is, in line with DG, sir, your quote about moving from ambition to action, I'll quickly jump into the DG action. However, if I were to quickly, make this very important submission. So digital energy grid is a vision. It's not a solution. It definitely does not prescribe itself as the silver bullet for any particular way of solving energy transition. Energy transition is a complex set of concerns, whether it's about reliability, affordability, equitable access, to thinking of grid top-down, modernizing the grid, or thinking grid decentralized, bottom-up, or thinking about solutions at the edges, not so much about transmission, or both, thinking about energy reliability and renewables, how do they come together. I don't think digital energy grid takes any position or has a point of view or an opinion to make, because what is indisputable is that all these concerns need to be seen in the context of the region, of the society that it caters to. So digital energy grid is a vision that says how you can take this as a way of thinking and make it adaptable to your regional local context. We think of digital energy grid as a necessary, in the times to come, a vital infrastructure to augment all your energy transition efforts, including augmenting your physical grids, augmenting your investments in solar, whether it's in front of the meter, behind the meter, on the rooftops, or big solar power plants. We think that digital energy grid is important and vital. I did make some commentary before lunch about why digital in public infrastructure that digital energy grid intends to be. Think of it as roads and internet, and not as a very specific solution or a platform, but as a way to unify the various efforts that are happening across the grid value chain and the ecosystem in particular. Yeah, with those comments, and of course, I speak on behalf of my foundation that I represent as the CEO and co-founder, and we bring, sir, if you can go to the next slide. So we have some experience of building digital public infrastructure at a population scale in India. May I request for the next slide, please, from the presentation support team. Can I get the next slide? Oh, I have the, great, thanks. This makes it easier. Yeah, so this is based on the work we have done in India over the last decade and a half. We have been working on the idea of digital public infrastructure more as architects and advocates of interoperability and DPI architecture. We are not a solution provider. We are a foundation. Think of us as more of a tech and design think tank. And we have done work across sectors, including financial inclusion, giving digital IDs to 1 billion people, and making it used for getting easy access to bank accounts, data connections, telecom connections, access to credit, helping businesses, small businesses, people participate in formal digital economy across various sectors, and we managed to do that in the last decade and a half. So there is a proven hard playbook that we are bringing to the area of energy transition that believes in a model of sustainable growth. And we believe it's not just about India, it's a playbook that can be adapted to any local context anywhere in the world. So this led to we writing this paper on digital energy grid along with International Energy Agency. Again, it's a vision, a framework to think about how do we think about using digital to compensate for slow adoption or absence of physical infrastructure, especially with the sort of dividends, solar technologies, especially rooftop solar and battery dividend that we increasingly come to live with. How can they accelerate our energy transition effort, and what can digital public infrastructure do to accelerate that? So with these comments, of course, there's a lot of work that's already being done. This is not an idea anymore. We do 65 megawatts of energy transactions among people, businesses, and utilities on the grid, off the grid, on a daily basis, 65 megawatts. Some of these are getting recognized, not just in India, but it's a conversation we are having as part of COP30. The government of Brazil has recognized digital energy grid as part of its submission to UNFCCC. So this is an effort. It's a global invitation to contribute to this thinking and not just use it as a specific solution. It works across any context, as I was talking about, whether you have a grid, absence of a grid, community-run utilities, when you want to talk about cost of battery to be shared as a community or solar infrastructure to be shared as community. I think how do you bring digital backbone, a neutral, open digital infrastructure to make it work, adapted at any scale. This is something that DEG very, very clearly allows you to think of as a framework. Now with this, of course, governments are using DEG, and I think it's a very valuable learning that I've been having since morning, listening to all the member countries talking about how there's no one-size-fits-all solution, and we need both government, public, and private sector to use digital in a way that drives utilization of the costly infrastructure they're putting in place. And by driving utilization of infrastructure, you're actually reducing the risk of investments, driving more private and public sector participation, and digital energy grid is a way to enable that. And of course, without impinging on your sovereignty, autonomy, and place. You can use it the way you think. If you think you want to use it only for behind-the-meter rooftop solar, digital energy grid is useful. If you want to augment your interconnection delays with massive solar ponds in other part of the country and making it available to people in the hinterlands, digital energy grid augments that effort. So it's completely left to the countries to see how you want to use this framework. And it's not just about AI and smart apps and agents. It's actually about making your infrastructure deliver the value to the people. It puts people and businesses in the center of reliability, access, and also drive public and private sector innovation around many things using this digital infrastructure called the digital energy grid. Of course, it straddles with policy and innovation and not just an isolated tech effort. And that's one of the things that I've been noticing on the 4 pillars that was very eloquently put forward by ISA. Digital is sometimes the connecting tissue between how policy and markets and public and private investments actually work. And we think of digital as a fundamental enabler of that. So with this, and of course, with the increasing investments in AI for energy, at least in utilities that are already making these investments, if you want better returns on investments, you need to fix the plumbing of the infrastructure, digital infrastructure to make AI work, whether it's about collection of data, organizing data, and putting the AI to work, whether it's for the system operator at the utility level, whether it's for enabling demand flexibility at the edges. If you want really AI to accelerate, you need an underlying digital energy infrastructure. So with this, we've been taking these little conversations across the world, and of course we have a workshop with LATAM utilities, especially Brazil and Chile, on 7th this week in Rio. So I would like to invite some of your utility friends from your countries to be part of this. It's 2 days from now. Would be happy to have their participation. But coming to the demo, so what I would request is probably show you 2 or 3 about how you think about DEG in the area where you have a grid with AI investments like the agentic grid, And then in an area where you don't have AI, you don't have significant amount of grid investments, how can you still use DG, especially by people, to make more of the investments they're making in solar and battery investments. So with that, may I request the crew, presentation crew, to help me click the first link on the slide, the agentic grid one. I don't think I can do it from here. Yes, we can hit the play button on this one. Thank you. Can we get the audio video up, please? If it's not just the video, even the audio.
Let's step into an evening in the life of a future grid operator empowered by the digital energy grid. As evening approaches and energy demand rises, a utility agent flags impending stress on the central feeder hub. The system immediately analyzes available solutions, presenting two predefined grid flexibility programs. The utility agent then recommends activating the Dynamic Demand Response Program 1. This program, leveraging 350 kilowatts of aggregated capacity from homes and businesses, boasts a high historical success rate and promises quick response. The administrator confirms the recommendation, and the utility agent broadcasts flexibility requests over DEG to eligible aggregator platforms. Simultaneously, a connected consumer receives a chat notification from their personal consumer AI agent. They're informed about the utility's need to prevent a local overload between 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m., with the offer of earnings and a potential bonus for participation. The user agrees. Their consumer AI agent then prepares a response plan to achieve the targeted load shifts. This involves actions like pre-cooling the home and temporarily pausing EV charging. With the user's permission, the consumer AI agent activates these scheduled actions, confirming consent and notifying the utility. The user is also offered options to set monthly earnings goals, change preferences, or view live metrics. They choose to set a monthly earnings target of $40, aiming to prioritize high-value events and optimize battery usage. Once the event concludes, the consumer AI agent confirms its success, $18 earned, and the user remains on track for their monthly bonus. Back at the utility operator's dashboard, the utility agent provides a real-time update. Out of 47 requests, 38 meters accepted the request, while a few were pending or declined. The final summary confirms that 310 kilowatts of effective capacity were activated, successfully normalizing the load on the stressed feeder. The grid returns to optimal conditions, averting the crisis.
This is one imagination. Thank you. This is one imagination. You may be wondering, this was built by some smart AI company with millions of dollars of investments. But I can tell you this was done by 5 engineering graduate students over a 5-day hackathon using the regular public AI models and basic infrastructure and using digital energy grid. So this ability to reduce the cost of creating digital infrastructure and distributing the cost and risk between public and private sector using open standards and open protocols that constitutes the digital energy grid, fully open source, and making people build on top of it. Agentic Grid is one such example. This is actually done over the 5-day hackathon. If I can request the next one, which is an effort we see. It's more of a video than a demo, but it's actually being done in real life with about 5 energy tech startups in India. Sir, if I can ask you to click the next link, the solarization, the second link from the top. Yeah. Again, the audio, please.
Shanti, a farmer in UP, worries about her rising electricity bill. She's heard that a government scheme can help her install rooftop solar panels with a subsidy of up to 78,000 rupees. A smart way to reduce her electricity bill and generate her own clean electricity. Shanti registers on the national portal with her Aadhaar-linked mobile number and submits her details. Her eligibility is verified automatically, and the local DISCOM approves her installation feasibility. So far, so good. But once she receives an e-token for her subsidy and pre-approval for her installation, Shanti is on her own. Which vendor should she choose? What kind of solar panel is best? Are they made in India? Even with the subsidy, she needs nearly $1 lakh. But which bank offers the best terms? The national portal gives Shanti a roadmap. She can view a list of certified vendors and loan options. But beyond this point, the system is digitally disconnected. She must select the right vendor, apply for the loan, coordinate with installers, and apply for net metering. What seemed simple is now a maze of calls, paperwork, and waiting. This isn't just about Shanti and the government. Across the energy ecosystem, even with complementary needs, we're missing opportunities to connect and collaborate. This is where the digital energy grid comes in. Imagine a network that seamlessly connects Shanti with vendors and installers, the government, banks, and her utility company. Making this process as simple as buying a television. Once Shanti submits an online application, her eligibility is verified. Her DISCOM pre-approves the installation. She can digitally select a provider based on their ratings, certifications, and service history. The duly digitally signed agreement between Shanti and the vendor is auto-forwarded to the bank of her choice. The bank verifies her pre-approved subsidy status and processes her loan without delay. Shanti can now book and track her installation schedule in real time. Once her rooftop solar is live, real-time telemetry confirms its installation and performance, generating proof of installation. The subsidy is now released directly to Shanti's bank account. This digitally coordinated effort dramatically reduces time. By integrating energy data, finance, subsidies, and tapping existing DPI, the digital energy grid makes solar adoption simpler, faster, and more accessible. The future of energy is interconnected. With DEG, India can lead this transformation. DEG, one vision, endless possibilities.
I have to admit, thank you. I have to admit this was specifically done for the Prime Minister's office in India, but doesn't mean that it works only in India. It's a framework that can be adapted for any region in the world. It's a way of thinking. What is important about this is about solving for energy transition. It tells you that it cannot be just solved by solving it from within the sector, but from the energy sector, but its intersections with manpower, capital, and whole other sectors that intersect, and you need to have digital infrastructure that makes all these diverse set of stakeholders come seamlessly to put Shanti, that lady in the village, in the center and solve for her care. And if you have to do that, digital can unlock that in a way that does not come through thinking of big Amazon or Uber-like platforms as some minister could allude to, but it thinks about a more public, more open playground of digital infrastructure that can make public and private sector come together. That always example hits home the message of what DEG is, and it's quite always tugs the heart, because we do have a problem of solarization and the speed at which we can do that, and I think DEG can accelerate that, particularly in India. If everybody is interested and curious to know more, I want to give one more example of how we put power into the hands of people. Sorry, I'm using some of the famous quotes of today's session to take the discussion forward. So if I can bring the slide back.
I think...
You're already done? They're good for now?
Yeah, I think we're a little late, but with the permission of the chair, I'm going to pose a challenge to you, Sujit.
Yes.
And my challenge to you is, there is a feeling that the DEG requires prerequisites that can only be done not only in US, but countries like India and Chile. What if I throw this challenge to you, that let FIDE join the SITS platform and show that whether some of the SITS challenges of rooftop and all
can have DEG applicable?
I think it will be a phenomenal failure if DEG cannot solve those problems. And I think I'm more than happy to volunteer and take up that challenge, because we fundamentally believe that DEG as a universal infrastructure has to cater to diverse context and care, even if the grids are not modern or even existent. We think that a solar indexed DEG is a way forward. And we definitely think that it can work in the diverse context of what the group here represents. Yes.
So with the permission of the chair, I would like to invite FEDI to the SIDS platform, and it will be wonderful if you, because this is the digital leapfrogging that we want them to do. So you join us and you pull as part of aggregate procurement as a platform to get it done.
It'll be more than an honor, DG sir, and I look forward to having these conversations. But I don't want to, get ahead of myself and saying that this is going to be the silver bullet. It requires everybody's participation to make it work in your context, because if you're believing that digital can solve the problem, please, as a digital expert, I can tell you that it can only solve the problem if you can articulate the problem in your care and context, and that's where DEG would be useful. If you can work with you and your stakeholders from your region to work very closely in identifying those issues where DEG can unlock value. And looking forward to that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a phenomenal presentation. I think it deserves another round of applause. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, leapfrogging the energy transition through digital public infrastructure. Excellencies, we were scheduled for a fireside chat. With permission of the chair, we shall reschedule it for tomorrow. We are also scheduled for a networking dinner. His Excellency, Honorable Minister for Energy, Chile, is looking forward to hosting you all. We have made suitable arrangements for transport. So the transport is ready, but to allow for everybody to quickly perhaps take a quick break and then we move forward, we suggest that in the next 15 minutes, 5:30, if we are all in agreement, we can have everybody move to a beautiful dinner venue in lobby. Yes. So we have the liaison officers who shall be assisting all esteemed delegates to travel for dinner. We shall meet in the lobby in the next 15 minutes. We also have an interesting agenda for tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 in this very hall.
So I see us getting up. So we now move to the final and most anticipated agenda item of today, which is the closing of the meeting. So esteemed colleagues, as a Caribbean SIDS, Grenada knows intimately what it means to live in the crosshairs of climate vulnerability and energy security. And so we want to thank you for your valuable contributions and active engagement throughout today's deliberations and dialogue. It has been indeed an honor and a privilege to chair this meeting alongside such a dynamic, committed cohort of leaders, each of whom has brought clarity, conviction, and collaboration to the table. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the DG of ISA for his insightful interventions and his unwavering commitment to supporting member countries, especially our SIDS, on the path towards energy transition. The ISA Secretariat's detailed updates on the strategic direction and program offerings have not only illuminated pathways forward, but have reflected the depth of ISA's commitment to serving as a true partner to our collective solar journey. And so today's exchanges have underscored the urgency and the opportunity before us. Across our Latin America and Caribbean region, the priorities are clear. The mobilization of catalytic finance, the strengthening of institutional and grid capacity, and the integration of digital technologies as a backbone, not as a footnote, of our clean energy future, and in particular to accelerate the deployment of solar energy. Esteemed colleagues, as I mentioned, as Caribbean SIDS, Grenada, we know the vulnerabilities that we faced with. Within the span of 1 year, last year, we faced a historic drought, catastrophic flooding, and a Category 4 hurricane, all while continuing to import nearly all of our energy at volatile and unpredictable prices. Yet within this hardship lies hard-earned wisdom and unrelenting resolve. And so our geography may limit landmass, but not our ambition. Our grids may be small and isolated, but indeed today's meeting showed us that our ideas and aspirations are regional, bold, and transformative. And that is why Grenada views the SIDS platform, co-led by ISA, not just as a promising initiative, but as an essential vehicle, a digital ecosystem designed to close the most persistent gaps that hinder SIDS from leapfrogging into the energy future that we deserve. So imagine a future where a Caribbean utility can seamlessly access affordable solar components, connect instantly with vetted financiers, and receive technical support all through one integrated platform. That in itself, I believe, is transformative and is a transformative promise before us. It is not just about technology, but it is about justice, it is about speed, and it is about sovereignty. And so, Grenada, we are doing our part. We know, for example, that no SIDS can do this alone. So I'm happy that we have this organization supporting us in a unified approach, and I'm happy that our Caribbean colleagues and commissions are here as well to hold our hands through this process. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we need partnerships that are agile, that are responsive and scalable. We need full stack solutions from plug-and-play financing to human capacity development. And definitely we need political ownership at the highest levels to ensure that these platforms are not stalled in pilot phases, but activated at scale. And to my fellow ministers and delegates, let's use this momentum to do three things as we move forward with ISA by our side. The first being secure high-level political endorsements to drive operational rollouts of the SIDS platform. The second being to identify national flagship projects that are shovel-ready for ISA and development partner support. And with that, I want to take this opportunity as well to invite you to the Solar X Startup Challenge side event under the theme Activating Youth Entrepreneurship Skills, Startups and Success Stories tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. And let us also use this momentum to champion digital transformation, not just as an enabler, but as the very architecture for our energy future. And so in closing, I reaffirm Grenada's steadfast commitment to a clean energy transition that is inclusive, digitally empowered, and resilient by design. And let us walk forward not just with urgency, but with unity. And as DG rightfully says, not just with ambition, but with action. Not just for ourselves, but for every young islander whose future depends on the choices we make today. So thank you once again for your presence and continued partnership. I look forward to another productive day of collaboration tomorrow, and to your active participation in the upcoming sessions tomorrow, and see you for dinner. So with that, I officially close the meeting.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for the Madam Chair, I think another huge round of applause for her exemplary chairpersonship. We'll all be assembling in the lobby to proceed for dinner. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. 15 minutes.